Diane Dawn was always a free spirit. Raised in New Jersey, she spent a year in Austria as an exchange student, which set her back a year in finishing high school. Despite being 4 years older than her sister Victoria, Diane and Victoria remained very close. Their high school years overlapped for a year because of Diane's extended time abroad. During that overlap, Diane not only assisted Victoria with subjects like music and foreign languages, but also helped her skip school for skiing adventures together. She was an accomplished musician who was skilled at playing the violin. Victoria moved to California, which separated her from Diane for several years. But Diane eventually followed, moving to California to be near her sister again. In 1988, 29-year-old Diane was living in an apartment complex on Graves Avenue in Santee, California with her 2-year-old son, Mark. Mark and Victoria's daughter, Christine, had been born only a few months apart from one another, and Diane and Victoria spent as much time together as they could with their children. Diane worked for the San Diego Transit Corporation, where she had become their first female radio repair technician. Diane failed to report to work on Monday, May 2, 1988. One of Diane's co-workers therefore went over to her apartment to check on her. When they entered the apartment, they found Diane deceased in a back room. She had been stabbed in the chest, and it would later be determined that she had also been bludgeoned. She was nude, but an examination of her body did not find any signs that she had been sexually assaulted. Diane's young son was found wandering in a nearby area of the apartment complex, thankfully unharmed. The San Diego County Sheriff's Department did not find any signs of forced entry into Diane's apartment, nor did they find a motive for anyone to want to kill Diane. Diane's son Mark was adopted by a family friend and grew up with 2 older brothers. He remained close with his birth mother's family and regularly saw his aunt, cousins, and grandparents. Even with a loving adoptive family and a strong relationship with his biological family, Mark still sometimes felt alone as he grew up, knowing he had lost his mother. As years passed without a resolution to Diane's case, her family began losing hope. "I didn't think anything was ever going to come of this. I thought I, myself, was going to go to my grave," not knowing Diane's sister, Victoria, would tearfully say years later. Investigators did not forget about Diane's case and tried to use new technology to solve it as it became available to them. Scrapings from under Diane's fingernails had been preserved, and in late 2000, they were tested in hopes of developing a DNA profile of Diane's killer. A profile was developed, but when it was uploaded to a national criminal database, no match was found. A hair follicle had also been found in Diane's hand, and a new technology was used to process it in the summer of 2010. However, when a DNA profile was developed, there was still no match to it in any database. Authorities then turned to genetic genealogy as a possible avenue for finally solving the case in May of 2020. The San Diego County Sheriff's Department utilized genealogy databases that give users the option of making their DNA profiles available for comparison to law enforcement. Close relatives of the killer were not in the database, which meant the process was very labor-intensive for investigators as they created family trees of his more distant relatives trying to identify him. Investigators contacted numerous individuals they believed to be distantly related to the killer, asking for information about their family histories, and ultimately constructed 9 family trees containing over 1,300 people related to the killer, either by blood or marriage. The massive and detailed effort did eventually identify a potential suspect, but he had passed away since the murder. His children agreed to provide samples of their DNA. Testing on these samples confirmed that their father was the individual whose DNA was found under Diane's nails and in her hand. On March 16, 2022, authorities announced the identity of the suspect, Warren Robertson. Robertson, along with his wife and several other relatives, had lived in the same apartment complex as Diane in 1988. Authorities have not been able to determine if he and Diane knew each other prior to the murder. They both enjoyed racing and attended local stock car races at the nearby El Cajon Speedway. Robertson was never a suspect in the case prior to his DNA being matched to the DNA from the crime scene, thanks to genetic genealogy. He was not mentioned in any reports from the initial investigation, and he does not appear to have been questioned in the initial canvassing of the apartment complex in 1988. Robertson was a native of Arkansas. He worked as a tow truck driver at the time of Diane's murder. He did have a criminal record, but only for low-level property crimes, not for any other violent offenses. Robertson and his family moved away from the apartment complex shortly after Diane was killed to Lakeside, California. They then moved again the following year, this time to Indiana. Robertson died in a house fire there in 1999 at the age of 39. At the press conference announcing Robertson's identification, Diane's sister recounted memories of her beloved sister and thanked members of law enforcement for never giving up on the case. She said that the day she learned a suspect had finally been identified was the best day of her life, aside from the days her children were born. Diane's now adult son, Mark, provided a video statement played at the press conference. While he was too young at the time of her death to have many strong memories of his mother, he stated that everyone who had ever spoken to him about his mother told him how good of a person she was. He likes to think he inherited those positive traits from her and tries to be a good person, to be like his mother. The answers that my family received, it's closure. And closure is everything, even after so much time has passed, Mark said in the video. And now I have a story to tell the world and tell people who cross my path. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. In 2007, 18-year-old Anita Knudsen was a freshman at Minot State University in North Dakota, where she was studying elementary education. In addition to attending classes, she also worked at a local hotel and was making a variety of new friends in her new city. While she had left her family home in Butte, North Dakota, approximately an hour's drive from Minot to attend school, she remained very close with her family and was in regular contact with them. According to Anita's younger sister Anna, Anita could make whoever she was speaking to feel as though they were the most important person in the world. Over the first weekend in June of 2007, Anna was at the North Dakota State baseball tournament with her father to watch her brother Daniel play. While at the tournament, Anna and her father realized that neither they nor Anita's mother had heard from Anita all weekend, which was strange. They had all tried calling Anita as usual, but they realized that she had returned no one's calls. Anita's family grew even more concerned when they learned she had not reported to work on Saturday, June 2nd, which was unheard of for Anita, who was responsible in all things, including her job. Anita's worried father, Gordon, therefore, drove to Minot that Monday, June 4th, 2007, to check on his daughter at her apartment. He saw Anita's car parked outside, but she did not answer the door when he knocked on it. The door was locked, so Gordon walked around to his daughter's bedroom window. The window was open, and the screen was missing. Looking through the open window, Gordon could see Anita lying on her bed. He reached out to her through the window but found that she was cold when he touched her. Gordon then rushed to find Anita's landlord, and he was ultimately able to convince her to open the door to the apartment using her copy of the key. When he finally got inside and to Anita, he confirmed that his daughter was dead. Anita had been stabbed twice in the chest. A pocket knife with dried blood on it was found in the apartment. Some reports state that the knife was found in a bathroom sink, but a later affidavit of probable cause states that it was found on Anita's bed. Anita's valuables, including cash, her laptop, digital camera, and cell phone, were all still in the apartment. Examination of her body found no signs of sexual assault. Anita's time of death was placed in the early morning hours of Sunday, June 3rd. Analysis of Anita's phone showed that she'd been texting a friend just before 5 a.m. The friend sent Anita a text message at 4:43 a.m., and Anita responded to it at 4:48. The friend sent another text at 4:53. According to cell phone records, Anita never read that text message, and she made no further communications using the phone. This raised a lot of questions about Anita's whereabouts on Saturday and why she had abruptly stopped speaking to her family and inexplicably skipped her shift at work. Investigators interviewed numerous individuals, some of whom knew Anita and some of whom had connections to the area where she lived but could not locate enough evidence to make an arrest in the case. Billboards were put up throughout the area asking for tips, but did not result in critical information being reported. Years passed and the case went cold. Anita's death was devastating for her family. Her brother, Daniel, in particular, struggled with Anita's death and was never the same after her murder. He took his own life in April of 2013 at the age of 22. What haunts me the most about the death of my sister is that whoever killed her also took the life of my brother that very day. After she was killed, he was never the same. I just don't think this person or monster knew the pain he would cause our family and friends. Anita's sister Anna would later tell Dateline. It would be nearly 15 years before a suspect was charged in Anita's case. On March 16, 2022, Minot Police Chief John Klug announced at a press conference that an arrest had been made in the case that afternoon. At 3:25 p.m., 34-year-old Nicole Rice had been taken into custody without incident at Minot Air Force Base, where she was employed in a civilian position. She was being charged with murder in connection to Anita's death. Chief Klug attributed the new momentum in the case to the television show Cold Justice, which had recently come to Minot to look into Anita's murder. The program follows former prosecutor Kelly Siegler as she brings investigators to police departments around the country to assist them with their investigations into cold cases. A lack of staffing and resources had prevented Anita's case from receiving the detailed attention Chief Klug felt it deserved in the previous few years. Chief Klug said at the press conference, "Although most of the detectives who worked the original scene and investigation have retired, we have not forgotten about this case. We tried to actively investigate Anita's case for the past few years, and finally, with the help of Cold Justice, we were able to move forward and regain focus. Due to the resources, logistics, planning, and experts they were able to provide, we were able to obtain an arrest warrant." Nicole Rice had gotten married in the years since Anita was murdered. In 2007, she was still using her maiden name of Thomas. She was also Anita's roommate. This had made her a person of interest from the early days of the investigation, but authorities did not have enough evidence to charge her. According to Chief Klug, only a few new details had come to light during the more recent investigation, and the arrest was made largely due to a detailed examination of the facts of the case and the information already available to investigators. Chief Klug did not disclose the evidence against Nicole Rice at the press conference, but some of it was detailed in the affidavit of probable cause filed on the day of her arrest. A major detail that had pointed to Nicole's involvement in the case from the very beginning was the fact that the door to the apartment she shared with Anita was locked when Anita's father discovered her body. The lock on the front door was a type that had to be both unlocked and locked with a key. There was no way for someone to lock the door without using a key. Anita, Nicole, their landlord, and a maintenance worker were the only people who had keys. Anita's key was with her belongings inside, and the other 3 individuals were investigated. The screen to the window in Anita's bedroom had been slashed and then removed from the window, which was left open. This allowed Anita's father to be able to reach inside the apartment and touch Anita's body when he came to check on her. However, while the screen may have been removed and the window left open to make it appear as though someone had entered and left the apartment through the window rather than the door, evidence inside Anita's room showed that this was not the case. 2 fabric bins overflowing with items were located right below the window and had not been disturbed. There were no shoe prints or scuff marks near the window. Dust and cobwebs in the window were not disturbed, and the aluminum seam of the window showed no signs of it being bent under someone's weight. Nicole and Anita were roommates, but they did not get along. According to the affidavit, friends characterized Anita as kind, friendly, and likable, whereas they described Nicole as hot-tempered and reactionary. This led to tension between the roommates. Nicole told police after Anita was killed that she and Anita were best friends and that she had never complained about Anita to anyone. Numerous witnesses contradicted these statements. Furthermore, a friend reported that shortly before the murder, they heard Nicole tell Anita, "One way or another, I'm going to get you out of this house." Nicole was not home when Anita's body was found, and she told police that she had an alibi for the time of the murder. She claimed to have been at her family's farm since 7 p.m. on the night of Saturday, June 2nd. However, a witness reported being with Nicole in a bar in Rousseau on the evening of June 2nd into the early morning hours of June 3rd. As they were leaving the bar, Nicole told the witness that she was going back to her apartment in Minot to get some clothes. Following the murder, Nicole gave this witness several different stories and described Anita in derogatory terms using foul language. The same witness reported that Nicole told her details about the crime scene. These details should not have been known to Nicole. Nicole and her father have given accounts in which they both claim Nicole was at the farm from 7 p.m. on June 2nd onward. However, according to the affidavit, in their various statements to investigators, their various stories have changed and have been inconsistent and contradictory of each other, although the affidavit does not go into detail about these inconsistencies and contradictions. Investigators had long been aware of rumors that Nicole had admitted to the murder to someone, but they were not aware of who had heard the admission firsthand. In March of 2022, they identified that individual as William May. William had dated Nicole for several months in either 2008 or 2009. According to William, Nicole had attended a house party thrown by him and his roommates. Anita's murder came up, and some people began discussing theories about who the murderer could be. In response, Nicole became what William described as belligerently drunk. When they were going to bed, Nicole told William that she did it. He tried to get her to admit to the murder in more detail later when she was sober, but she would just become angry at the mention of the crime. Nicole Rice's first court appearance was made on March 17th, with Nicole appearing via video call from the Ward County Detention Center. The state argued that her bond should be set at $1 million, and her defense argued that such a high amount was not necessary because she was not a flight risk. The judge ultimately set her bond at $120,000 cash or $250,000 surety. She was able to post it by that evening. Nicole Rice is next due in court on April 21st for her preliminary hearing and arraignment. If convicted of the charges against her, she could be sentenced to life in prison without parole. The summer of 1992 was a difficult time for Nona Cobb. The 29-year-old was a widow and had lost custody of her 3-year-old son, Josh, 7 months earlier. Nona's sister, Vicky, and her husband had custody of the little boy. Nona loved her son very much and was very proud of him. She called her sister every day to check in on Josh. Nona was struggling with a drug problem. While her family did not support her drug use, they still loved her. She loved us and we loved her. Just because you do something wrong doesn't mean you stop loving her, her sister, Vicky, would later tell the Winston-Salem Journal. Nona was last seen alive on the night of July 6, 1992. She was seen getting into a truck with a man at the Welcome Center on Interstate 85 in Cleveland County, North Carolina, south of Kings Mountain. Her body would be discovered at 6:15 the following morning along the northbound side of Interstate 77 in Surry County, North Carolina. She had been strangled. There were few early leads in Nona's case. The first major suspect for her murder was identified in 1995. Sean Patrick Goebel was a truck driver from Asheboro, North Carolina, and was questioned about Nona's murder after a fingerprint tied him to another killing. He denied any involvement in Nona's case. Later that year, police were able to eliminate him as a suspect in Nona's murder based on DNA evidence collected from her body. Goebel was later convicted of killing 3 other women and is currently serving 2 life sentences plus 14 years in prison. Years later, it would be that same DNA evidence that would lead to investigators finally being able to make an arrest in Nona's case. In April of 2021, special agents from the State Bureau of Investigation's Cold Case Investigation Unit and investigators from the Surry County Sheriff's Office began re-examining the physical evidence in the case. Still unable to find a match to the DNA from Nona's body, they began working with Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick, the founder of Identifiers International. This effort ultimately led to the identification of a suspect in the case. On March 15, 2022, almost 30 years after Nona was killed, 71-year-old Warren Luther Alexander was arrested in Diamond Head, Mississippi, and charged with her murder. He is currently being held at the Hancock County Jail awaiting his extradition to North Carolina to face the charges. The investigation is ongoing, and authorities are not releasing any further information at this time. They are also investigating the possibility that Alexander is also responsible for other murders. It was New Year's Eve in Pensacola, Florida, and the city buzzed with excitement as it welcomed 1985. At Daryl's Bar and Grill, Tanya Etheridge McKinley, a 23-year-old mother, was enjoying the festivities with friends. She was a devoted mother to her 18-month-old and was known for her lively spirit and infectious laughter. After the midnight countdown, the celebrations continued, but Tanya said goodbye to her friends at around 1:30 a.m. and left the bar alone. Her body was discovered 4 hours later, 7 miles away from the bar in an empty parking lot. Her half-clothed body was found by a couple taking their dog to an emergency vet clinic. The police investigation began quickly, and initially, detectives had high hopes in finding her killer. Tanya had been strangled and sexually assaulted. They interviewed her friends and family, thinking her killer was from her circle. As far as evidence collected, police had a substantial amount of DNA. They had hair from the head and pubic area and semen. Despite best efforts of detectives, a suspect was never found, and the case went cold. The case was never forgotten, though. It was revisited every few years, and as detectives retired, it was passed on to the next generation of detectives. With every advance in technology, Tanya's case would be looked over. Eventually, this became Pensacola's oldest cold case. Detectives were determined to give her family and her son closure in her senseless murder. When the Pensacola Police Department heard about other states' success with old DNA evidence being used to reverse engineer family trees, they immediately reached out to Parabon Nanolabs. Parabon was able to identify distant cousins, and from there they started piecing a family tree together. After 35 years, they finally had a suspect, Daniel Leonard Wells, a 57-year-old man still living in Pensacola area, was under surveillance for several months before his arrest. Police needed him to discard something with DNA evidence, and eventually police witnessed him discarding a cigarette, but Wells did have a criminal record. He was arrested in '87 for battery and witness tampering, but the witness tampering charge was dropped, and he pleaded no contest in the battery charge. He was arrested in '88 for solicitation of a prostitute, but it appears that he was never formally charged. He was arrested and held without bond, where he had faced charges of first-degree murder and first-degree sexual battery. While in custody, he hung himself in his jail cell days before his first court appearance. He never had to face Tanya's family. Her son, who is now 37 years old with a family of his own. Tanya's family is disappointed that they never got the justice they had hoped for, but they said still knowing who would kill Tanya would help finally put her to rest. On January 16, 1980, Helene Kranitsky, a 21-year-old Wheaton College student, got off the bus at her Englewood stop. She was 2 weeks into her new internship with the news department at the KHHOW radio station. She was a dedicated student, one of the first students to be accepted into this particular internship. From her stop, it was only a 6-block walk to her aunt and uncle's house, but Helene never made it there. She disappeared somewhere between the bus stop she got off at and home. She normally left the radio station at around 6 using the same routine, the same bus schedule since she had moved there. When she didn't arrive home at her usual time, her aunt and uncle called the police, however. A young woman not arriving home for supper on time was a low priority on police radar. The body man near the field where she had been dumped. She agreed to go under hypnosis and give the police sketch artist enough details to create a composite image in Helene's case. There was DNA evidence available, a sketch of a person of interest, and police thought for sure someone had witnessed Helene being abducted from the bus stop, but no further witnesses came forward and no other evidence proved to propel the case forward. It was also an attack that seemed to be one in a series of crimes in the area that seemed to be escalating to Helene's murder. But her case, like many others, became a box that was filed in the back of the storage room to wait, waiting for a lead, waiting for a witness, waiting for advances in technology. Helene would wait for justice for 39 years. With the successful capture of several prolific serial killers and rapists using reverse genealogy, detectives felt Helene Perninsky's cult case would be an excellent case to try the technology. They uploaded the DNA sample to JetMatch and got a few familial matches. Getting to their suspect posed a greater challenge due to a convoluted family tree. Detectives took 2 years narrowing down potential matches. A maternal match was a woman who had used 6 last names in her lifetime, had 5 children with 2 different men, and most of her children were in the care of others. all with name changes. One son, who was most closely matched to their suspect in age, lived in the area at the time of the murder. Curtis Allen White lived with his father as an infant, but was raised by an aunt and uncle until his teens. He was a frequent runaway and was in and out of foster care. He also had a brother with a lengthy criminal history, and detectives worked to obtain genetic material from both men. His brother was eliminated. Perninsky's murderer James Curtis Clanton lived in Denver in 1980, where he was actually on parole for a violent assault in Arkansas in 1975. He pleaded guilty to entering a woman's home, forcing her into her bedroom at knife point. He'd been sentenced to 30 years, but had only served 4 before making parole. He was released in 1979, long before Cody's was established, before there were sex offender registrations, before publications of violent offenders being released back into the community was a thing. Violent offenders being released back into the community was a thing. He married for the first time in 1980. His first wife left him after 30 days. In 1982, he changed his name, moved to Florida, had another short marriage. He was arrested on domestic violence charges in 1998. Clanton had never been a suspect until his genetic profile came under purview of detectives. Decades later, detectives were able to locate him in the Lake Butler area of Florida. They spent a week following him, waiting for him to leave behind an object containing his DNA. Finally, on November 30th, Clanton left a beer bug behind in a bar, and police were able to take it and get a DNA sample. They tested the beer bug's DNA to the original genetic profile from Pelane's body, and they were able to get a direct match. Clanton was arrested while exiting his truck and charged with first-degree murder and second-degree kidnapping. He was then extradited from Florida to Colorado. 40 years after Helene was murdered and left naked in a field, her murderer would face justice. He could not be charged in her rape due to the statute of limitations being expired. He pleaded guilty. He hasn't been sentenced yet, but he faces 20 years. He can apply for parole in 2040, and he will be 82 then. Helene's older sister Janet Johnson thanked detectives, saying, "The detectives and everyone else who helped make this happen, you are my heroes." Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. It was September 20th, 1982 when 8-year-old Kelly Ann Prosser said goodbye to her teacher and classmates and began the 15-block trek home. She walked the same route every day. It was a busy road with local businesses and lots of people around, an unlikely place for a child to be in danger, or so it was thought. People witnessed seeing her walking down the busy East 16th Street. But when she was crossing an intersection, she simply disappeared. When Kelly Ann failed to return home at her normal time, her mother wasn't immediately concerned. She thought that Kelly Ann went to a friend's house or stayed at school late. After a few hours, however, she began calling around, first to the school and then friends. By 6 p.m., however, her mother called 911 to report her daughter missing. Police immediately began an investigation and a massive search was undertaken. It became clear that she was abducted. Her body discovered 2 days later, dumped in a cornfield. She had been beaten, assaulted, and strangled to death. DNA from the scene was collected and preserved. Leads quickly ran out, evidence led to dead ends, and the case went cold. Kelly Ann's family was left without answers for nearly 4 decades before being informed of a break in the case. Columbus investigators had begun working with a reverse engineering company called Advanced DNA to identify suspects in cold cases. Upon reopening up Kelly Ann's case, they discovered distant relatives of a suspect. They tracked the DNA back to a man named Harold Warren Jarrell, a now deceased man. He had never been a suspect in the case, even though he'd only been out of jail for less than a year for her made a different 8-year-old girl in the same area. This case is frustrating given that Gerald passed in 1996. He was only 67. Kelly Ann's life was cut so short. Her family said in a statement to the media that they don't feel a sense of justice was served because justice is only a consolation prize. However, they are grateful the killer is deceased as it spares them the torment of a painful trial. A security guard is conducting his routine patrol at the Truck Stops America stop on North 1st Avenue, just off Interstate 24. Given the high traffic and proximity to a high-crime area in Nashville, security is tight with regular patrols and a network of CCTV cameras monitoring the site. As he goes about his duties, he stumbles upon a distressing scene. A woman's body is discovered. She has been shot dead and posed on her back, with her feet together and legs apart, with her arms above her head. He quickly calls emergency services. Little did the police know, this would put them in a race against time to find a sadistic serial killer before he struck again. 25-year-old Sarah Hulbert had had a difficult life. After losing her mother at a young age, she was sent to live with relatives out of state. She would later move back to Tennessee to be closer to her siblings. After falling in love, she would go on to have 2 daughters who were the center of her world. The happiness was not to last, however. She would soon spiral into a drug addiction after her relationship had fallen apart, and she had become a single mother as a result. She had tried to beat her crack cocaine addiction for the sake of her 2 young children. As she continued to fall deeper into drug addiction, her daughters were removed from her care. In bids to get clean, she would be in and out of rehab several times. But without her children, she spiraled further into the destructive addiction that had taken so much from her. She had become a sex worker to buy drugs and would often visit truck stops to make money. Detective Sergeant Pat Postiglione arrived on scene at the truck stop. One thing that immediately stood out to him was the lack of blood at the scene. This indicated the victim had been killed elsewhere, and then her body had been moved to that location and posed in the lewd position. Due to the positioning of the body and lack of evidence from the scene of the crime, it was the worst fears of officers that this was not a first-time killing. This was someone who had killed before. The task that lay before the officers was huge. This was an incredibly busy truck stop with truckers and people coming and going all the time. But one thing they knew was that her body had been dumped there within the previous 30 minutes. The security guard who had made the discovery said she wasn't there when he last checked, half an hour ago. As officers found out and began conducting a search of the scene, near the body, they found a footprint with an unusual sole that was often seen in work boots. It was vital for the officers to check the CCTV, and it was this that would give them a major lead. A yellow truck is seen coming in and driving all the way to the back of the truck stop where the body of the woman had been discovered by the security guard. 16 minutes later, the truck is seen coming back out. Checks from the stop revealed no evidence to show that the truck had stopped to refill or buy food. As the investigations of the crime scene continued, a post-mortem was carried out on the victim. Her body was found to have bruises and cuts, indicating a struggle had taken place. Her body also showed signs of torture. Her rear had a significant injury, suggesting part of her skin had been cut out with a knife. Semen found inside her body was sent off to have the DNA analyzed. It was revealed that she had died from a single close-range gunshot wound from a .22 caliber gun. Running her fingerprints through the database, it came back with a match, and they could finally put a name to their victim. She was 25-year-old Sarah Hulbert. Her family were immediately contacted. They went straight to the coroner's office in disbelief, hoping that maybe it wasn't her. A few months prior to her death, she had made the decision to finally overcome her demons and was in recovery after another rehab stint. But sadly, she would later relapse and begin using again. Near to where her body had been discovered, there was a hole in the fence where drug dealers and sex workers would enter and exit the truck stop to avoid being seen by the security guards. Her sisters mentioned to the police that she had 2 known male associates who were also in the drug scene, and police believed they were with her the night she had been murdered. The men were soon tracked down and questioned. As they were involved in the drug scene, they were reluctant to talk to the investigators. However, when the seriousness of the situation they found themselves in began to dawn on them, they admitted to being her pimps. They were adamant. They had absolutely nothing to do with her murder. They'd been driving around with Sarah at about 10 p.m. on June 26th, and an argument had broken out. They said she exited the vehicle and went into the truck stop. Sarah Hulbert never returned. After waiting a few hours and she still hadn't come back, they assumed she must have left with the trucker, and so they too decided to leave. They agreed to give DNA samples to clear their names. When the results came in, the semen sample taken earlier did not match either of their DNA. They were ruled out as suspects. The DNA sample did not match with any sample from the sex offender database. The police then turned to the FBI for help to see if they had any cases on their nationwide database that matched the modus operandi of this one that had been committed in a different jurisdiction. And this would lead to the news that could blow the case wide open. There had been a previous murder of a woman in Lebanon, Tennessee on June 6, 2007. Just off of Interstate 40, the naked body of a woman was found in a garbage bin in a Pilot Station truck stop on Murfreesboro Road. She was later identified as 48-year-old Samantha Winters. She was a sex worker and had worked at the same truck stop where Sarah had been found. Police believed that she had been picked up at the Nashville truck stop, murdered, and then her body taken out to Lebanon. Her body had been posed and she had been killed by a .22 caliber gun. But the horrifying information did not stop there. The database had 2 more matches in different states, with these murders taking place before Sarah Hulbert had been killed. One of these victims had been a woman called Sherry Drinkard, who was 43 years old. Her naked body had been dumped and then posed, just like the other victims, in Lake Station, Indiana by the side of the road. And she too had died from a gunshot wound to the head fired from a .22 caliber weapon. The other victim was found in a motel car park in Georgia on January 29, 2007 at 5 p.m. Like the other victims, she had died from a gunshot wound from a .22 caliber gun. They ran the fingerprints through the database to try and work out who she was. It was revealed that she was a mother of 5 from Atlanta, Deborah and Glover. She had spoken to her eldest child just a few hours before her death and asked her to tell her siblings that she had always and would always love them. She also told her not to call the number back. When she still hadn't contacted them, her daughter became increasingly concerned for her welfare. Deborah had been battling a drug addiction and working as a sex worker. In November 2006, her daughter tried to help her beat her addiction. And in December, she had began to make big steps on the road to recovery. But she would soon disappear. Although Deborah had not been found in a truck stop, it was an area that was regularly used by truckers. The police now had 4 female victims spanning across different states. All sex workers, all posed in a degrading position, all dead from a .22 caliber gun. Detective Sergeant Pat Postiglione knew it was vital to revisit the Nashville truck stop to make sure that absolutely no stone had been left unturned. As he was driving, he saw a truck headed towards him, bearing a striking resemblance to the one seen on the CCTV footage taken from the night Sarah Hulbert had been murdered. Postiglione turned around and followed the truck after calling his colleagues to tell them what he had seen and give them a description of the vehicle. He approached the truck after it had pulled into the truck stop but got no response after banging on the door. After banging for a second time, a man pulled the window curtain back and looked down at him. Postiglione explained that he was with the police, and following this, the driver opened the door and exited the truck. Postiglione would later say the driver appeared as if he had just been woken up. He was asked to present his driver's license and identify himself. And finally, they had a name, Bruce Douglas Mendenhall. Postiglione engaged him in conversation, asking how long he had worked as a trucker and when the truck had last been in the area. Mendenhall said that the truck was last in Nashville in May. As the pair were talking, Postiglione spotted something. There was blood on Mendenhall's left arm and on the inside of the driver's side door. So as not to arouse suspicion, Postiglione told Mendenhall that officers were asking drivers of this kind of truck to provide DNA samples. Mendenhall signed the consent form and provided a mouth swab then and there. Postiglione asked him if he could look inside the truck. Mendenhall agreed. Behind the seats was a sleeping compartment where Postiglione found a pair of work boots. The sole bore a striking resemblance to the unusual footprints that had been found by Sarah's body. Behind the driver's seat was a black trash bag containing clothes, shoes, and tissues, all soaked in blood. Mendenhall explained that when he had been trying to enter the truck a few hours prior, he had accidentally cut his leg, and that was where the blood had come from. He was asked to show the cuts, but there was none. Mendenhall's story suddenly changed. He said the blood actually belonged to a sex worker he had picked up the night before and she had cut her hand. Postiglione knew it was vital to ensure that Mendenhall did not have access to any weapons. Mendenhall explained that he did have a gun in the truck and handed it over to Postiglione. It was a .22 caliber rifle. Postiglione knew the game was up and bluntly asked him if this was the truck the police had been looking for. He asked several times before Mendenhall shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you say it is." Postiglione asked him if he was the person they had been searching for. Mendenhall gave the same response. He shrugged his shoulders and replied, "If you say so." By this point, Postiglione's partner had arrived on scene, and after he was escorted out of the truck, Bruce Mendenhall was arrested. It was vital to secure the truck and preserve any evidence, so it was sent to a crime lab to be processed. Over 300 items from his truck were cataloged as evidence, including handcuffs, knives, tape, and sex toys. Blood spatter was found on the walls, mattress, floor, and ceiling. The news that came next was more disturbing than anyone could have imagined. It emerged that the blood belonged to 7 different women. The bloody clothing found in the bag belonged to a sex worker from Indiana. Her family had not yet realized she had gone missing. The bullet that had killed Sarah Holbert had been fired from the gun found in his truck, and the blood on the gun came back to her and at least one other woman. Mendenhall signed a rights waiver and said he would voluntarily give them a statement without the presence of a lawyer. But who exactly was Bruce Mendenhall? He had been born on April 14, 1951 in Crawford, Illinois. As an adult, he had lived on Pine Street close to downtown Albion. A neighbor from Pine Street would later say that visitors wouldn't often come to the Mendenhall household, adding, "He was a little different." In 1997, he had ran in the mayoral elections, but incumbent Reverend Bill Rucker had won in a landslide. Mendenhall had come in last place. When looking into Mendenhall's background, the police discovered a man with no record of violence, and he had not had any run-ins with the law. On the face of it, he appeared to be a typical family man, married with 2 grown-up daughters. Jimmy Nesbitt reported for the Courier-Press that Mendenhall had later moved into a small home in the country surrounded by farms. This house would later be searched by police to try and help build a picture of who he was and add to their evidence. One of his neighbors recalled that Mendenhall and his wife had shown upon her driveway, his wife asking her if she wanted to purchase anything from a catalog. Mendenhall stayed in the vehicle. The neighbor said he just sat in the car and had a weird look on his face. The report in the Courier-Press also said he would often ignore his neighbors if they tried to interact with him. The mayor of Albion, Ryan Hallam, would say he hadn't really had any run-ins with the law. Everybody thought he was a little mouthy and so forth like that. Anything off kilter? No, not too much. The minister from the church close to the Mendenhall's home said that after he was arrested, his family was struggling to come to terms with the news. The news of his arrest was the talk of the town. Mayor Hallam said, "We've got 2,000 people. The news spreads like wildfire. People in Albion could not believe that one of their own was capable of such horrific crimes. Everyone's in disbelief that we had an individual living here like this. He didn't mix well with others around him, but we never had any problems with him," said Mayor Hallam. It was now time for the police to interview their suspect. But before they knew it, he made a shocking admission. He said that he had dumped the bodies, but he hadn't killed any of them. He explained that 2 men, Richie and David, were the real murderers they were looking for. He said they would go to every truck stop he went to, and by the time they left, there would be a dead body in his truck. He would later say that a 3rd person named Terry was also involved. He said they would leave him to clean up. He told the officers they would always use his gun to kill the women and then leave their bodies in his vehicle. When talking about Sarah Hulbert, he said that he had gone into the truck stop, and when he came out, he found her dead body in his truck. He said that, in a moment of panic, he took her body out of the truck and left her on the ground in the far corner of the stop. He told Postiglione, "I'm pissed off at Richie and David because they did all the killings." Officers did look into his claims and found that the 3 men in question did actually exist. They were all interviewed, and their fingerprints and DNA samples were taken. It turned out he had had altercations with all of these men over minor things. He then offered up another shocking confession. The latest murder had actually taken place the day before in Indiana. They then presented him with the evidence that they had gathered from the truck. Despite his claims, there was only one set of prints on the gun, Bruce Mendenhall's. There was also no evidence to prove that any of those men had been in the back of the truck. When Mendenhall was asked if he was the killer, he refused to talk anymore and requested a lawyer. The police, assisted by the FBI, worked in collaboration with investigators from the other jurisdictions where the murders had occurred. Using fuel receipts, they constructed a timeline of his movements and were able to place him in the locations the victims' bodies had been found. But what could the motive possibly have been? Postiglione would later say in a documentary he thought that it was potentially his hatred of sex workers that would be at the truck stops and his desire to degrade them post-mortem with the lewd posing of their bodies. Mendenhall's daughter disagreed and would say, "He never had a negative thing to say about anyone who chose that lifestyle. There's people like that will do that. Everybody knows that. Dad, he didn't really pay attention to it." He was charged with criminal homicide and taken to the Metro Davidson County Jail, where he was held without bond. Following this, it was time for Bruce Mendenhall to go on trial for the murder of Sarah Hulbert. His attorney, Jason Gickner, said that he had entered a plea of not guilty by video arraignment. The prosecution's case rested heavily on the plethora of physical evidence that had been gathered. Prosecutors were not seeking the death penalty, as there were no aggravating circumstances that are required in the state of Tennessee. They also ensured that the jury were reminded of Sarah and who she was. They wanted to emphasize that she was a real person with children and a family who cared deeply for her. She was not just another piece of the evidence. After closing arguments, the jury retired to consider the evidence, and before long they had reached their verdict. Bruce Mendenhall was found guilty of the first-degree murder of Sarah Hulbert. In Tennessee, a first-degree murder conviction and subsequent life sentence is interpreted to mean 60 years in prison. A shocking story would soon be reported. Whilst in prison, his wife had passed away from natural causes. Following her death, Mendenhall received the insurance money. He used this money to offer $15,000 to 2 inmates to kill the 3 men he had tried to blame for the murders. One of the murders was due to be staged as a copycat to mislead the police into thinking the real murderer was still out there. But it didn't stop there. He had allegedly tried to have 2 investigators, Pat Postiglione and Lee Freeman, murdered. Postiglione would later remark that in his career spanning more than 3 decades, he had never known of someone trying to have him murdered. He said, "When you are putting people away in prison, potentially for the rest of their lives, I guess you could possibly become a target for those reasons, so we take it very serious." In 2010, he went on trial for these offenses. The court heard from the 2 inmates he had tried to pay to commit the murders. One of them was imprisoned for explosives charges and was asked by prosecutor Rachel Sobrero, "What were his words to the best of your recollection?" He replied, "How much C4 would it take to blow up a trailer?" They also heard from the other inmates who were serving 10 years on burglary charges. He was belligerent about those 2 officers. He wanted those 2 officers dead. That's point blank what he said. At around 2:30 p.m., the jury retired to deliberate, and less than 4 hours later, they had reached a verdict. He was found not guilty of the allegations relating to wanting to have the 2 officers killed. When it came to the plot to have the 3 other men killed, he was convicted. Davidson County Criminal Court Judge Steve Dozier sentenced him to 30 years in prison, 10 years for each count that would be served consecutively. He was also charged with the murder of Samantha Winters. On the August 2, 2007, Mendenhall waived his right to a preliminary hearing, and a few weeks later, on 17th, Bruce Mendenhall was indicted by a Wilson County grand jury for the murder of Samantha Winters. Prior to standing trial in this case, Mendenhall filed an appeal against his conviction for the murder of Sarah Hulbert. He argued that his legal counsel had been ineffective. He said there were 7 possible suspects and that his lawyers could have shown evidence to demonstrate this. However, it was noted that he had failed to give said list to the court. His appeal also said he wanted further DNA testing to be carried out. The Tennessee Criminal Court of Appeals rejected this. Since his appeal had been rejected, the trial for Samantha's case could now go forward. His lawyer said, "If you look at the crime in Lebanon and at the truck stop murders, it's really not the sign of a serial killer. They got a lot of blood evidence. They've got pages of blood evidence. But none of it is from Samantha Winters. It's from Sarah Hulbert. But the prosecution fired back saying, "I don't care what kind of person Samantha Winters was, what kind of life she led. She didn't deserve this." When all the evidence had been presented, the jury would deliberate for less than 2 hours before they returned a verdict of guilty for abuse of a corpse and first-degree murder. He again was sentenced to life in prison. In 2008, it was reported he had been linked to yet another killing. 28-year-old Letitia Yvonne Milliken had gone missing from Nashville. She was living in a makeshift camp off of Hermitage Avenue amongst other homeless people. She had also been a sex worker. Post Leone had worked with her family to try and find her. Her family hadn't heard from her for the last couple of months. And on the June 26, 2007, a missing persons report was filed, the same day Sarah Hulbert's body had been found. The police had been given an item that contained Letitia's DNA to compare with some of the blood found in Mendenhall's truck. Came back as a match. Karma Pupura was a 32-year-old mother to 2 children and was known to visit truck stops regularly. She had last been seen in the south side of Indianapolis, Interstate 465, at a Flying J truck stop. Sergeant Matt Mount of the MPD said, "They've taken DNA from both parents to try and match with the DNA from the blood on the clothing that was found inside the truck down in Tennessee. The DNA tests came back as a match." The police also found the clothes she had been wearing that day, her phone, and her bank card. On April 10, 2008, Mendenhall was charged with the murder of Karma Pupura, even though her body hadn't been found. Helen Marshall, the deputy prosecutor for Marion County, said, "It definitely makes it much more difficult to proceed. We are working very hard to be able to file the case against him here." August 15, 2011. At the 8-mile marker of the Lewis B. Nunn Parkway in Kentucky, human remains were found. The medical examiner's office used DNA to identify the person. It came back as being the remains of Karma Pupura. In Birmingham, Alabama, Mendenhall was charged with the murder of Lucille Carter, known as Gretna. She had been found in a bin. A bag was covering her head and face, and there was tape wrapped around her neck. She had also been left naked, and like the other women, she had died from a bullet fired from a .22 caliber gun. Indianapolis Deputy Police Chief Scott Robinette said, "It would not be too far of a stretch to say there's probably women who are missing and may have been subject to his hands. Yet we have not found those victims. The brutal and depraved crimes of Bruce Mendenhall have left families and communities in tatters. His crimes are impossible to comprehend with no motive, and the full extent of them may never be fully known. Many are holding on to the hope that they will one day have the answers they desperately need and that their loved ones will see justice be served." Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Michaela Bali was 16 when she went missing. Known for her shy and introverted nature, Michaela appeared troubled the night before her disappearance. She had asked a friend for a ride to the bank the next morning and expressed her frustration about a boy to another friend. She seemed to be a very lonely teenager. Although she had friends she went to school with, none of them seemed to really know what she did outside of school. Her friends knew she talked to people online but didn't know any details about who she was talking to or if she was meeting people in person that she met online. Her mother said nothing was out of the ordinary that morning. They both got up, got ready for work together, and she was dropped off at the Sacred Heart High School by her grandmother around 8 a.m. Michaela checked into the school's Wi-Fi at 8 o'clock and 8 seconds a.m. She was seen by the school's surveillance system to have left the property by 8:26 a.m. after putting her school things from her bag into her locker. Her ex-boyfriend sent her a text message asking her why she wasn't in her first class, and Michaela said was on the other side of town. Upon leaving school, she walked to the nearest TD Bank. She arrived before it had opened, and she is seen waiting at the front. When it opened, she withdrew $55 from her account and headed to a pawn shop to try and sell a silver ring. The pawn shop owner recalled Michaela and said the ring had very little value and he didn't buy it from her. He also noted that she was quiet and didn't seem in distress. From the pawn shop, she headed south. Around 9 a.m., she entered a Tim Hortons restaurant and sat there while on her phone. She was likely there to use the Wi-Fi. She sat there for 13 minutes, continually glancing at the entrance behind her. She leaves the restaurant and surveillance captures her walking around the various stores, walking through parking lots. And at one point, she had her phone to her ear and is talking into the phone. Phone records showed no evidence of a call being made at the time. So it was likely she was using a third-party app like the FaceTime call feature, as she had no cell phone records matching a call at that time. When I was a teenager, I relied heavily on apps like Facebook, Skype, WhatsApp to communicate, as I rarely had enough minutes on my phone to make calls. I remember frequently going to places like Tim Hortons or Starbucks just to use our Wi-Fi to message friends. She re-entered the same Tim Hortons restaurant at 9:55 a.m. She messaged a friend, "Hey, I need your help." But 20 minutes later, right before she left the restaurant, she messaged back saying, "Never mind. I figured it out." The friend didn't get either message until later that evening because she'd left her phone at home accidentally. While in the restaurant, Michaela asked a stranger to help her book a hotel room. The woman refused, not really giving Michaela much thought. Michaela had previously mentioned to friends that she wanted to go on a vacation to Regina, Saskatchewan. Other friends her mentioned Moose Jaw, Prince Albert, or Saskatoon, all larger cities nearest to the small community she lived in. Her friends said that Michaela would often talk about leaving town to get away to a big city, but they didn't pay much attention to her most recent ideas as they assumed she was just dreaming. Michaela's friends said that she often made friends online using social media platforms like Instagram, Snapchat, and Facebook. In the days prior to her disappearance, she had mentioned a friend was coming to meet her. All they knew about this person was that his name was Christopher. Michaela goes back to her school around noon, but is only there briefly. 12:03 p.m., she was seen on the school's surveillance system leaving the school, and when she rounds the corner, that was the last time she was captured on CCTV cameras. Her cell phone was either turned off, or the battery died at 7 a.m. the next day. Since no cameras saw which direction she was walking in, it is assumed that she was picked up by someone. Michaela's grandmother arrived at the school at the end of the day to take Michaela to a violin lesson. And when she didn't come out of the school, Michaela's mother was called. Her mom immediately checked the slush fund she always kept in the house for emergencies. Michaela knew about this, and it was like a jar of money that was kept in the house. Her mom said it was completely untouched. Michaela also didn't take many belongings with her. Nothing really noticeable was taken, and the backpack she is seen carrying could only fit clothing for a couple days. In the months following her disappearance, some of the people she communicated with online were tracked down, but none of them were in the area at the time of her disappearance. Her mother, Paula Bali, remains hopeful that Michaela will one day be found. She doesn't believe her daughter had meant to leave for an extended amount of time and thinks she may have fallen victim to a human trafficking operation. If you have any information about Michaela Bali, please contact the Canadian RCMP. The family is offering a $25,000 reward for her safe return. September 14th, 2007 seemed like any other day. The Gosden family was going through their usual morning routine in their Doncaster, South Yorkshire home. Glenys Gosden noted that her son, Andrew, had a difficult time waking up and seemed irritable. It wasn't initially thought of as anything more than typical teenager issues, but it was unusual for Andrew, as he was usually an early riser. The family consisted of Glenys and Kevin, who were the parents of 14-year-old Andrew and 16-year-old Charlotte. Andrew left the house at his usual time at 8:0:5 in his school uniform and headed in the direction of his bus stop. Andrew was only 8 days into the school year, and his parents were surprised to learn that in the days following his disappearance, he had stopped taking the school bus and was walking the 6.4 kilometers home instead. Andrew was small for his age. Although he was 14, he looked much younger than he was. He wore a strong prescription of glasses. He was deaf in one ear and was described as quiet and shy. Andrew also had a unique double ridge on the inside of his right ear. Andrew was highly intelligent. He was in the Young Gifted and Talented program designed for the top 5% of students. Andrew didn't seem to really enjoy school. He felt it didn't challenge him. In the summer of 2006, he had attended a 2-week program at Lancaster University, and his parents noted that he was very excited to attend the program. He had a small group of friends at school, but his parents said that he didn't socialize outside of class. He would spend most of his time in his room listening to music, reading, and playing video games. His parents said they didn't notice any signs of depression or bullying, but Andrew spoke very little about school. That morning, although he headed in the direction of his bus stop, he didn't get on in. He went to a cash machine and withdrew £200 from his bank account and waited in the park until his parents and sister left the house to go to work. Andrew returned home and changed out of his school uniform. It was found later in the washing machine. He put on a black Slipknot t-shirt, black jeans, and packs his favorite book bag. He took with him his wallet, house keys, and a PSP, a portable PlayStation device. It was noted that he didn't take the £100 in cash that he had from his birthday in his room. The charge refers PSP, his passport, or coat. By 8:30 a.m., Andrew left home. He was captured on a neighbor's CCTV footage headed down Littlemore Lane, back towards the park. He walked to the train station and bought a one-way ticket to London. The ticket seller remembered Andrew and noted that she had tried to sell him a round ticket, but he insisted on one way. It would only have been an extra £1 to get the round-trip ticket. Andrew boarded the train at 9:35 a.m. A woman who sat next to him on the train said she remembers him as being quiet and fully engrossed in playing a game on his PSP. Andrew arrived in London at 11:20 a.m., and CCTV captures footage of him leaving the King's Cross train station at 11:25. This was the last confirmed sighting of Andrew. The Gosden family didn't notice Andrew was missing at first. The school had attempted to notify his parents, but they called the wrong number to inform his parents that Andrew hadn't been at school that day. The Gosden family sat down for supper and assumed Andrew was in his room playing video games. When they finally noticed he wasn't there, his mother started calling his friends to locate him, and this was when she found out he hadn't been to school that day. It was around 7 p.m. when the police were called to report Andrew missing. They initially thought he had suffered an accident or worse, was abducted. As his parents didn't believe he would have any reason to run away, an extensive search was undertaken of the area, and it took police 3 days to learn Andrew took a train to London, putting their searches in the wrong area. It was the person who had sold him the ticket that had called the tip line, and it took police 3 more weeks to find the CCTV footage of him leaving the train station. Andrew didn't have social media, and it was unlikely he went to London to meet someone. The only computer in the house that could connect to Wi-Fi was his sister's laptop, which Andrew didn't have access to. The computers at Andrew's school and the computers at the local library were also checked, but nothing related to Andrew was found. His PSP and his other video game console were also checked, and it doesn't appear that he had ever used the device features that he would have needed to talk to people. His sister said that Andrew had very little interest in connecting with people online. She said he just didn't seem social. The reason why Andrew wanted to go to London may have been to attend a concert. 30 Seconds to Mars was playing the day he disappeared, and there was also a local metal band that was playing a farewell show. The farewell show would be the last of the band's original vocalist, and the band had previously opened for larger bands like Slipknot. Andrew loved metal music, but Andrew's parents were unsure if he was a fan of either band. Both bands appealed to their fans to submit any photos taken from the concert to have police scan them for evidence of Andrew. Andrew's father also said that Andrew's favorite TV program was The Fall and Rise of Reginald Perron, a story where the main character fakes his death and starts a new life. Andrew, however, didn't take enough belongings to take an extended journey. He didn't take clothing, a jacket, his chargers, or the remaining cash he had available. Throughout the years, there have been dozens of tips called in to police, but nothing has led to the discovery of Andrew. In 2008, a year after his disappearance, a man went into the Leominster police station and used the intercom system to report a sighting of Andrew. The intercom system was used to replace staff reception, and by the time an officer arrived, the man had left. The police made a public appeal for the man to come forward. A man later wrote to the BBC claiming to be the man with details of a possible sighting in Shrewsbury. It wasn't confirmed that the man was the same, nor was Andrew found in Shrewsbury. Renewed hopes of finding Andrew came in 2018. The Gosden family revealed that someone had sent them an online conversation with an individual and an unknown person with the username Andy Rue. Andy Rue claimed that their boyfriend left them and that they needed £200 to cover rent. The person offered to send him money, but the user said that they didn't have a bank account as they had left home when they were 14. Rue is a nickname that was given to Andrew as a child. Gostin would be 27 now. He has been missing for over 13 years. His parents are desperate for his return, and should he or anyone who knows him sees this, they ask that he reaches out and lets him know that he's okay. Andrew is loved unconditionally and would be very welcomed home. Another gifted student went missing 10 months after Gostin, 16-year-old Alexander Slowly. There isn't a lot of information on his case. He disappeared from London, UK, failing to return home from a friend's house. Alexander had little money, no extra clothing, or a passport. He did have a cell phone, but it lost connection the day he went missing. Investigators believe the cases may have a link, but they aren't sure what that connection is. Alexander was last reported to have been around the King's Cross station, the same area where Andrew disappeared. On May 14, 2008, in Marshall, Minnesota, 19-year-old Brandon Swanson was leaving his college following the end of the spring semester. It was just after midnight when he left the Minnesota West Community and Technical College campus. At 2 a.m., he called his parents on his cell phone, and he told them he'd crashed his car into a ditch and couldn't get it out. He said he was uninjured and was able to get out and was standing on the side of the road. He asked his parents if could get picked up, and he told them he was located near Lloyd. He opted not to walk along the highway and instead was walking along a gravel dirt road. His parents set out, however. They were unable to find him or the vehicle. Brandon remained on the phone with them as they searched. Brandon said that he would flash his car lights, and his parents did the same on their vehicle, but neither saw flashing light. Eventually, Brandon decides to leave his car and starts walking towards what he thinks is Lind. He told his dad to meet him at the parking lot of a local bar. His parents were driving to the bar that Brandon marked to go, hoping they would find Brandon walking along the road on the way. 47 minutes into the call, Brandon's parents heard him yell, "Oh shit," and after that the call was disconnected. His parents called his phone over and over, and it continued to ring until the following day. Presumably, the battery died. Brandon's phone was never found. His parents continued searching, but were unable to find him. At 6 in the morning, they called police to report him missing, but police told him they needed to wait to see if he would turn up. Because Brandon was 19, there wasn't any sense of urgency. They did pull his cell phone records, and the last location ping put him near Porter, 25 miles from where Brandon said he was. Following this, his car was located ditched near Taunton. From where Brandon said he was and from where his vehicle was found, it was in a completely opposite direction. It is unclear how he seemed to mix these two locations up. At the parties he attended that night, friends said that he was having alcoholic beverages, but they felt he hadn't drank that much and he wasn't visibly intoxicated. His parents also stated that he didn't sound intoxicated or confused on the phone. His vehicle had no damage. It was just tipped at an angle that would require a tow to get him out. The grass and gravel along the road inhibited the police's ability to determine what direction the vehicle had come from. Police and volunteers searched for Brandon by ground, horseback, and by air. All-terrain vehicles were used to search the surrounding area, and sniffer dogs were deployed. Brandon had told his parents that when he was walking, he could see fences and he could hear rushing water nearby. He was walking along the Yellow Medicine River. The prevailing theory is that Brandon slipped and fell into the river. However, extensive searches never revealed a body. Another theory is that Brandon fell into the water, but was able to get out and walk, and then succumbed to hypothermia. Brandon's parents continued to leave their porch light on for him, hopeful that one day he will come home. In 2009, they spearheaded legislation that was signed into law. Brandon's law now requires police to make a report whenever a person of any age is reported missing, and an investigation must start immediately. Avenel Cowgill, a 79-year-old Texas native, had spent most of her life in East Dallas. She had resided on Ellwood Drive for 50 years and had been living alone since her husband Jim passed away in 2009. Avenel had 2 daughters, Patty and Janet, who lived out of town, and she was also a devoted great-grandmother. She kept herself active through volunteering, donating to charity, and assisting at her church, which was a great passion of hers. Her fellow church members described her as exceptionally kind, someone who would give you the shirt off her back and did everything possible to help anyone in need. The church had become a second family for her, and the bond they all shared was very close. She was a fantastic cook and became well known for her baking, specifically her cookies, and she would often bring them in big batches for everyone to enjoy. She spent March 7th volunteering at her church, nothing out of the ordinary, mainly answering the phone in the office, as well as putting together some flyers. She left at 3:30 p.m. and made a stop at a local store before heading home. Her daughter said her usual evening routine was relaxing in front of the TV and working on her crochet. Charity was never far from her mind, and she would often spend her evenings making hats that she would donate to the homeless. March 9th was a cold and rainy day. Janet hadn't heard from her mother at all and phoned her to remind her to put the clocks forward an hour that night. Avenel and her daughter spoke every day, but this time the usual impromptu response from her never came. Perhaps she had just stayed out later at the church, her daughter thought. Later that night, however, Janet got a call of her sister. Patty was hoping Janet had heard from their mom, as Patty hadn't heard anything for 2 days. A feeling of panic set in straight away, and they called authorities and requested a welfare check. Officers arrived at Avenor's home at around 11 p.m. They knocked on the door several times, but they too were met with silence. A stack of newspapers was sat on the front porch, and after a walk around the building, they noticed the back door was wide open. The lights and television were still on, and her knitting materials were next to her armchair. The officers turned off the television and called out her name. As they walked into the kitchen and dining area, they found her face down in a pool of blood on the floor. She had been beaten and had severe blunt force trauma. It was clear that she had been dead for a few days. Her purse, ID, along with some of her jewelry and coin collection were missing. Her kitchen bin had been emptied, and there was a wooden stool near her body which had blood on it. There were no signs of a forced entry indicating she could have known the person or people and let them in without any concern. And after the attack happened, they ran out the back door. But being 79 years old, 5'3" and very petite, it was also entirely possible that she had opened the door before being completely overpowered. Homicide Detective Scott Sayers was handed the case and arrived there just after midnight. Janet was still holding out hope and ringing her mother's phone, praying she would suddenly pick up and have some simple explanation. Detective Sayers answered the phone and broke the awful news. 2 rewards totaling $15,000 were offered up, and police started going door to door. Her family could think of no one who would have wanted to hurt her. She held no grudges and was well loved and respected in her community. None of her neighbors recalled seeing or hearing anything. This then made the police think that whoever her killer was most likely got in via the back door. Fortunately, her house phone had several voicemails from her bank. The fraud department had called her a day after police believed she had been killed. Attempts had been made on her credit cards that had flagged up straight away. An attempt to withdraw money had been made at an ATM at 11 p.m. the day she was last seen alive. The footage from the ATM was grainy and blurred, but it confirmed it was most definitely not Avenel using her own cards and further supported their thoughts that she had been killed on 7th. A few hours later, just after 2:30 a.m., a successful purchase had been made at a Walmart on Forest Lane, just a 10-minute drive from her home. Fortunately, Walmart was full of cameras and opened 247, so officers were quickly able to take a look at the footage. The camera showed what looked like the same man that had been at the ATM, and he can be seen pushing a shopping cart around the aisles. He then heads to the tills and attempts to make a purchase. The card is declined and he walks away. A few minutes later, however, he returns and walks back into the electronics aisle where he picks up an iPad. He swipes one of Avenel's cards, and this time it's successful. After this, he calmly leaves the store. At 5 a.m., Avenel's credit cards had another attempt made on them at a different Walmart around 20 miles away. Although the man had changed his clothes, it was definitely the same person. He walks to the till and attempts to purchase a laptop and an Xbox 360. The card declines several times before he gives up and leaves empty-handed. He puts his hood up before walking through the parking area towards a Whataburger restaurant 5 minutes away. While he was walking over, A silver-colored car was sat outside the restaurant. Another man gets out of the car and goes into the Whataburger. He collects his order and heads back out to the car before driving away. The man from Walmart then enters the restaurant's car park. He paces around for a while before the same silver car pulls up. He gets inside and they drive off. Although the license plate of the car could not be made out, the men weren't being discreet and were leaving a clear digital footprint for the police to follow. Sayers and his team were closing in, and they announced to the media it wouldn't be long before these men were caught. They just needed that little bit more. On March 15th, Avenel was laid to rest. Her daughter said it was standing room only because so many people wanted to be there and say their goodbyes. Family and friends said although it was a beautiful day remembering her, it was overshadowed by the anger, frustration, and fear people felt. Authorities released the CCTV, and the footage quickly started flooding the media. As the public started trying to help identify the two men, Detective Sayers was focusing on the iPad and sent a search warrant to Apple. They had a serial number and model, and hoped Apple would be able to determine if the iPad had connected to Wi-Fi. From this, they obtained 3 addresses, one of which was a resale store called Entertain Mart. In order to process any sales, the store requests ID. Fortunately for Sayers and his team, Entertain Mart had taken the iPad, and finally, a name could be put to the face. It was 28-year-old Daniel Brooks, a known heroin user who had had run-ins with the law before. Daniel had just been arrested in the city of Richardson, just several miles away from the scene of the crime in Elliewood Drive. He, along with a man named David Heron, had been arrested for attempting to steal an elderly lady's purse. David Heron fit the description of the man ordering the food and driving away with Daniel. David and Daniel had gone to school together. David had graduated from university with a degree in creative writing before going through several stints in treatment centers for his heroin dependency. Daniel soon lost his job as a veterinary assistant and started using heroin too. He would fall deeper into his addiction, later losing his apartment, and began living with David in David's car. The two men were still being held in Richardson, and Sayers and his team headed over to bring them back for questioning. In a parking spot outside, police found the car, and it was evident that the men had been living in it for some time. Detective Sayers was in charge of the interviews and started with David. He said he thought David would be easier to break and get the truth from. During his first interview, David admitted to letting Daniel borrow his car with the intention of robbing someone's house to get money to buy heroin. Daniel thought this was the easiest way to get money, but David was reluctant, having lost his mother when she was strangled during a home invasion. He said he was also worried someone might be at home. It was mid to late afternoon at the time and still very light outside. Daniel decided to go through with it alone and said he would meet David once he had got what he needed. He took David's car and left him at a nearby Walgreens for about an hour. When Daniel returned, David said he noticed items in the car that were not there before. He also recalled that Daniel was no longer wearing the same clothes. Daniel appeared visibly upset and agitated, dry heaving and then throwing up. Although Daniel told him the house he robbed was empty, David said his demeanor wasn't matching up with that, and it was clear something terrible had happened. Detective Sayers then moved on to Daniel. In Daniel's interview, he admitted to using her credit cards, but said he had been given them by a dealer called Justin. He denied killing her and said he hadn't been in her house at any point. After this, he asked for a lawyer, and the interview was terminated. There was no DNA of either of the men found in Avenor's home, or on any of the clothes they'd seized so far, and Detective Sayers was starting to fear they might not get enough to issue a capital murder charge. But a week later, on March 28th, David's second interview got underway, and in the presence of a lawyer, he gave a new and very different story. He said Daniel had admitted to talking his way into Avenor's home by telling her he had lost his dog and needed help. Once inside, Daniel said he had started threatening her before stealing her things. David said he had asked Daniel if anything had gone wrong while he was in the house, but Daniel said all he'd done was scare her. Daniel proceeded to change out of his boots into a pair of white tennis shoes. David remembered seeing something that looked like blood on the boots, but he didn't ask any questions. Police hadn't yet checked these boots, but they happened to be the boots Daniel was wearing when he was booked into custody. They hoped that David was right, and this would definitely put Daniel inside Avenel's home. David said after this, they made the trips to Walmart and slept in the car for a few hours before going to Entertain Mart, where Daniel got $440 for the iPad. They then drove to a pawn shop in Oak Cliff to get some money for Avenel's jewelry, antique coins, her purse, and some silverware. Daniel changed his clothes again before he entered, something which the cameras inside the shop confirmed. He pawned the stolen coins for $40 before they arranged to meet a dealer called Cassie and bought a large amount of heroin. They used the rest of the cash to pay for a motel in Oklahoma City. That night, David wrote in his diary, "No coming back. In the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma, from around the bend, the train is coming while my feet rest securely on the tracks. A sinking ship with no captain. This is ultimate sin." A day later, all the heroin was gone, and they returned to Dallas because they didn't know any drug dealers in Oklahoma City. Every bit of David's story was checking out and was backed up by the CCTV. And fortunately for the investigating officers, the test results were now back from Daniel's boots. They were positive for Avenor's blood. After David's car had been towed and examined, her driver's license was discovered inside. The charge against David was soon dropped due to insufficient evidence, and he was charged with burglary instead. David entered a plea of guilty and was sentenced to 5 years behind bars. Daniel Brooks entered a plea of not guilty and a trial got underway. His defense team argued that Daniel's intention was to rob the house in question, but when he went in, he found her already dead inside. The defense also said that the blood on the boots was a transfer stain and had come from walking around her body and brushing against it, not from attacking her. His lawyer laid the blame firmly on David, saying he was the creator, the writer, the director, and the main actor in this travesty. Unfortunately for the police, prosecution, and family, too many jury members had doubts. On June 11, 2014, after a 5-day trial, the jury was in a deadlock, resulting in a mistrial. Prosecutors would not take this lying down, however, and found an expert specialized in blood spatter analysis. His experience and knowledge confirmed that the blood was not a transfer stain. The blood was in motion at the time it hit his boot, pointing to him being her killer. Daniel was re-indicted and again entered a plea of not guilty. This time, thanks to the hard work of the prosecutors and their new blood splatter evidence, he was found guilty of capital murder. In Texas, capital murder is punished with either a life sentence without parole or the death penalty. Daniel was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole. Daniel's legal team filed a motion for a new trial, which was overruled. In 2017, they then filed a challenge to the overruling, saying there were issues with the evidence and how it had been presented in court. The true crime TV show The First 48 covers the case as it was happening as part of an episode. Daniel's lawyer argued that the episode didn't present anything fairly, and this could have impacted the trial if anyone had watched it. But this was also overruled and the judgment was affirmed. After Avenor's passing, Janet said her last box of cookies was still in the church. No one wanted to eat the last one. Janet said she talks to her mother all the time, telling her about her day and asking for her advice. "I sometimes just need her to be there, to talk me through it all and give me a hug," she said. Avenel Cowgirl's pastor said she will always be remembered as someone that cared deeply for others and would have done anything for anyone. Helen was the third of 6 children born to Theo and Vulla Karapidis. The large family lived in Marrickville, a suburb just outside of Sydney, Australia. In the months leading up to Helen's disappearance, Theo and Vulla had separated, with Vulla being awarded full custody of the children. On December 22, 1988, the children were playing at a nearby playground. 10-year-old Helen spent most of the afternoon playing with a large group of neighborhood kids and her siblings. Beulah called her children in for supper around 5:30 p.m. Their home was close enough to the playground that the children could easily hear their mother calling them to come in. 5 of the 6 children returned, but there wasn't an immediate cause for concern. It was initially assumed that Helen had gone for supper at a neighbor's house and forgot to tell anyone. Although, when the sun went down and Helen hadn't returned, the family began searching for her. They began knocking on all of their neighbors' doors, and when they discovered Helen hadn't gone over to a friend's house, the police were called. Her siblings were confident that Helen had been with them as late as 5 p.m. No one remembered seeing anyone suspicious or out of the ordinary in the area, and it just seemed as if Helen had walked away from the group. The initial suspect was her father, Theo. At the time of his daughter's disappearance, Theo had been abusing alcohol and was known to be violent. It was also theorized that Helen had run away because of her father's abuse, but the family feels that this is unlikely as it was very unlike Helen to run away. She was very close to her older sister, Maria, and it didn't seem likely that she would run away without her. Investigators eventually concluded that Helen had been abducted, though there was no evidence to go on. There is still a $50,000 reward for any information on Helen. She would be 42 today. In Victoria, British Columbia, Canada, 4-year-old Michael Dunahee was at a park with his parents. His mom was playing touch football with a local league, and his dad was spectating. Michael asked his mother, Crystal, if he could go to the playground. She said he could, but he was to wait for his dad to come. She remembered watching him walk through the crowd for a few minutes. Michael was wearing a blue hooded jacket, a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle t-shirt, rugby pants, and blue sneakers. His father went to meet Michael at the playground, but he couldn't find the 4-year-old. Michael's dad swiftly alerted those at the park, and a massive search began within minutes of Michael's disappearance. Around 50 people were in the neighborhood calling his name and knocking on doors. Police were also quickly alerted, and it was concluded that Michael hadn't simply wandered off. His disappearance sparked one of the most extensive police investigations in Canadian history. Over 11,000 tips had been received, and police had eyewitnesses say they saw an older man in his 40s or 50s near the park with a van, but the officers were never able to track down that man or the vehicle. The abductor would have only had about 5 minutes to snatch Michael and drive away. Michael would be 34 today, and there's still a $100,000 reward for any information on Michael. His family is still hopeful that someone will recognize him from his age progression photos. In Sturgis, Michigan, 6-year-old Brittany Ann Beers was playing outside. At 7:30 p.m., she was riding her bike, and at 8:30 p.m., her mother left to run errands. Brittany's half-brother was supposed to be watching her, and he said he saw her sitting on a park bench about 5 minutes after their mother left. A witness who lived in the area told investigators he saw Brittany talking to an unidentified man in a red or brown mid-size vehicle. Brittany then walked over to this witness and told him that she had made a new friend. She continued to play outside, and the witness left the area. This would be the last confirmed sighting of Brittany. Brittany's mother returned at around 9 p.m. and asked her son where Brittany was. They began searching, and shortly after 9, the authorities were called. Police located Brittany's bike that had been dumped near the area she had last been seen in. Sketches of the man Brittany had been talking to were also distributed. He was described man and described him as a person of interest that they wished to question. Brittany was said by neighbors to be frequently neglected, and people assumed she was often abused. Brittany was last seen wearing a white tank top with floral design, pink tie-dyed shorts, and white sneakers. She was missing 4 upper baby teeth at the time of her disappearance. A year following Brittany's disappearance, an older brother and younger sister were removed from their home following abuse and neglect allegations. Her father, Raymond Beers, Uncle James Beers, and the father of one of her half-brothers, Kevin Folsom, were all accused of abusing the children, including Brittany. Folsom was arrested and charged for sexually abusing a minor, but was released in 2008. In 2000, her case had sparked media attention again when a man was arrested for child pornography possession, and in some of the photos, there was a girl who resembled Brittany. It was later determined to be a girl from Texas who testified against her abusive parents and had them jailed. A woman who was a neighbor of Brittany said that she'd hoped that someone had discovered the abuse Brittany was experiencing and took her to give her a better life. Brittany would be 29 today. In Pine City, Minnesota, Aaron Mitchell Anderson was a year old when he played in the backyard of his family's home. His mother had left him alone for a few moments, and when she came out, Aaron had vanished. The property bordered the Snake River and was next to a large embankment that led to the river. The police had assumed he had fallen in and drowned even though his body was never recovered, and the police dogs couldn't catch a scent anywhere near the river. The police themselves admitted to only exploring the drowning theory and ignored up to 20 other leads in the disappearance. An extensive search of the area was done several days after his disappearance, but Aaron was only a year old and couldn't have gotten far. Both of his parents firmly believe he was abducted. Aaron has a white birthmark on his lower abdomen and had an enlarged head as a child. He was last seen in a yellow and red sweatshirt with a puffy dinosaur on the front, light gray corduroy pants, a gray ski jacket, a white knit hat with green snowflakes and green ear flaps, brown plastic boots with nylon tops and liners, and gray socks. Aaron would be 33 years old today. Tullahoma, Tennessee, located just over an hour south of Nashville, is described by its residents as quaint and quiet. The community is close-knit, with most people knowing each other. In 2012, 24-year-old Erica Megan Sharpton, known as Megan, lived there. She was part of a large family that had moved around before eventually settling in Tullahoma. She was a hard worker, very goal-oriented, and her best friend said she was really funny, outgoing, and always pushed herself in every way. Megan was just 2 months away from graduating and had a promising career in the nursing field ahead of her. She was always busy but thrived in that environment, enjoying her part-time jobs waiting tables at a local steakhouse, as well as another at a nursing home. She was living with her partner of 3 years, Chris, and everyone said she had everything going for her in so many ways. On July 1st, Megan had made plans to go to her mother's house to see her sister, who was visiting from out of town. But soon after making dinner plans, Megan called her mother Kelly and explained that a last-minute job interview had come up and she would have to reschedule. Megan was excited and said she would even be getting an upfront payment straight away if she was lucky enough to get the job. A hard-working person always looking to progress, her family were just as excited. They wished her luck and agreed to catch up with her later. But hours would pass and neither her family, friends, or her partner, Chris, had heard anything about the interview. Megan was completely silent and wasn't answering her phone. Before long, it was past midnight and into the next day, and people were starting to worry. Whether the interview had gone well or not, they were hoping for her to tell them something. July 2nd, 2012, 1:20 a.m. It had been a very hot and dry day, and in the early morning hours, a couple of teenagers driving down a Wolt road happened upon a fire in amidst the trees. It was a very secluded and unfrequented area. The nearest building was a church about half a mile away, and the nearest home was way across the bridge. This wasn't a road you would have any reason to stop on. It was more just a place to pass through. The teens called emergency services thinking a forest fire had broken out, and they were worried it would spread. Authorities got there not long after and quickly started combating the fire, which had spread quite a distance. Perhaps it was a campfire that had been left unattended or a discarded cigarette, the first responders thought. But they didn't have to get very close to realize it was far from that. The fire had been set to try and burn a body, the body of Megan Sharpton. There was no car nearby and no one else was around. Megan had no ID, no keys, no purse, and no phone on her or anywhere near her. She was naked from the waist down, and the location and position of the fire confirmed that she was already dead before she was set on fire. One of the officers commented on how severe the blunt force trauma to her head was, as they could see how dented her skull was. Along with no identification, there had been no people recently reported missing they could look towards for an answer. But her distinctive t-shirt indicated she was a medical student, and she had several tattoos, so police were able to put somewhat of a description out. Word traveled fast, and after seeing a Facebook post about a girl with star tattoos being found, Kelly had called in. Megan had star tattoos on her ankle representing her siblings, as well as one on her neck, and from these alone, Kelly knew straight away it was her daughter. It was brutal, shocking, and the community was left incredibly frightened as a result. Had she been killed on the way home from the interview? Had she even made it to the interview in the first place? Was the interviewer her killer, or was it a totally unrelated attack? Police started with the people closest to her, one of which was her partner, Chris, and her family admitted they did briefly question him too. The couple had been on and off for a while, and her sister had said her first thought was that he had been involved, describing the couple as oil and water, and most definitely having their ups and downs. Chris told investigators the last time he had tried to call her, she didn't answer. When she didn't come back to the apartment that night, he just assumed she had slept at her mother's. A search of the apartment found blood in the bathroom along with some needles, and this was enough to pull both Chris and his roommate Robbie in for more questions. As they were interviewing the pair, Megan's 1995 red Ford Mustang was located. Inside her car was a handwritten note with an address and some directions on it. 850 Shelfer Road. There was no blood found inside her car, and apart from the notes, there was nothing of evidentiary value in there. But the address did not exist, and police determined it was likely used to lure Megan away. Back at the station, Robbie admitted that the drug paraphernalia was his, but said it was something he was battling alone and neither Chris nor Megan knew he used. Robbie did admit to investigators that he and Megan had been having a secret relationship. This made police wonder, had Chris found out and killed her in a fit of rage? But Chris didn't know anything about the pair and was visibly shocked to hear about it. He acknowledged the issues within the couple's relationship, but officers recalled he was incredibly upset, visibly shaking, and devastated to hear about her passing. This, along with a solid alibi from his workplace, ruled him out. Although Robbie couldn't provide an alibi, his phone activity showed he was texting Megan all night and into the early hours, worrying about where she was. Officers were also satisfied that he had played no part in her murder. Chris did give police something to work on, though. A random man had called one of Megan's phones on the day she was last seen. He was looking for someone to be a carer for his grandmother and that Naomi had recommended her. Megan was keen to get more hands-on experience in the field she was looking to go into, and this was the perfect opportunity. This was the mystery job she had been so excited to tell people about, but this was the first time they had heard a name linked to it. The only Naomi Chris knew of was someone who had studied with Megan in the previous year. Police set about following up on this lead, but while they were doing this, something else was brought to their attention. As well as the name Naomi, the high-profile disappearance of 20-year-old Holly Bobo just 6 months prior gave detectives more to consider. Holly Bobo had also been studying nursing and had gone missing in the county of Decatur, around 130 miles away from Tullahoma. Authorities couldn't help but wonder if there was a link between her and Megan, and the community noticed similarities between the pair as well. The media started running with the idea that this could be the work of a serial killer, further fueling the fear amongst everyone. By process of elimination, they managed to get an address for the only Naomi they thought it could have been and headed over to her house. She wasn't home, so officers got hold of her phone number from a neighbor. They were surprised to hear that Naomi didn't recommend her for the job. She didn't even like Megan. She said she barely knew her, and the extent of their relationship was that they had carpooled to their classes together a couple of times. When asked why her name would have been mentioned, she said she had no idea as she wouldn't have recommended her for anything. Naomi told police she couldn't help any further, and the officers left, confused and frustrated as this was the lead they were counting on. A short while later, Megan's autopsy results came back. The report revealed that she had been raped before being beaten and shot through her cheek. Although the blunt force trauma was so severe, her skull was almost shattered. It was the bullets that had killed her, and authorities felt strongly that she was likely beaten with the gun. Although the phone Megan took with her that night was never located, Chris was able to find the phone that had received the call about the job. Finally, they had access to the mysterious number. The call had come from an unregistered prepaid phone. 12 weeks after Megan had been found, investigators had something concrete. The number linked with the prepaid phone sent them to a store in Tullahoma, where the phone was purchased. The cameras inside the store gave them a description of the man buying the phone. At one point, he put his own phone on the counter, indicating he was clearly buying another phone that would be harder to trace for a specific reason. The cameras follow the man outside, and he gets into a red pickup truck. The man would soon be identified as Timothy Gifford, known as Timmy, a small-time drug dealer. And police were surprised that his name could be linked to something this big. When they tracked down the truck, his brother Paul was driving it. Paul said all he knew was that Timmy had bought it off a friend and given it to him. Timmy was tracked down. He was forthcoming and told police he had purchased the phone for a friend, coincidentally the same friend that had sold him the red truck. His friend's name was Donnie Frank Jones Jr., a name that was actually known to police. Donnie had a criminal record and would often act as a police informant. But the connection between Donnie and Megan was still unknown. Timmy said that Donnie had recently gone in for surgery and asked him to buy the phone for him as he couldn't. Donnie gave some of his painkillers to Timmy as payment. After this, Donnie texts Timmy, telling him he wanted to trade in his truck for a Mustang and asked if he could help. Timmy said he didn't understand why. Donnie had several young children and his truck was far more practical. Nonetheless, Timmy agreed to help with the truck and passed it on to his brother. Timmy said the carpet, as well as other bits of the interior, had been very recently replaced. Donnie said his wife had told him it would probably sell quicker if the inside was newer. Only then did police finally work out the connection. Donnie Jones was the husband of Naomi Jones, the woman whose name had been used in the phone call to Megan and the woman they had already spoken to weeks before. Police now had the link they needed and went back to the couple's home, this time with the hopes of searching it. Donnie denied knowing Megan, but suddenly changed his story and said he did remember giving her and his wife a lift to classes once or twice. Donnie said he was at home with his children on the night in question. He denied Timmy's claim about the phone and told detectives they could search his house and take a DNA swab. He said he had nothing to hide. They looked around the home for a while, but found nothing of any interest and left with just the DNA sample. While the results were pending, the nursing graduation ceremony Megan should have been a part of took place. Her 18 fellow students celebrated her life and paid tribute. Kelly accepted Megan's diploma on her behalf. The seat was made up where she would have been sat. The Combined DNA Index System, more commonly referred to as CODIS, is the central location for law enforcement to compare the DNA profiles of individuals who have been convicted of a certain class of crime. CODIS software enables states, local, and national law enforcement to compare DNA profiles electronically, thereby linking crimes to each other and identifying suspects by matching DNA profiles together. Through this and the DNA sample, they confirmed a match to the rape test kits performed on Megan. The DNA came back to Donnie. He was pulled in for questioning, but was still adamant they had the wrong person. He said they never dated and never had a sexual relationship. He was then confronted with the DNA evidence. He quickly changed his story. He said that he and Megan had had a consensual sexual affair, but for obvious reasons for keeping it quiet. Although police knew he was lying, they were unable to disprove this and had no choice but to let Donnie go home. Donnie had been accused of rape in the past, and he also had prior felony convictions for aggravated burglary, aggravated assault, and forgery, and was thus prohibited from possessing a firearm. When police caught wind that he owned guns, this allowed them to obtain a search warrant and place him under arrest. They hoped this would give them more time to look into his potential involvement in Megan's murder. For months after Megan was found, the last pieces of evidence were in that would help police tie Donnie to the crime. The coroner had already confirmed the type of bullet that had gone through Megan's cheek. It was a match for the rifle that belonged to Donnie. The GPS evidence also placed Donnie at the crime scenes. The burner phone that was used to contact Megan was moving alongside Donnie's phone at the time, definitively putting the two phones together in Donnie's car. It had pinged off of several locations. The first being where they suspected Megan had been abducted and attacked. The second where they believed she had been murdered. And the third where her body was found. The location she was believed to have been killed in was a farm owned by his family. It was here that they found a partially burned scarf that belonged to Megan. Donnie Frank Jones Jr. was indicted with 2 counts of aggravated kidnapping, 2 counts of aggravated rape, and first-degree murder. His bail was set at $500,000 and prosecutors began to prepare for a trial. The burner phone showed that several people had actually been called by Donnie, and they were all people that either cared for the elderly or worked in nursing in some respect. He had been phoning random people, essentially hunting for a victim. Donnie then remembered Megan from giving her a lift a year prior. He used his wife's phone to get her number and used Naomi's name to lure her into a false sense of security. He gave her the fake address and directions that led to a desolate area where he was waiting. Phone records confirmed that his wife Naomi was at work on the night of the crime, and police said she had nothing to do with Megan's murder. They also found no connection between Donnie and Holly Bobo, with separate arrests being made in her case later down the line. Although the charges against Donnie were eligible for the death penalty, prosecutors never publicly stated whether or not they planned to seek it. Donnie Jones Jr. entered a plea of not guilty, but as the death penalty was potentially on the table, it was later said he was keen to cut a deal with the authorities instead. The exchange would be a confession for the removal of the death penalty. In February 2013, 37-year-old Donnie Jones Jr. pleaded guilty to the first-degree murder of Megan Sharpton. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. However, he soon asked to withdraw this, stating that his attorney had convinced him to say it and his wife had been threatened. Circuit Court Judge Curtis Smith heard and granted a new motion. But the original judgment soon went back into effect, and he is still serving life without parole. Megan's sister Carrie said, "If Megan hadn't lost her life, I feel very confident that Donnie Jones would still be out trying to trick young women. Megan put him behind bars for life. She sacrificed her life to keep everybody else in our community safe." Kelly Sharpton, who had gone through such trauma losing her daughter in an unbearable way, often spoke of how the pain was all-consuming and relentless. Tragically, in November 2013, Kelly would take her own life. Officers working the case expressed the sadness they felt for Megan, stating her last few minutes of life was pure hell and panic and fear. A young woman with so much promise and so many plans, her life so cruelly snatched away. This, along with the devastating death of her mother, Kelly, deeply affected many people. A 7-foot-tall memorial was created to honor Megan and can be located where she was found that early morning. It is made up of 24 stars, one for each year of her life, and a nod to the tattoos that meant so much to her. Her sister said their family will be forever grateful to the community for their support and their dedication to helping them through it all. On April 28, 1997, in Cape Town, South Africa, Celeste's nurse delivered a healthy baby girl by cesarean section and was recuperating in the hospital. The baby was named Zephanie Nurse. As a first-time mother who was also quite young, Celeste had become accustomed to seeing various nurses coming in and out of her hospital room. It was 3 days after she'd given birth when she began to fall asleep. A nurse was in her room with her and was comforting her as she drifted off. She woke to a different nurse rousing her, urgently demanding to know where her baby was. She looked over at the cot beside her, which was empty. A frantic search of the hospital yielded the discovery of baby Zephania's baby nest, the swaddle she'd been in, a handbag, and a discarded pillow. Investigators concluded that the pillow had been used for someone to appear pregnant, as no one would look too closely at a pregnant woman in a maternity ward. During their investigation, they discovered other new moms who had strange and similar encounters with either a nurse or another expecting mother. One woman said that she had spoken to a nurse that matched Celeste's description. They had only had a brief conversation about motherhood, but the new mother thought that the woman was odd. Another said that she woke to a strange nurse she'd never seen before holding her newborn, and when she questioned her about it, the nurse said that the baby had been crying and she was comforting it. It seemed as though a woman had been hanging around the maternity ward for several days prior to Zephanie's abduction, either as a nurse or as a pregnant woman, and was waiting for a perfect opportunity. Celeste's husband wasn't at the hospital with her while she was recovering. It was also midday on a Wednesday, and family wouldn't be visiting until later on in the day. Baby Zephanie was never found. There had been many leads, and on more than one occasion, Celeste would be given hope by police that a child may have been found, but it was never Zephanie. One child had even been a boy, which was infuriating to the nurse family. Celeste and her husband, Mornay, went on to have 3 more children. Every year on April 28th, they would celebrate Stephanie's birthday by doing press, always trying to keep Stephanie in the public's consciousness. In 2014, the nurse's second daughter Cassidy headed off on her first day of high school. Cassidy immediately got bombarded by other classmates saying that she looked identical to another girl at the school. This girl was 4 years older and in her final year. Cassidy met and instantly made a strong connection with Misha Solomon. Misha would go on to say, "I almost felt like I knew her. It was so scary. I couldn't understand why I was feeling like this. The two grew very close and began spending a lot of time together. Even though there was a fairly large age gap, they seemed to have a lot in common. One day, the girls took a selfie together and showed their parents the strong likeliness the girls shared. Misha's family had been very dismissive about the photo, but Celeste and Mornay Nurse scrutinized the photo carefully. They requested Cassidy to ask Misha a question. When was Misha born? Misha told Cassidy that she'd been born on April 30th, 1997, the day Stephanie had been abducted. Nothing more was really set on the matter for several weeks until Michelle was pulled from class and asked to submit a DNA test. Michelle was told that there had been a newborn abducted in '97 named Stephanie Nurse. A social worker explained to Michelle that there was no record of her birth and there was evidence to suggest that she might be this baby. The DNA results concluded that Misha Solomon was the missing Stephanie Nurse. After Cassidy had told Marnie and Celeste Misha's birthday, Marnie had asked investigators to look into Misha's birth records where they discovered Misha Solomon had none. Misha was removed from the only home she had ever known. The woman she had known as her mother, Lavana Solomon, was arrested. The man she knew as her father, Michael Solomon, was also investigated. Lavana claimed she never stole Stephanie. She said that she had been receiving fertility treatments from a woman named Sylvia, and this woman had given her a baby girl. This woman was never found, and Lavana had never told her husband or any other family member that baby Misha had been adopted. Michael said that 1997, Lavana had been pregnant and had come home with a baby on April 30th. Michael was released and never charged as there was no evidence that he knew Misha had been stolen as a baby. Lavona was charged and sentenced to 10 years in prison for kidnapping and fraudulently claiming to be the mother of a child. It is believed that Lavona had been pregnant, but miscarried at some point during her pregnancy and faked the remainder of her pregnancy until she came home with the baby. Stephanie never connected with her birth family, and she still considers Lavona and Michael to be her parents. She now has 2 children of her own, and she visits in prison as often as she can. She continues to go by Misha, although she doesn't mind if people call her Stephanie. She had grown up only 5 kilometers from her birth family. Had she not met Cassidy and the two hadn't become friends and taken that selfie, she may never have discovered the truth. On May 7, 2004, 36-year-old Thomas Wayne Grammer was attacked in his home. His wife, who was home with him at the time, said that at 3:15 a.m., 2 men and a woman entered their Lakeland, Florida home. She said that her husband argued with the people, then Grammer was shot several times. The suspects fled the apartment and Grammer passed of his injuries. His wife said that she didn't know why the intruders came into their home or who the people were, and the suspects weren't apprehended. In 2005, Florida began to circulate decks of playing cards that contained photos and information of cold case victims. The state circulated 85,000 decks to various prisons, featuring 52 different cold cases from Florida. The idea came from decks of cards featuring foreign fugitives that were circulated to U.S. troops after 2001. It wasn't long after the cards were distributed that police received their first tip. An inmate had recognized Grammer's case and asked to speak to investigators. The inmate gave them a suspect name of an acquaintance who had confessed to him his involvement in the slaying. Following that, 2 men, 29-year-old Jason Seawright and 33-year-old Reggie Williams, were arrested and charged with murder. The investigation revealed that Grammer had drugs in his home and Seawright had intended to rob Grammer. Seawright enlisted Williams and a woman Grammer trusted named Mary and Wimberly to help him. Wimberly knocked on the door, and when Grammer opened it for her, Grammer was ambushed. Seawright hadn't anticipated Grammer resisting. Seawright said that it had been Williams who was the one to fire the weapon, but Williams said it had been Seawright. Both men ended up being charged with first-degree murder and attempted robbery. Wimberly wasn't charged in her involvement. Grammer's father thanked investigators for bringing his son justice. September 2, 1986, 21-year-old Edgar Latchlip boarded a bus from Kitchener, Ontario, Canada to Niagara Falls. Edgar had developmental delays. Although he was in his 20s, he had the mental capacity of a 12-year-old. He had also suffered from depression. He'd been living in a group home at the time of his disappearance. His home in Kitchener was about 90 minutes away from Niagara Falls. Edgar had boarded the bus without luggage, and it was assumed he had plans to commit suicide as he had many attempts in the past. But despite extensive searches of the area, his body was never located. Since a body was never recovered, police weren't able to rule out foul play. He simply vanished. Once he got off his bus, he wasn't seen again for 3 decades. Police in 2016 were shocked when they received a call from a social worker in St. Catharines, Ontario. The man had been living under an assumed name only 20 kilometers away from where Edgar had disappeared. The man had suffered a head injury in '86 and lost most of his memory. He had started to recover bits and pieces of memories that made him reach out to his social worker and tell him that he thought he might have had a different name before. The social worker Googled the name he gave them, and the social worker was surprised to discover Edgar Lachalip was a missing person. The man was interviewed by police and submitted a DNA test. The results confirmed that Edgar had, in some ways, found himself. Edgar, now in his 50s, had been living a low-profile life in St. Catharines with the new name he had been given since he had lost his memories. He was reunited with his family, including his mother, who was overwhelmed in Kitchener. The family had never given up hope that they may one day find Edgar. His mother did many interviews over the years to keep his cold case file alive. Kitchener police said that they had never had a missing person cold case solved with the missing person being found alive after so many years ever. This is what Niagara Regional Police Constable Philip Gavin said in a statement. "I've been a police officer for 18 years, and this is something I've seen on TV but never been part of. Absolutely, this is quite rare." On August 30th, 1991, 32-year-old Dawn Sanchez was seen getting into her boyfriend, Bernardo Base's vehicle, and was never seen again. She was reported missing by her family the following October. Sanchez was a sex worker and had been working for a brothel in Nevada. Sanchez and her boyfriend were last seen leaving a motel in Los Altos, California. Her boyfriend was described as controlling, jealous, violent. Sanchez had told friends that she was afraid to be alone with him. A witness came forward in 1992, and he said that he had witnessed the two in a heated argument and reported hearing the sound of a gunshot. Base was arrested and charged, but there wasn't enough evidence for a conviction and he was released. Base's 1979 Pontiac Grand Prix had gone missing at the time of Sanchez's disappearance. Base's sister had initially told investigators she had sold the car on behalf of her brother, but after Base was charged and convicted for another crime, she said that she had been told by her brother to say that and that she had lied because she was scared of her brother. Investigators received a tip that the car may have been chopped and dumped in an abandoned lot in El Viso in San Francisco. The lot was filled with other vehicles and various metal debris, so the police reached out to the engineers from NASA and Carnegie Mellon University for help. They offered to use a robot that could use real-time processing algorithms and platforms for magnetic and ground-penetrating radar sensors hosted on small autonomous aerial and ground vehicles for intelligent, autonomous Earth science missions. That's a mouthful. Basically meaning NASA was going to use a robot to analyze the debris and match it to the type of debris they were looking for, which was the car, and providing officers with a general area to excavate. This was the first time a technology like this was being used to solve a cold case. The robot was able to locate parts of the vehicle which contained enough evidence to convict Bernardo Base for the kidnapping and murder of Dawn Sanchez. In 1987, 25-year-old Wendy Nell was residing in Tunbridge Wells, Kent. Known for her humor, spontaneity, and generosity, Wendy was not involved in the nightlife scene but had a passion for travel. Independent and hardworking, she managed a local Super Snap store on Camden Road, where she was a friendly boss who made new employees feel comfortable during their training. Wendy had been married previously, but the marriage ended amicably shortly before she started working at Super Snaps in early 1985. By early 1987, she had transferred to the Camden Road location after moving to a bedsit on Guilford Road. On June 21st, Wendy celebrated her niece's 5th birthday, sharing with her family details about a recent trip to Austria. She was preparing for another trip, this time to Paris, with her boyfriend, Ian, with whom she planned to get engaged. Despite her previous marriage ending, Wendy remained optimistic about marriage and her desire to start a family. The evening after the party, she spent time with Ian at his mother's house. Ian dropped her off around 11 p.m. on his motorcycle, as he needed to get up early for work the next day and did not stay the night. At her door, they briefly discussed their trip to Paris and kissed goodnight before Wendy went inside. The following day, one of Wendy's co-workers, Deborah, reported to work at the Super Snaps to find that Wendy had not arrived to open the shop. At 9 a.m., she was able to contact another co-worker who gave her Wendy's address. Deborah drove over to Wendy's flat and rang her doorbell several times, but Wendy did not answer the door. Her co-worker then called Wendy's mother, Pamela, to ask if she knew where Wendy was. Pamela, in turn, called the Maidstone and District Bus Company, where both her husband, Bill, and Wendy's boyfriend, Ian, worked, just before 11 a.m. after she could not reach her daughter by phone. Ian then drove over to Wendy's home. Like Deborah, he did not get an answer when he rang the doorbell, so he began pounding on the door and calling Wendy's name. When he still received no response from inside, he went around the back of the building where there was a window in Wendy's room that could not be properly secured. Ian could see Wendy in her bed through the window. He could also see some blood. As Ian climbed into the room through the window, he yelled out for Wendy to wake up. Wendy was still not moving. Ian could not comprehend what had happened. He stroked her hair, pulled down her blanket, picked up her arm, and tried to pull up her eyelids in an effort to wake her up, his brain still not processing the fact that Wendy was dead. Ian climbed back out the window and ran to a nearby fire station for help before sitting down and sobbing. In a 2012 statement, Ian said, "Not a day goes by when I don't feel guilty about her death. If I'd stayed the night, she would be alive today." The day Wendy's body was found, June 23rd, was her father Bill's birthday. Wendy had been raped, beaten, and strangled. Just 5 months after Wendy was killed, another young woman from Tunbridge Wells was murdered. 20-year-old Caroline Pierce lived less than a mile away from Wendy. She also worked on Camden Road as a manager at a popular restaurant called Buster Brown's. Despite the proximity of their homes and the places where they worked, it is believed that the two women did not know each other. They may have seen each other in passing, however, as they both frequently ate lunch at the same cafe. Caroline spent the evening of November 24, 1987 out with friends. A taxi dropped her off outside of her flat in Grosvenor Park shortly before midnight. Authorities do not believe she ever made it inside. Several of her neighbors reported hearing screams shortly after Caroline was dropped off by the taxi. One neighbor reported hearing a woman shout "no" multiple times, while others just heard shrieks. Several of these witnesses looked out their windows to try to see what was going on, but none of them saw the woman who was the source of the screams. Caroline was reported missing by her family the following day after she failed to report to work. She would not be located for 3 weeks. On December 15th, her body was found in an overgrown drainage ditch running through farmland in Romney Marsh, nearly 40 miles away from her home. She was only spotted because the man who found her had been driving a tractor, which put him up high enough to see her body down in the water-filled ditch. Based on the extent of the decomposition her body had undergone, authorities believed she was killed the night she was abducted. Caroline's body was found curled up in the fetal position, wearing only a pair of black tights. Authorities believed the tights had been put back on her body after she was killed, as her underwear was missing. Caroline's handbag was located nearby, but the rest of the clothing she had been wearing the night she was abducted was never found. Like Wendy, Caroline had been raped, beaten, and strangled. Both Caroline and Wendy's keys were missing and never located. Both women had at least one distinctive keychain on their keyring. Reports of a peeping Tom around both victims' homes had been made in the months leading up to the murders and on the days when each woman was killed. A man had been seen looking into windows of residences near Wendy's the night she was killed and in the weeks previous. One of Wendy's neighbors, who lived 2 floors above her, reported seeing the same man looking into the windows of a building across the road up to 3 times a week for over a month. 8 weeks before her death, Caroline Pierce had locks fitted to her windows because she did not feel safe, and she filed a report about a prowler a month later, just weeks before she was killed. She had reported seeing a peeping Tom around her home to a former boyfriend. Based on the similarities between the two women's appearance, living situation, and causes of death, as well as the reports of prowlers nearby, the two murders were officially linked by the police. The crimes were dubbed the bedsit murders in the press in reference to the one-room style of flat both the victims lived in at the time of their deaths. Investigators did have some forensic evidence they could use at the time. A bloody fingerprint found on a shopping bag in Wendy's bed, and a distinctive shoe print that did not match any shoes owned by Wendy or her loved ones left on one of Wendy's blouses. There was also evidence that they did not have the technology to fully use in the investigation quite yet, DNA. Colin Pitchfork, the first individual convicted of murder based on DNA evidence, was arrested in September of 1987 after Wendy's murder and before Caroline's. However, it was still a novel technology in the legal system, and police in Kent did not have access to a large database of DNA samples to compare the DNA from the crime scene to at the time. While DNA was too new of a tool to be as useful as it is today, investigators did understand its value and preserved swabs and other DNA evidence accordingly. The case was featured twice on the BBC program Crime Watch over the years, with numerous tips called in following each episode. Police collected hundreds of DNA swabs from potential suspects, none of which proved to be a match to the DNA from the crime scene, and traveled to Australia and Canada to follow up on leads. Caroline's parents relocated, and they do not speak about their daughter's death publicly, although they were very supportive of the investigation. Wendy's parents spoke to the media about the pain the loss of their daughter had caused and the strain it put on their relationship. They again spoke about their hope to finally catch the killer at a press conference on the 25th anniversary of the murders in 2012. Bill Nell died in 2017 after a battle with liver cancer, heartbroken over the lack of resolution in his daughter's case. His dying wish was for Wendy's killer to finally be found, even though he would not be alive to see the arrest. Investigators did their best to use the preserved DNA from the cases as advances in technology, as well as the law provided them with more opportunities to do so. DNA would be found on swabs taken during Wendy's post-mortem examination, as well as her bedding and one of her towels. The DNA profile was run through the National Criminal Database in 1999, but no match was found. By 2019, available technology allowed for DNA to be extracted from the degraded semen sample found on Caroline's tights as well, providing authorities with further evidence connecting Caroline and Wendy's murders. However, there was still no match to the profile in the National Criminal Database. This led investigators to attempt to use the database in a slightly different way. The killer they were looking for had never been compelled to submit a DNA sample following an arrest, but perhaps another member of his family had. They instead tried using familial DNA to identify potential relatives of Caroline and Wendy's killer in the database. Out of the 6.5 million DNA profiles in the national database, they were able to identify a few profiles with enough genetic similarity to indicate that they were related to the man responsible for the bedsit murders. These small number of individuals had a large number of relatives, so authorities began narrowing them down based on age and residence in 1987. The most promising profile from the database appeared to be a sibling of the killer, so this family was most closely scrutinized. The individual from the database had a brother named David Fuller, who had been in his early 30s and living in the next major town over from Tunbridge Wells in 1987. His DNA was never entered into the National Criminal Database, but only because his criminal behavior predated it. He first became known to police when he was still in school for stealing bicycles and setting fires, which resulted in property damage. In the 1970s, he committed a string of what the police called creeper burglaries. When police met with 66-year-old Fowler in 2020, he was living in Heathfield, West Sussex, with his third wife and their teenage son. He also had adult children from an earlier marriage. He told police during questioning that he had not been very familiar with Tunbridge Wells back in the 80s, and that he had never been to the Super Snaps or the Buster Brown's restaurant there. Fuller's fingerprints were taken as well as a DNA sample. One of his fingerprints was a match to the fingerprint left at Wendy's crime scene. His DNA was a match to the DNA found at both Wendy and Caroline's crime scenes. Unfortunately for Fuller, police were also very quickly able to determine that he had lied to them during questioning. During a search of his home following his arrest, they found numerous pieces of evidence that tied him to Tunbridge Wells and to the murders. Fuller maintained detailed records of his daily life going back decades. In his home were piles of old computer hard drives, old invoices and daily diaries, over 2,000 obsolete digital storage drives, and more than 31,000 printed photographs. Sorting through these records, police found numerous invoices for work Fuller had done as an electrician in Tunbridge Wells, as well as diary entries showing he regularly ate at Buster Brown's, the restaurant where Caroline Pierce had worked as a manager. He was familiar with the street where Wendy had lived because he had lived on it in the 1970s, early 80s prior to her moving there. There were numerous photos of Fuller on rides with a cycling club back in the late 1980s. When investigators contacted other former members of this club, they reported that one of the group's cycling routes had gone through Romney Marsh, where Caroline's body had been found. Police also found a picture of Fuller sunning his back sometime in 1980s. In the photo, the distinctive thread of his Clark's brand of shoes was visible, and the pattern of the thread was matched to the bloody footprint left on Wendy's blouse. Fuller was arrested at his home on December 3, 2020. In light of the DNA evidence during a pretrial review, he did admit that he was the person who killed both Wendy and Caroline, but he pleaded not guilty to murder on the grounds of diminished responsibility. He went to trial in the beginning of November 2021. However, on November 4th, the fourth day of his trial at Maidstone Crown Court, the now 67-year-old Fuller changed his plea to guilty. Following Fuller's change of plea, a statement from the Nell family was read outside the courthouse. Although the guilty plea won't change anything deep down as the pain and loss will always be there, it's good to know you will not be in a position to hurt or cause any more pain, not just for our family but for Caroline's family and friends who have been on this same journey with us and all the other families his life has affected. We feel a deep sadness for you all, the statement said in part. Unfortunately, as the Nell family's statement alluded to, the resolution of the two murder cases opened up a much larger investigation of a different, but still horrifying nature. Most of the storage devices and records Fuller had spent the previous decades hoarding were in plain view when police searched his home. However, police also found a container holding 4 hard drives attached to the back of a cabinet. The cabinet had been pushed against a wall inside of a cupboard so that the container and the hard drives were hidden from view. According to prosecutor Duncan Atkinson, when these hard drives were examined, they were found to contain a library of unimaginable sexual depravity. The 4 hard drives contained 5 terabytes of data storage. They contained millions of images and videos taken by Fuller as he raped and sexually abused corpses in hospital morgues. Fuller had worked as a hospital electrician since 1989, starting out at the Kent and Sussex Hospital and working there until it closed in September 2011. He then transferred to the Tunbridge Wells Hospital at Pembrey, where he continued to work until his arrest in December of 2020. As an electrician, he had an all-access swipe card, which allowed him to enter the area of the hospital where autopsies were performed. According to records, he entered the autopsy area thousands of times. The swipe card system was designed to monitor for unusual access to the autopsy area, but the records appear to have never been checked. Fuller would have legitimate reasons for entering the autopsy area, like checking the temperatures of the refrigerators in them, and surveillance footage shows him carrying equipment he would have needed for such tasks around some of the times he is known to have committed his crimes, providing him with a cover story where another staff member to come across him in the autopsy area. Fuller was able to take advantage of the shift's work by different employees within the hospital. 5 staff members in the mortuary normally worked from 8 a.m. until 4 p.m. Fuller's regular shift was from 11 a.m. until 7 p.m., giving him a 3-hour window during which he was in the hospital, but the mortuary staff was not. Porters could bring the hospital, but the mortuary staff was not. Porters could bring bodies down at any time of day or night, but the refrigerators in which hospitals stored them could be opened from both ends. The porters would place bodies in the refrigerators using the door from the main receiving area and would then lock the door. Fuller would access the bodies from within the autopsy area, where no staff was usually after 4 p.m. and the doors were not locked. There were CCTV cameras in the main receiving area, but not in the autopsy area itself in an effort to show respect to the deceased individuals who were being autopsied there. Fuller bypassed the receiving area and its cameras by entering the autopsy area through utility areas. Over 100 women and 3 children, ranging in age from 9 to 100, were seen being abused in the images and videos found on the hard drives hidden in Fuller's home. Authorities were able to identify around 80 of them by the identification tags visible in the available images. Kent police have set up Operation Sandpiper in effort to try to identify the remaining victims. Relatives who are concerned their loved ones may be one of these unidentified victims can contact Kent police via the website. The Victim Support Service has provided a £1,500,000 grant to notify and counsel the families of Fuller's victims. According to Detective Superintendent Ivan Beasley, the scale of this offending is unprecedented in the UK. There is nothing we've ever seen like this. The offenses documented in the files on the hard drives occurred between 2008 November of 2020. This leaves a concerning 20-year gap between the murders of Caroline and Wendy and the offenses documented in Fuller's files. During the original investigation into Wendy's murder, it was determined that she had been raped on the point of death or after death, meaning that Fuller may have committed the murders to give him access to bodies rather than to cover up the rapes of living victims. Authorities are investigating the possibility that Fuller was committing offenses against the deceased throughout the years following Caroline and Wendy's murders. One of Fuller's victims was 24-year-old Azra Kamal, who worked as a researcher for Sky News. She was smart, strong, and dedicated to helping others. When one of Azra's friends was thrown out of her home by an abusive boyfriend, Azra's response was to go to the home and throw him out instead. Azra died after falling off of a bridge in July of 2020. She and another passenger had exited the car they were riding in after it caught fire. Azra fell 40 feet through a gap between the two sides of the A21 dual carriageway near Tunbridge in Kent as she was going for help. Azra's body was raped by Fuller 3 times, with the attacks occurring both before and after Azra's mother, Nevris, came to say goodbye to her daughter. So whilst I'm stroking my daughter's hair, sleeping on her hair, a man had crawled all over her skin, and there's me kissing and cuddling and saying my last goodbyes. And that is quite awful. Quite awful. However, it is not Azra's shame. It is not my shame. Like women who are raped around the world, they have a voice. Azra has a voice. I am speaking out for my daughter, Miss Kamal told Sky News. Miss Kamal has been a vocal advocate for her daughter, calling for increased security measures and the resignation of the chief executive of the NHS Trust in light of the offences that occurred under his watch. She has also raised concerns over the length of under his watch. She has also raised concerns over the length of sentences offenses like those Fuller committed against her daughter receive under current law. During questioning following his arrest for Wendy and Caroline's murders and the discovery of the hard drives, Fuller admitted to the necrophilia. He also acknowledged that he had researched some of his victims online using sites like Facebook after he assaulted them. He learned the names of these victims from their identification tags and mortuary logbooks. He logged their names and information in a notebook as well as organized the images and videos of their assaults into files, sometimes by name, on his computer. In court, Fuller pled guilty to 32 individual counts of sexual penetration of a corpse, as well as a further group charge of sexual penetration of a corpse that represents 27 other victims. He further pled guilty to Section 63 of the Criminal Justice and Immigration Act of 2008, extreme pornography involving a dead body. While Fuller has not yet been sentenced, between the 2 murder charges and numerous necrophilia-related charges, he will certainly receive a lengthy sentence. However, Nevris, Kamal, and others have raised concerns over the sentencing guidelines for sexually abusing corpses. The maximum penalty for penetration of a dead body is 2 years imprisonment, while extreme pornography involving a dead body carries a sentence of 3 years. Ms. Kamal has called for a much clearer law prohibiting necrophilia and an increase in the amount of time in prison the law requires as punishment for it. Shortly after Fuller's guilty pleas, the Health Secretary announced an independent inquiry looking into his offenses and their national implications. It hopes to uncover how such offenses were committed without being noticed by the NHS for so long in areas where future action will be needed. The report will be divided into 2 parts, with an interim report expected in early 2022 and the full report later in the year. Nevris Kamal will continue advocating for her daughter and working to ensure that an offender as prolific as Fuller will never again be allowed to operate without notice. I've tried to protect Azra all my life, and when she was really helpless, lying there, still being raped and abused, she couldn't scream out, couldn't call me. She couldn't call the police, but I will ensure her voice is heard, and that will be my mission, she told Sky News.
State Patrol 911.
Someone's trying to break into my house.
What city are you in? St. Paul?
I'm in St. Paul.
What address are you at?
1794.
1794 what?
1794. Minnehaha Avenue.
Minnehaha, someone's trying west?
The troubled voice you just heard belonged to 25-year-old Heidi Firkus, who would tragically pass away just moments later. On April 25, 2010, when police finally arrived at their residence on the 17100 block of West Minnehaha Avenue in Minnesota, they discovered Heidi dead from a single gunshot wound. Who was the intruder Heidi was talking about? And what precisely happened in the home? Situated along the banks of the mighty Mississippi River, St. Paul is a key regional business center and the seat of Minnesota's government. With a population of over 300,000, St. Paul is known as the Twin City to its larger neighbor, Minneapolis. Matching the vibrance of its residents, St. Paul fully embraces the full spectrum of the four seasons, from mild summers to brisk winters. But what truly adds to the fun and excitement of St. Paul is its widely acclaimed brewery scene, which has garnered the city the esteemed title of the beer capital of Minnesota. So, amidst this idyllic setting, when a deadly home invasion took place in 2010, residents were not quite ready to deal with it. Heidi Marie Erickson's journey on this earth began in Roseville, Minnesota, where she was born to her parents, John and Linda Erickson, on December 14, 1984. With two brothers, Peter and Joel, Heidi was the youngest of three children. The Erickson family moved to Falcon Heights in Minnesota when Heidi was just a little girl, and that's where she grew up. Their home fostered a loving atmosphere where deep bonds were shared, and Heidi particularly admired her two older brothers. Heidi had a passion for painting and frequently expressed her affection for loved ones through beautifully crafted artistic cards. Heidi also excelled academically, but her talents extended beyond the realm of studies. She actively participated in basketball and tennis at school and also engaged in choral music. In 2003, she successfully graduated from Roseville Area High School and went on to attend what is now the University of Northwestern in Roseville. Church has always been a big part of Heidi's life, having regularly attended with her family as she grew up. Those who knew Heidi said she committed her life to God. After high school, her involvement in the church grew even stronger. She became the youth group leader at the Calvary Church in Roseville and even undertook numerous mission trips. It was at the Calvary Church in Roseville where Heidi Marie Erickson crossed paths with Nicholas Firkus, who served as another youth group leader. Similar to Heidi, Nick also spent his childhood in Minnesota. His parents, Steve and Julie Firkus, were devout members of the Calvary Church as well. So when 18-year-old Heidi started dating 20-year-old Nick in August 2003, it was a match made in heaven. Heidi's family was all in for her happiness. Nick appeared to be an upright young man, and John and Linda were only too glad to bless the couple. In 2005, after nearly 2 years of dating, Heidi and Nick tied the knot. After marriage, they settled down in St. Paul, Minnesota. They were a genuinely happy couple who were deeply in love. Beyond their commitment within the church, the newlyweds found joy in partaking in various outdoor pursuits, such as camping, hiking, and biking. In August 2007, the couple purchased a house located at 1794 West Minnehaha Avenue in St. Paul. They moved into their new home the following month. With Nick taking charge of the financial responsibilities, Heidi, with her artistic sensibilities, poured her efforts into decorating and designing the space. It was like a fresh start, a promising new beginning for their life together. By 2010, Heidi and Nick had settled into a seemingly ordinary life. Nick held the position of Director of Operations at Crew 2 ChemDry, a carpet cleaning company, while Heidi worked at Securian, a financial services firm. Additionally, she devoted her time as a Sunday school teacher. Unbeknownst to anyone around them, their lives were in the abyss of an unforeseen tragedy that would irreversibly alter their life. On the morning of Sunday, August 25, 2010, 911 dispatch received a frantic call from Heidi Firkus that someone was trying to break into the home on Minnehaha Avenue in St. Paul. Less than a minute into the call, a piercing scream reverberated through the line, only to be followed by an abrupt silence as the connection was lost. Despite multiple efforts, the attempts to re-establish contact proved unsuccessful. However, approximately 2 minutes later, another call was received from the same phone with Nicholas Firkus on the line, who was desperate for help. As Nick desperately conveyed the harrowing news that both he and his wife had been shot, the police were already en route to the residence. Upon entering the residence, the St. Paul police immediately observed that the front door was slightly ajar. A distinct odor of gunpowder lingered in the air, growing increasingly potent as they made their way toward the kitchen area. In the kitchen, Heidi Firkus lay motionless on her back, her feet positioned towards the entrance. Traces of blood stained her hair and face, and she remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, Nick was situated beside her, engaged in conversation with the 911 operator. He had an apparent gunshot wound to his upper left leg. Adjacent to the front door, a shotgun rested on the floor, while visible damage on the lower section of the interior door indicated the impact of shotgun pellets. Although Nick was overwhelmed by intense emotions, he was able to provide a description of the events that transpired that fateful morning. He told police that he and his wife were peacefully asleep in their upstairs bedroom on that Sunday morning. Around 6 a.m., he woke up and proceeded downstairs to quench his thirst with a glass of water. Shortly after returning to bed, while still awake, he heard sounds indicating someone attempting to open their front door at approximately 6:30 a.m. Alarmed by this, Nick promptly awakened Heidi and told her to call 911. As she was talking to the 911 operator, he armed himself with a shotgun from the closet, and they prepared to run out the back door to the detached garage to escape. Afterward, they both made their way downstairs. At that precise moment when they reached the bottom of the stairs, the door swung open, revealing a stranger standing before them. A struggle ensued between the intruder and Nick, while Heidi ran towards the back door. Tragically, amidst the chaos, a gunshot was discharged, striking Heidi in the back. Nick further explained that he and the assailant wrestled over the shotgun, resulting in another gunshot being fired, this time injuring Nick in the leg. He fell to the ground and the intruder seized the opportunity to flee through the front door. However, Nick was unable to provide a detailed description of the intruder. He was unsure that they were black or white, but he did mention that the individual was wearing a hoodie. After the initial statement, Nick was taken to the hospital where he was treated for the gunshot wound. Sadly, Heidi was pronounced dead at the scene. Interestingly, despite the fatal attack that took place, no apparent signs of a home invasion were evident within the house. The front door of the house had 2 locks, a deadbolt lock and a lower lock. Tool marks were found on the door jamb near the lower lock, but none on the deadbolt. A table positioned just inside the door contained various items, including a beer bottle, a water bottle, and a receipt. But none of these items appeared to be disturbed or displaced. Moreover, nothing was stolen from the house. There was no sign in the house that indicated that a violent struggle had taken place there. The autopsy revealed the extensive severity of Heidi's injuries. She had suffered a single shotgun wound to her back, which entered from the right side and pierced her posterior vertebral column, left ribs, left lung, and anterior ribs. On a contrasting note, Nick's injury was deemed non-life-threatening. He sustained a through-and-through gunshot wound to his upper left thigh, resulting in no significant bleeding or substantial injury beyond localized damage to the soft tissues. However, emotionally, Nick was still in a deeply distressed state. Throughout the entire ordeal, he appeared hysterical. After receiving appropriate medical treatment, Nick was discharged from the hospital after approximately 3 hours. Meanwhile, the St. Paul police initiated multiple interviews in the neighborhood, inquiring whether anyone had observed or heard anything unusual or out of the ordinary during the time of the incident. One neighbor reported hearing the sound of a car screeching through the streets at approximately 6:20 a.m. The witness described the vehicle leaving the area in a hurry. Another neighbor claimed to have heard a loud noise around the same time, coinciding with the moment Nick placed the 911 call for assistance. However, oddly, this neighbor stated they did not hear any gunshots. With a multitude of unanswered questions lingering, the police were eager to have another conversation with Nick. After being discharged from the hospital, Nicholas Firkus underwent another interview, this time adding a lot more details. Despite Nick's cooperation, the detectives harbored lingering doubts regarding the honesty of his account. At one point, the detective confronted Nick directly, asking him point blank if he had any involvement with his wife's untimely death. Nick denied having anything to do with Heidi's death. He reassured the detective, saying they had shared a happy marriage. Though Nick had acknowledged that they were having financial troubles, nobody had anticipated the secret he was about to reveal. He disclosed that he and Heidi had fallen behind on their bills, resulting in their home being foreclosed upon. In fact, the imminent eviction was scheduled for the very next day. What made the revelation even more startling was the fact that they had kept this awful situation hidden from their friends and family. Nick confessed that their plan was to pack up their belongings on Monday morning, store some items in the garage temporarily, and seek temporary accommodation with someone they knew. Additionally, he claimed that there had been fraudulent activity in their bank account. The disclosure of this bombshell revelation left the police astounded, and their immediate focus shifted toward verifying the truthfulness of Nick's claims. As the police delved deeper into the investigation, troubling aspects begin to emerge regarding the situation of the young couple. They discovered that back in 2007, Nick and Heidi purchased their home for $250,000 utilizing two mortgages. The primary mortgage carried a monthly payment of approximately $1,300, while the second mortgage had a monthly payment of around $250. However, the last payment made on either mortgage was on September 22, 2008, almost 2 years before the murder. Following their failure to meet mortgage obligations, Nick received foreclosure documents on April 30, 2009. These documents were located in Nick's car during a search. The detectives further learned that on June 4, 2009, the house was sold at a sheriff's auction. On January 29, 2010, a representative from the law firm handling the foreclosure made a telephone offer to Nicholas Firkus, proposing $4,000 in cash if they vacated the premises by February 18, 2010, or $25,100 if they vacated by March 20, 2010. However, Nick did not accept either offer. Eviction proceedings were initiated on February 12, 2010, and an eviction hearing was held on March 8, 2010. Surprisingly, Nicholas Firkus attended the hearing alone, in Heidi's absence. Eventually, Nick signed an agreement to vacate the house by March 22, 2010. However, when the Firkuses failed to comply by the specified date, the law firm sent Nicholas Firkus a letter setting a lockout date of April 9, 2010. On April 6, 2010, just 3 days before the scheduled eviction date, Nick contacted the law firm claiming that his grandmother was in hospice on her deathbed, thus requesting a few extra weeks to vacate the property. The law firm agreed and rescheduled the lockout for Monday, April 26, 2010. In reality, there was no evidence suggesting either of Nick's grandmothers were in hospice during that time. But what raised further doubts was a lack of preparation made for an eviction. Despite being aware of the impending need to vacate the property, there were no signs of any packing or preparations being made. Pictures were still on the wall. The fridge was stocked with food. Clothes were neatly folded in the dresser, and no furniture was moved. There were not even any boxes or any sort of luggage anywhere in the house to suggest that they had started packing. Detectives discovered that Nick and Heidi's troubles were not limited to housing issues. The couple had been living well beyond their means and were burdened by substantial financial difficulties. They had numerous unpaid utility bills and credit card bills. At the time of Heidi's death, they owed the U.S. Bank a total of $1,736.31. Additionally, an REI credit card had an outstanding balance of $17,381.66. A review of the credit card charges from 2008 to 2009 showed that Nicholas Firkus made 2.4 times more charges on the credit cards compared to Heidi. As the investigators worked to assemble the pieces of the puzzle, a growing realization became evident. Heidi may have been kept in the dark about their dire financial situation, including the foreclosure. Heidi's family said they heard nothing about a foreclosure until the day after she was killed. They believed that Heidi did not know anything about the eviction either. According to them, Nick was solely responsible for managing the household and handling their finances. Heidi's understanding of their financial matters was limited to what Nick had communicated to her, and he intentionally concealed the information. Heidi's parents shared that the months leading up to her untimely death, Heidi had confided in them about an issue with her and Nick's bank account. While the exact nature of the problem remained unclear to her parents, Heidi expressed her frustration, mentioning that the bank had somehow mishandled their account. Though Heidi's family didn't know about a lot of things that were going on with Heidi and Nick, they were aware that the couple had been actively searching for a new home. Heidi had mentioned to her parents that they were considering the possibility of renting a temporary place. Nick was also present during this conversation, but he remained silent. In the weeks leading up to her death, she had discussed the idea of a short sale for their current home. This is usually a sign of a financially distressed homeowner who needs to sell the property before the lender seizes it in a foreclosure. However, according to her parents, the motivation behind this decision was not due to their financial strain. Heidi expressed her desire to become a mother, but did not wish to start their family in the current home due to safety concerns related to the steep staircase and her unease about the neighborhood. In reality, by that point, they did not have any house to sell due to the foreclosure. All of these revelations strongly suggested the possibility that Heidi was unaware of the extent of the financial troubles they were facing. Heidi's family was certain that if she had been aware of any significant problems, she would have confided in them or sought their assistance. Many of the couple's friends said that despite their appearance of an extravagant lifestyle, there was an underlying sense of stress surrounding the Fergus couple. However, Heidi seemed oblivious to this stress and unaware of any financial troubles that may have been brewing, perhaps due to her naive nature. One of Heidi's friends went shopping with her on the day before her death on Saturday, April 24, 2010. The friend told the investigators that Heidi did not appear upset or nervous about their financial situation. In fact, she was looking to buy a dress for a friend's upcoming wedding. Heidi had also made plans for Sunday, which was extremely odd given the fact that their eviction was scheduled for the same day. All of these accounts raised suspicions about Nick's credibility. In search of any solid evidence, detectives conducted a thorough examination of the text messages and emails exchanged between Heidi and Nick. However, they found no messages referencing foreclosure, eviction proceedings, or any indication that they would imminently need to vacate their house. On the contrary, a message sent by Heidi to a friend on March 11, 2010 expressed a desire for relocation if they were not tied down by their current house. The law firm handling the foreclosure and eviction had no documentation signed by Heidi, and their representatives had never been in direct contact with her. All interactions and communications were solely with Nick. Furthermore, in the emails from March-April 2010, Heidi repeatedly requested Nick to handle and respond to these calls, indicating that she was receiving them. In response, Nick reassured her that he was taking care of it and mentioned being in contact with U.S. Bank regarding an audit involving fraud with their account. He also assured Heidi that their credit scores were good. In reality, the bank never conducted any such audit, nor was there any fraud related to the Fergus account. Even with this seemingly incriminating evidence, what made the case all the more perplexing was the absence of a clear motive. Detectives thoroughly investigated Nick's financial accounts in search of any possible leads, but they found no evidence of him benefiting from Heidi's death, whether monetarily or otherwise. Taking another approach to this puzzling case, detectives reconstructed the invasion to observe whether it was possible to hear the jingling sound at the front door from the upstairs bedroom. Unfortunately, the test did not yield any significant findings. The lack of development was disappointing, but authorities continued their efforts to uncover the truth. Throughout the investigation, the police maintained contact with Nick, and he was cooperative for the most part. He willingly provided his DNA samples and answered their questions. However, a few weeks later, Nick decided to hire a lawyer, Joe Friedberg, who advised him to cease communication with the police. Friedberg alleged that Nick had been mistreated by the police, emphasizing that Nick was a victim and a grieving widower rather than a suspect. As a result, When the police approached Nick with more probing inquiries, he declined to respond to any of them, following the advice of his attorney. To the astonishment of everyone involved, the investigation took a significant turn when Nick's lawyer, Joe Friedberg, reached out to the police. He presented them with the sketch of the alleged intruder, which had been crafted with the assistance of a private artist. Detectives found it peculiar that Nick and his lawyer had sought the assistance of a random artist, instead of utilizing the professional services of the police sketch artist. The police became even more skeptical when they compared Nick's initial claim of not getting a good look at the intruder with the level of detail present in the release sketch. The illustration depicted a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, big eyes, and wearing a hoodie. Despite their suspicion, the authorities decided to give Nick the benefit of the doubt. In an effort to potentially identify the alleged intruder, the police released the sketch to the media, and soon they found a lead. The sketch looked familiar to St. Paul police. Approximately 4 months earlier, the police had been involved in a high-profile case involving a series of break-ins during the morning hours, where the homeowners were present during the incidents. These crimes had garnered significant media attention at the time. The police realized that they might be dealing with the same individual and focused their efforts on linking the two cases together. The intruder was a man named Michael Lee Pye. But there was just one problem. Michael Pye could have been involved in Heidi's murder because he was already in prison when she was killed. He was arrested on January 1, 2010 for the series of burglaries. The St. Paul police still interviewed Pye and subsequently ruled him out as a suspect. Detectives theorized that Nick Firkus may have seen Pye's face in the media coverage and concocted a story implicating him as the intruder. But theories alone couldn't prove Nick's guilt. So the investigators waited for something more substantial: the forensic reports. The forensic report yielded some intriguing findings. The ballistic analysis of the bullets revealed that both shots were fired from Nick's shotgun, confirming his statement regarding the weapon used in the incident. However, the bullet trajectory of Heidi's gunshot wound did not align with the account provided by Nick. But the biggest finding was the absence of unidentified DNA on both the murder weapon and the crime scene. The only DNA they could find either belonged to Heidi or Nick. This led them to consider the possibility that there might not have been an intruder involved, but rather the crime was perpetrated from within. But what could Nick Firkus possibly gain from his wife's murder? Detectives couldn't help but wonder if Nick had deceived Heidi for an extended period, painting a false picture of a stable and prosperous life. Heidi may have discovered the truth about their financial turmoil, or she was very close to doing so. Perhaps driven by fear or desperation, he had resorted to drastic measures to maintain the illusion he had created for Heidi. However, these were all speculations, and authorities still lacked enough conclusive evidence to tie Nick Firkus to the crime. As the days turned into months, Heidi's family had to move on with their life. However, they continued to advocate for justice. Unfortunately, the investigation seemed to have reached a standstill, leaving many frustrated and disheartened. Some staunchly believed in Nick's innocence, firmly convinced that an intruder was responsible for Heidi's tragic death. On the other hand, some believed that Nick had a hand in Heidi's murder. Over the years, the St. Paul police made repeated attempts to contact Nick, seeking his cooperation and assistance in the investigation. However, Nick showed no interest in engaging with the authorities and even requested them to stop reaching out to him. His lawyer, Friedberg, consistently asserted that the police had exaggerated the financial troubles faced by the Firkus couple. According to him, their law firm had thoroughly examined the accounts and concluded that the situation was not as dire as portrayed by the police. Media personnel also tried to reach out to Nick for interviews or statements, but their attempts were met with little success as well. As time went on without any significant breakthroughs, the case gradually turned cold. Though authorities never ruled Nick out as a possible suspect, he was also never officially declared as a suspect. Meanwhile, Nick had moved on with his life too. Just 3 months after Heidi's death, Nick met another woman, Rachel Watson, and used his recent tragedy as a means to win her affection. Coincidentally, Rachel got to know Nick on a personal level through her sister, Sarah, who had shared a close friendship with Heidi. Believing that Nick was the man of her dreams, Rachel started a romantic relationship with him. Sarah too held the belief that she was the one for Nick, considering him a remarkable man who had loved and faithfully cared for his wife. In August 2012, after almost a year of dating, Rachel and Nick exchanged vows. The couple went on to have a happy marriage, and they eventually became the proud parents of 3 wonderful children. They soon moved into a house that was purchased by Nick Fergus' parents. This arrangement was made due to Nick's poor credit score at the bank. Nick and Rachel agreed to make monthly mortgage payments to Nick's parents, while Nick took on the responsibility of paying the property taxes directly to the county. Everything was going well until Rachel stumbled upon a notice indicating that they were at risk of losing their home to foreclosure due to unpaid property taxes. Rachel's mind immediately drew a connection to Heidi's death. She couldn't help but recall the last time Nick faced similar situation. It resulted in an unfortunate event. After this incident, Nick, Rachel's husband, and the father of her children became someone she no longer recognized. Ultimately, one day, she decided to confront him and record the conversation. Although Nick didn't confess to anything, Rachel was genuinely scared to stay with him. The constant worry consumed Rachel to the point where she could no longer bear it. Finally, in 2019, the couple got a divorce. In that same year, Sergeant Nicole Sipes of the St. Paul Police Department decided to re-examine the case of Heidi Fergus' death. Sipes contacted the FBI to help reconstruct the 911 call audio data to determine if there was evidence of a third person in the home. The analysis of the 911 call highlighted a few concerns. In Heidi's 911 call, there was no indication of a struggle or any mention of an intruder who had gained entry into the house. Her call did not provide any evidence to support Nick's claim of a home invasion. Yet during Nick's 911 call, which came in just a minute later, the sounds of police arriving at the scene can be heard in the background. This raised doubts about the timeline and the accuracy of Nick's account. The FBI also compared the ballistics test results with the virtual model of Heidi and Nick Fergus's home to further investigate the nature of the shots fired. The analysis suggested the likelihood that the gunshots fired during the incident were intentional rather than accidental. Upon learning about Nick Fergus' recent divorce from his second wife, Sergeant Nicole Sipes contacted Rachel Fergus. Rachel shared her suspicions with Sipes, providing additional insight into the case. Sipes believed Rachel Fergus could have also been a victim in the same manner as Heidi if she had gotten out in time. Just 3 years later, the case experienced an unexpected breakthrough. Combining the new evidence with the previous findings, the St. Paul police had accumulated enough substantial evidence to charge Nick Fergus with the murder of his former wife. After years of investigation in May 2021, almost a decade after Heidi's tragic killing, Nick Fergus was arrested at his residence in Mounds View, Minnesota, and was booked in the Ramsey County Jail. Nicholas Fergus's trial began in January 2023 in Ramsey County District Court. For prosecutors Elizabeth Lamon and Rachel Cracker, it was the most high-profile case of their careers. Along with presenting the other evidence, the prosecutors presented a possible timeline of events on the day of the murder to the jurors. Their theory was that on August 25, 2010, around 6:30 a.m., Nick had awakened Heidi, claiming to have heard an intruder. Heidi, still sleepy and frightened, followed him downstairs. He made her call 911 to make this story more credible. It was at that moment when Heidi turned her back that Nick shot her. Afterward, he shot himself in the leg and made up the intruder story to the authorities. During the trial, prosecutor Lamon argued, Nick was desperate and ashamed and had run out of time, and reality was going to come crashing down on him. However, defense attorney Richmond disagreed with the prosecutor's theory of a motive. He questioned the notion, asking whether a loving husband would kill the person who everyone agreed was the love of his life to spare himself for momentary embarrassment about a foreclosure. He would have survived the embarrassment far more easily than the death of his wife, Richmond added. Richmond also pointed out that there was no financial gain for Nicholas to kill Heidi. However, it wasn't enough to convince the jury. The jurors believed in Nick's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. On February 10, 2023, after 4 hours of deliberations, the jury found Nick Fergus guilty of murder. On April 13, 2023, almost 13 years after Heidi's death, He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. During the victim impact statement after the conviction, Heidi's brother, Peter Erickson, conveyed that their family struggled to find closure and come to terms with the tragic loss of Heidi due to the lies that were told and the pressures to believe them. The realization quickly set in that everything Nick was telling us betrayed who I knew my sister to be, Peter added. For his part, Nick Fergus maintained his innocence and denied committing the murder. He also declared, "My body is condemned to serve for another man's crime, but my soul is free." The conviction brought a sense of solace to Heidi's parents, John and Linda Erickson. They expressed their gratitude to all the people who had worked tirelessly for justice throughout the years. Heidi Fergus's gravestone bears the inscription, "Joyful Child of God," a description that beautifully captures the essence of Heidi's spirit. Instead of grief overshadowing our every memory, we believe it will now take its proper place alongside all the goodness, joy, and beauty God brought into our lives through the gift of Heidi, shared Heidi's parents. It is truly heartbreaking to see how far some people are willing to go just to maintain a facade. Do you think Nick Fergus could have been honest about the intruder? Or was it merely a last-ditch effort to cover up the truth? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Deborah Kerr was a patrol officer with the Aurora Police Department in Colorado. At 26 years old, she had been with the department for 1 year. On June 27, 1981, Officer Kerr stopped a vehicle at East Colfax Avenue and Moline Street after observing a traffic infraction by the driver. 19-year-old Glenn Spies arrived behind her patrol car as she began her interaction with the driver. Glenn was heading home from his shift. Glenn was driving home from his shift for Aurora's Police Explorers program. The program allowed young people to gain some experience in law enforcement in order to help them discern if they wanted to pursue a career in it. At the beginning of each shift, Glenn would go to the police station to pick up a police radio and perform simple patrol tasks like checking for graffiti and watching out for trouble at local parks and pools. As Glenn got out of his vehicle, Officer Sorar was placing the driver, who was struggling to get away from her, under arrest. She had a handcuff on one of his wrists when he was able to gain control of her service weapon. Glenn heard Officer Kerr scream for help before the driver shot her with her own gun. Upon hearing the shot, Glenn tried to hide behind the patrol car, but the assailant was able to shoot him as well. The bullet shattered near his spine. The shooter took off in his vehicle. Glenn could not move as a result of the location of his injury, and he was unable to go for help or get to Officer Kerr. Glenn was rushed to the hospital. Despite initial concerns, he did not lose his ability to walk. His injury did prevent him from continuing into law enforcement, however, as it left him in a great deal of pain and made walking difficult. Officer Kerr did not survive her injuries. That day, she became the first Aurora police officer to be killed in the line of duty. Her killer was quickly identified as 30-year-old Joe Michael Irvin. Irvin was originally from North Texas. He had come to Colorado in 1969 to escape prosecution for another murder. In October of that year, a grand jury in Tarrant County indicted him for a murder which had occurred at a bowling alley in Fort Worth 2 months earlier. The victim in that crime was 21-year-old Rodney Gene Bonham. During his time in Colorado, Irvin was suspected in several rapes and murders and was arrested but allowed out on bond in connection to 2 different cases. He was never connected back to the indictment in Texas because his year of birth had been incorrectly entered into the system when the arrest warrant was issued, and he had been living under the surname of Irwing while in Colorado. Because these issues had not yet been uncovered, he was never extradited to Texas. When Irvin was arrested at his residence for Officer Kerr's murder, he was in the process of attempting to saw her handcuff off of his wrist. Unfortunately, Irvin was never brought to justice for Officer Kerr's murder. On July 1st, justice for Officer Kerr's murder. On July 1st, 1981, just a few days after his arrest, while he was being held in the Adams County Detention Center, he took his own life. More than 4 decades later, authorities would learn that Officer Kaur had not been Irvin's first victim in Colorado. She had been his last. On January 28, 2022, authorities announced that they were closing 4 cold cases they were now attributing to Irvin. DNA had tied him to the 4 murders, 3 in Denver and 1 in Adams County, Colorado, that occurred between December of 1978 and January of 1981. While exact details have not been made public, Denver Police Commander Matt Clark did disclose that all of the cases had an underlying sexual component. 33-year-old Madeline Fury Livaday was killed on December 7, 1978. She was stabbed to death inside of her home on Poplar Street in Denver. Investigators believe Irvin came to her door and forced his way inside to kill her when she opened it. Madeline was the mother of 2 young daughters. According to her sisters, Madeline was creative and adventurous. She loved learning and traveling, but nothing as much as she loved her 2 girls. She was an ecologist, writer, and editor for the children's magazine Ranger Rick. Tragically, we didn't get to grow up with her and hear the stories and witness the contributions she would have made to the world. Madeline's daughter, Molly, said after her mother's killer was finally identified, the body of Irvin's next victim, 53-year-old Dolores Barajas, was discovered on August 10, 1980, lying in the street in the 500 block of East 17th Avenue in Denver. She had been stabbed to death while walking to work at the Fairmont Hotel in downtown Denver, where she was employed in the cafeteria. Dolores had been working in Denver temporarily while spending the summer with relatives in Colorado and was about to return home to her family in El Paso, Texas. The day of her murder was her last day of work at the hotel before she traveled back to Texas. Dolores' family said in a statement read at the announcement of Irvin's identification that they still miss her greatly, and they are grateful for all of the efforts that ultimately resulted in her case being solved. They have requested that police not release any photos of her. The body of Gwendolyn Harris, 27, was found lying in the street near East 47th Avenue and Andrews Drive in Denver's Montbello neighborhood on December 21, 1980. She had been stabbed to death. The night before, she had been seen at the Polo Club Lounge in downtown Denver, somewhere she was known to frequent. The location where her body was found was more than 10 miles away from where she was last seen and within 1 block of Irvin's home at the time. According to her family, Gwendolyn was bright, soft-spoken, and athletic. Irvin's youngest victim was 17-year-old Antoinette Tony Parks. Sheriff's deputies in Adams County found her body in a field near 64th Avenue and Broadway on January 24, 1981. She had been stabbed 23 times. At the time of her murder, Tony was 6 to 7 months pregnant. She was a good student at Gateway High School and was determined to finish her high school education after she gave birth. She loved children, and the children in her family loved spending time with her. Her family believes she would have one day owned and operated her own daycare center. The 4 cases were originally investigated separately. However, between 2013 and 2018, they were all connected as a result of DNA evidence from the crime scenes. Dolores and Madeline's cases were linked thanks to DNA in June of 2013, and DNA found during an examination of the evidence in Gwendolyn's case linked her murder to those 2 cases in December of 2015. DNA then tied Tony's murder in Adams County to the 3 Denver murders in October of 2018. In 2019, the investigative team began an in-house effort to use genetic genealogy to identify the individual whose DNA was found at the 4 crime scenes. This eventually narrowed their focus to the state of Texas, where the killer appeared to have extended family. Investigators in Colorado worked with their counterparts in Texas to perform familial searches in the Texas criminal database. This led to the identification of a more direct relative of the killer in 2021. By looking at this individual's family tree, authorities then identified Joe Michael Irvin as a potential suspect who required further investigation. No archived samples of Irvin's DNA could be located. Following his death in Colorado in 1981, Irvin's body was returned to his home state and he was buried in Arlington, Texas. In late 2021, his remains were exhumed so that a DNA sample could be collected from them. In January of 2022, A direct comparison confirmed that it was Irvin's DNA found at all 4 crime scenes. Irvin's identification was highly for the families of his victims. By the time Irvin was identified, Tony Park's mother and 3 sisters had all passed away without ever learning the identity of Tony's killer. Only Tony's 2 brothers, George and Carl Journey, lived long enough to learn who had taken Tony from them. George told Denver 7 News that he spent 3 hours crying after learning his sister's case was finally closed. He still loves and misses his sister, and while he is grateful for answers and all of the hard work that went into finding them, he still struggles with Tony's death. In addition, he also struggles with the fact that Irvin cannot be prosecuted for Tony's murder. "I'm angered because he didn't face justice," he told KCNC TV. "But I know my mom and family wouldn't want us angry. They'd want us to be happy that this has all brought to a close." His brother, Carl, lives in Arkansas, and the family was concerned about finding the funds to fly him back to Colorado so that he and George could process the news together. Denver 7 News was able to provide the money for the flight through community donations to their Denver 7 Gives program, allowing both George and Carl to attend and speak at the press conference announcing Irvin's identification. Madeline Fury Livette's 2 daughters, Molly and Ariel, were also at the press conference, where Molly read a statement. In addition to recalling their mother's memory and accomplishments, they also thanked the investigators who had finally identified her killer. They also recognized Officer Deborah Kerr and the lives she saved with her death. With her sacrifice, she prevented him from killing anyone else, and it's clear that he wasn't going to stop on his own. She stopped him. The police stopped him back in 1981, and for that, for Officer Kerr's sacrifice of her life, we are grateful, Molly said in her statement. While Irvin cannot be prosecuted for the murders, authorities believe the years of effort that ultimately led to his identification were still beneficial. While the perpetrator cannot be fully held accountable for his despicable actions, we hope that knowing who is responsible can bring some peace to the families, Denver Police Chief Paul Pazin said at the press conference. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. In November of 2021, both the Harrisonburg Police Department and the Charlottesville Police Department were conducting missing persons investigations in Virginia. Police in Charlottesville were looking for Tanita Nita Smith, a 39-year-old mother of 6 young children. She was last seen on the evening of November 14th in Charlottesville and reported missing on November 19th. Police in Charlottesville had reason to believe that she had traveled to Harrisonburg, Virginia, a city more than 50 miles away in Rockingham County. Police there were looking for 54-year-old Aileen Elizabeth Beth Redmond at the same time. Beth was the mother of 2 daughters and a grandmother of 4. Her husband had passed away in 2017, leaving her heartbroken. For years later, she was just beginning to get her life back together. She had just gotten a new job and a new apartment so that she would not be surrounded by memories of her late husband. Beth had not been seen since October 24th. Her family could not contact her and she did not come home to her apartment. She also failed to report to work, which was highly unusual for her. She did not have access to a vehicle, limiting her ability to travel on her own. The last time her family talked to her, she told them she was going to the Howard Johnson Hotel on Linda Lane to watch a football game with someone named Aunt. No one in her family had heard her talk about someone with that name before. The unrelated investigations into Nita and Beth's disappearances came together in Harrisonburg on November 23, 2021, when the bodies of both women were found near each other in an undeveloped lot in a commercial area off of Linda Lane. The 2 women had both been murdered, but at different times. I knew that I had to lose my mom one day, but never did I ever imagine that I would be in a way like this. It's the most hurtful thing that anybody could ever experience, Beth's daughter Jessica said after her mother's body was located. The discovery of Nita's body came at an already difficult time of year for her family. Her body was located 3 days after the 9th anniversary of the disappearance of her niece, 19-year-old Sage Smith. While Sage's case was initially investigated as a missing persons case, it was reclassified as a homicide investigation in November of 2016. Her case remains unsolved. The same day the two bodies were found, 35-year-old Anthony Robinson was arrested for the two women's murders. He was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, as well as 2 felony counts of concealing, transporting, or altering a dead body. Robinson was tied to the 2 victims using cell phone records and surveillance footage. He had met both of them on dating sites. Police believe they were both killed at the motel where Robinson was staying. Video surveillance shows him pushing a shopping cart from his room. Police allege that the shopping cart was used to transport his victims' bodies. This method of transporting the bodies would lead to authorities referring to Robinson as the shopping cart killer at a press conference on December 17th, at which they announced they believe Robinson was a serial killer. Shortly after Nita and Beth's bodies were found, police in Washington, D.C. contacted the Harrisonburg Police Department. They were in the middle of their own missing persons investigation, and Robinson was the last known person to be in contact with the person they were looking for. 29-year-old Cheyenne Brown lived in Washington, D.C. She was a kind soul who was nice, potentially too nice to everyone she met. She was the loving mother of a 7-year-old son. She was last seen on September 30th, 2021, when she was approximately 4 months pregnant. That day, she was last seen by her family getting on to a local bus. She then took the metro from D.C. to the Huntington station in Fairfax County, Virginia. Surveillance footage shows her with Robinson at the metro station in D.C. Cell phone records show that after taking the metro, Cheyenne was in the 61100 block of nearby Richmond Highway. The Moon Inn Hotel, where staff has confirmed Robinson was staying at the time, is located in that block. Authorities in Fairfax County had searched the area around the hotel previously but had not found any sign of Cheyenne. When they returned to the scene after speaking with authorities about the 2 victims found in Harrisonburg to conduct a larger search, however, a homicide detective noticed a shopping cart in a vacant lot in the vicinity of the hotel. Knowing that Robinson had allegedly used a shopping cart to transport the bodies of the 2 women found in Harrisonburg, the search was focused onto that area. Not far from the shopping cart, authorities found a large plastic container containing 2 sets of human remains. Cheyenne Brown's family positively identified a distinctive tattoo she had on one of the sets of remains, leading authorities to tentatively identify those remains as Cheyenne. "My heart is broken. Just the thought of my baby not being here is devastating. It's like a bad dream I just want to wake up from," Cheyenne's mother, Nicandra Brown, who had called local hospitals and morgues as part of her desperate search for her daughter before her remains were located, told the Washington Post. Cheyenne's family believes that Robinson may have been in contact with her prior to her disappearance. According to Cheyenne's cousin, Jonathan Willis, he went to Nicandra Brown's home in mid to late September while Nicandra was out of the country for work. Cheyenne was there with a man he did not know. He asked the man to leave the home since Nicandra did not like people she had not met being inside her home when she was not there. The man, who Jonathan believes could be Robinson, left without incident. The state of decomposition the other set of remains was found in complicated identifying them, although investigators identified a missing woman from Redding, California, Stephanie Harrison, as a potential match to the remains. 48-year-old Stephanie was last in contact with her family on August 19th while she was on a sightseeing trip in Washington, D.C. Stephanie had 3 children and 3 grandchildren. She normally called her children multiple times throughout the day, so her daughter Destiny knew something was wrong when the routine calls her mother stopped. "My mom was super family-oriented. She was a beautiful, kind soul. She put everyone before herself. She would drop anything she was doing if you called and needed her help. She would give you her last dime if you needed it," Destiny said of her mother. The last transaction on Stephanie's bank records occurred at the Moon Inn Hotel when she checked into a room there. She told her family she knew people in the Washington, D.C. area and may have been communicating with people online. Authorities from Virginia traveled to California to collect DNA samples from Jessica's family members to compare to the remains. On January 7, 2022, authorities announced that DNA had confirmed that the remains found near the hotel belonged to Cheyenne Brown and Stephanie Harrison. Robinson has no known criminal record, although he has interacted with the police in Washington, D.C. before. On 3 occasions, in 2012 and 2013, Robinson was involved when police were called for a domestic dispute, unauthorized use of a vehicle, and an argument Robinson had with his aunt. He was not accused of violence during any of these incidents, and they did not result in an arrest or any charges. Police believe Robinson met his victims through various social media and online dating sites, although the only ones they have publicly discussed by name are Tagged and Plenty of Fish. Since his arrest, at least 2 women who met him through such sites have come forward to police. They say that when they met Robinson in person, they could tell that something was wrong and quickly ended their dates with him, which police believe may have saved their lives. Authorities would like to speak with any other women who met Robinson online, particularly through dating sites. Robinson lived a transient lifestyle, moving around and working various jobs. In addition to Virginia and Washington, D.C., he has known former addresses in Maryland and New York. Authorities are investigating possible ties between Robinson and other unsolved cases in various locations. He didn't suddenly turn into who he is 3 months ago. That's why we are painstakingly going through his whereabouts, his relationships, and employment history to figure out if, in fact, there are other victims. The good thing is he's in custody. The challenge that remains is identifying other victims. Fairfax County Police Chief Kevin Davis said after Robinson's arrest, so far, only one other potential victim has been identified. Investigators are currently working to determine if Robinson is connected to the murder of a young woman whose body was found in a shopping cart in Washington, D.C. on September 7, 2021. Her name has not been made public. Digital evidence allegedly places Robinson in the area at the time the victim went missing. While authorities believe it is important to publicize the details of Robinson's crimes in order to identify other potential victims in other parts of the country, Robinson's lawyer disagrees. In a court filing made in December of 2021, his lawyer asked the court to issue a gag order that would prevent law enforcement from using the term shopping cart killer, releasing information in the case to the public without the permission of the court, or referring to argues that language used by various departments involved in the case is prejudicial and will impact his client's ability to receive a fair trial. He further argues that it is inaccurate to refer to his client as a serial killer, as he is so far response to the filing, standing by their handling of the investigation. The court proceedings are ongoing. 62-year-old Gladys May Hensley lived in an apartment within a senior living complex on High Street in Eugene, Oregon. On June 5, 1986, the staff at the complex became concerned because they had not seen Gladys in a few days and decided to perform a welfare check. When they entered the apartment, they discovered Gladys' body. She had been murdered. The police estimated her time of death as the early morning hours of the previous day, June 4th. One of the apartment's windows was found unlocked, and all of the curtains had been drawn. 2 weeks later, there was another murder in Eugene. While there were differences in victim profile and the location where each victim was found, the Eugene Police Department believed the 2 cases were connected due to the fact that the crime scenes were only a few miles away from each other and the manner of death of each of the victims was the same. That manner of death has not been specified publicly and only described by police as the result of homicidal violence. The second victim was 33-year-old Janice Dickinson. On June 19, 1986, her nude and bloody body was discovered lying face up under a tree along a hillside behind a car dealership on Colberg Road. She had been sexually assaulted, and there were signs of a struggle at the scene. These 2 murders would later be connected to a case being investigated by the Oregon State Police. 73-year-old Geraldine Spencer Toohey lived alone in her home on Franklin Boulevard in Eugene. On the evening of February 27, 1988, she was speaking on the phone with her sister. The call suddenly cut off in the middle of the conversation. Geraldine's sister went to the home the following morning to pick Geraldine up for church. When she looked inside the house through a window, she saw her sister's half-naked body on the floor inside. Geraldine had been sexually assaulted. Her phone line had been cut, explaining the abrupt end to the call with her sister the night before. Police believed that her killer had known she lived alone and had forced their way in through the front door. A sketch of a potential suspect was developed but did not lead to an arrest. There was little progress in the investigations in the following years, despite the efforts of the authorities and public appeals from the victims' families. In 2000, examination of DNA evidence confirmed that all 3 murders had been committed by the same individual. There was no match found to this profile in criminal databases. In 2016, Virginia-based Parabon Nanolabs began offering the snapshot phenotyping service, which predicts physical features and generates images of what the contributor of a provided DNA sample might look like. Police in Oregon paid for the service in connection to the 3 women's murders, and 2 images showing what their suspect may have looked like at age 25 and at age 55 were generated. Investigators received the images in September of 2017 and released them to the public in January of 2018 with an appeal for anyone who knew someone who resembled the man pictured in the report to come forward. Unfortunately, despite over 100 tips being called in, the appeal did not lead to an identification. Investigators then worked again with Parabon Nanolabs to use genetic genealogy in the case. The effort identified 4 potential suspects for them to follow up on. After extensive further investigation, on February 2, 2022, the Eugene Police Department announced that Gladys, Janice, and Geraldine's killer had been identified as John Charles Bolsinger. In addition to the DNA evidence, fingerprint evidence, footwear analysis, and the development of a timeline of Bolsinger's movements at the time of the murders all supported his identification. Unfortunately, Bolsinger could not be prosecuted for the murders because he committed suicide in Springfield, Oregon on March 23, 1988, less than a month after Geraldine Tuohy's murder. Bolsinger was convicted of second-degree murder in Utah for the March 29, 1980 murder of 33-year-old Casey Sorensen, who died, according to Bolsinger's confession, during consensual sexual asphyxiation. He served 5 years in prison and was paroled to Springfield, Oregon on March 7, 1986. Gladys was killed in neighboring Eugene, Oregon just under 3 months later, and Janice was murdered just 2 weeks after that. On September 26, 1986, Bolsinger was arrested after breaking into a woman's home. That night, the woman was having trouble sleeping, and she heard her dog making strange noises in her kitchen. When she got up to investigate, she found a man reaching in through her kitchen window to remove a brace preventing her sliding glass door from being opened. She ran into her living room and called 911. The man made entry into the house and followed her into the living room. When he tried to take the phone from her, she began screaming and hitting him with the phone as well as a nearby flashlight. The man fled the residence, leaving behind a down vest and a paring knife. The woman told the police that the man had run off when they arrived just after he escaped, and he was soon apprehended by a canine officer. The intruder was Bolsinger. He said he had gone up to the woman's house and knocked on the door a few times, but nothing else, and claimed that he remembered nothing else about the home as he was suffering from memory loss. Bolsinger was sentenced to 5 years in prison but was only in custody in Oregon for less than 1 year. He was transferred from the Oregon Department of Corrections to the Utah State Prison on August 4, 1987, to serve time for violating his parole. He was released from prison in Utah just a few months later on December 7th. He returned to Oregon and enrolled at Lane Community College for the winter 1988 term. Geraldine was murdered in February of 1988. Bolsinger took his own life in March, just a few weeks after the release of the sketch of the suspect in her case, although there is no way of knowing if the sketch influenced his decision. Authorities have not been able to identify any sort of relationship between Bolsinger and any of his 3 victims in Oregon. The press release announcing Bolsinger's identification concluded by saying, "The Eugene Police Department and the Oregon State Police are pleased to finally bring closure to the family members of Gladys, Janice, and Geraldine, as well as our community. Both agencies remain committed to constantly evaluating unsolved cases and utilizing emerging technologies to bring closure to other families of crime victims. This resolution would not have been possible without the dedication of numerous police officers, detectives, crime scene investigators, and crime lab analysts over the last 35 years." Moniz Starren was born on May 23, 1989. There is scant information about her early years. Records show she had a brother named Nora Starren, but it is unclear if she had any other siblings. By 2023, at 34 years old, Moniz was a single mother of 3. She lived in a modest apartment at 1428 7th Street in St. Paul, Ramsey County, Minnesota. it remains uncertain whether she had ever been married. Accounts from those acquainted with Managi during this time painted a picture of a likable individual. Those who encountered her spoke of her positivity, patience, and kindness that extended to everyone she encountered, regardless of their background. However, amid these commendable qualities, Managed grappled with personal demons. She faced the challenges of drug addiction and mental health issues. These struggles were known to her family and played a role in her children not living with her, as she was struggling to overcome her own battles. The circumstances surrounding Managay's addiction and mental health concerns certainly prevented her from providing a stable environment for her children. Despite the challenges, life continued to unfold for Managay. Then something unexpected happened. On May 1, 2023, the St. Paul police received a distress call from Managay's father. During the call, he revealed troubling details about Managay's struggles with drug addiction and mental health issues. He disclosed that she had plans to enter a drug treatment center, but failed to show up. The last contact he had with Managed was on April 18, 2023. She had appeared paranoid and afraid. Her father expressed concerns that she was frightened of a boyfriend. With the call concluded, the officers sprang into action. They looked for Managi at her apartment. Unfortunately, she was nowhere to be found. In their pursuit of answers, the investigators located and engaged in conversation with an individual simply identified as the father of one of Managed's children. The man revealed that he too had not heard from Managed, and this deviated from her usual routine. Normally, she would regularly check in on him, due to their shared responsibility for their son. He shared his concern, emphasizing that it was highly unusual for Managed to go more than 8 hours without reaching out to ensure their child's well-being. Additionally, the man disclosed that Managed had reached out to him from various phone numbers in the past. However, their last conversation was on April 21, 2023. Investigators also tracked down a neighbor of Managed. During their conversations, the neighbor shared a disturbing observation. According to the neighbor, she had witnessed Managed at one time bearing a black eye and red marks on her neck. It's not clear when this happened exactly, but the neighbor had been alarmed by the distressing sight and confronted Managi. She asked Managi if she had been assaulted. To her dismay, Managi had confirmed the neighbor's suspicions. Despite the neighbor's immediate instinct to call the police, Managay pleaded against involving law enforcement, convinced it would only worsen the situation. This revelation added a layer of complexity to the investigation, leaving the officers grappling with the haunting reality that had enveloped Managay's life. Continuing their investigation, the detectives proceeded to speak with the manager of Managay's apartment complex. He provided them with some valuable insights. They learned that Managay had a boyfriend named Joe, who frequented her apartment despite not being listed on the lease. The manager then provided the investigators with a phone number associated with Joe. With the obtained phone number in hand, the investigators conducted their inquiries and confirmed that it belonged to a 40-year-old man named Joseph Steve Jorgensen. Presenting Jorgensen's photograph to the manager, they sought confirmation, and the manager identified him as the individual, known to him as Managed's boyfriend. This revelation marked a turning point in the investigation, setting the stage for an unsettling and bizarre series of events to follow. Now, an apartment surveillance camera situated near Managay's residence proved to be a crucial piece of evidence. On May 24, 2023, investigators were informed by the apartment manager that the surveillance video had been found, capturing an alarming incident from April 21, 2023. In the footage, Manish was seen fleeing from her apartment in evident distress, with Jorgensen, her boyfriend, in swift pursuit. He forcefully turned her around and directed her back into the apartment. The video indicated that this was the last known sighting of Managay entering her apartment on that fateful day between 5:55 and 6 p.m., but there was no corresponding footage showing her exiting the premises. Further examination of the surveillance recordings revealed multiple instances of Jorgensen entering and leaving the apartment between April 21, 2023 April 28, 2023. Astonishingly, it was determined that Jorgensen accessed the apartment a total of 28 times during this period. Adding to the entry, the apartment management confirmed that Managay possessed only one set of keys for the residence. The surveillance footage captured Jorgensen utilizing a key for every visit he made to the apartment. As all these discoveries came to light, the investigators were left with a multitude of unsettling questions. What happened during Jorgensen's repeated visits to Managie's apartment? And most importantly, where was Managie now? Further analysis of the surveillance footage also revealed that at 4:55 p.m. on May 28, 2023, Jorgensen was captured on camera carrying 2 duffel bags and a suitcase as he exited the apartment. He loaded the bags into a pickup truck bearing the Minnesota license plate NLV 677. Taking a seat on the driver's side, Jorgensen swiftly drove away. Investigators soon discovered that the pickup truck belonged to a man residing in the apartment building at 89th Century Avenue in Maplewood. In the wake of these developments, investigators sought out a family friend who possessed crucial insights into Managed's behavior and relationships. The family friend revealed that despite Managed's struggles with drugs and crises, she had never gone more than 24 hours without contacting her loved ones. This consistent pattern had made her sudden absence all the more concerning. Additionally, the family friend disclosed a conversation with Jorgensen, whom he had spoken to over the phone following Managed's disappearance. Jorgensen had told him at the time that Managed had left for the store, but never returned. According to the family friend, Jorgensen also expressed concerns that a man named Castle may have caused harm to Managed. Jorgensen had described this Castle as a suspicious individual. The family friend revealed that he had not been in contact with Jorgensen since that conversation. Armed with this newfound information, the investigators recognized the gravity of the situation at hand. They couldn't ignore the fact that Jorgensen had made no effort to report Managie as missing to the police. Furthermore, the evidence indicated that no one apart from Jorgensen had entered Managie's apartment after her disappearance. This revelation heightened their suspicions, and they directed their focus squarely onto Jorgensen as a person of interest. With growing concerns and mounting evidence, the police decided to conduct a thorough search of Managie's apartment. Accompanied by a property manager, an officer entered the premises. As they stepped inside, their attention was immediately drawn to the unsettling discoveries within. The officer and property manager noticed that the window screen to one of the bedroom windows lay discarded on the floor. Furthermore, a closer examination of the living room revealed a television with a cracked screen in multiple places. The property manager confirmed that the screen had not been damaged before this discovery. As they continued their search, the officers noticed a broken glass panel on the microwave. It showed signs of having been cleaned up. In Manish's bedroom, they observed that the bedsheet had been partially removed, revealing a foam pad atop the mattress. To their surprise, the foam pad bore a large hole that had been deliberately cut and removed. Adding to the disconcerting scene, red stains were visible at the foot of the bed. These findings intensified the growing unease surrounding Managed's disappearance, propelling the investigators further into a labyrinth of unsettling clues and harrowing possibilities. Following the necessary legal procedures, the officers obtained a warrant to thoroughly search and process Managed's apartment for vital forensic evidence. The warrant was executed on May 25, 2023. Careful examination of the apartment by crime scene technicians unveiled a disconcerting truth. Substantial amounts of blood were discovered in the living room, notably on the couch, the floor, and the kitchen area. The telltale signs of an attempted cleanup indicated that someone had made desperate efforts to remove the traces of the blood. It became increasingly evident that someone had been seriously injured or even died within the apartment walls. In subsequent analysis, the preliminary findings confirmed the grim reality. The blood samples collected from the scene belonged to none other than Managie herself. Continuing her investigation, the authorities uncovered vital information regarding Managie's finances. It was revealed that she received assistance through the state of Minnesota in the form of Electronic Benefits Transfer, EBT card. This card enables recipients of government aid, such as food stamps, to make direct purchases from retailers. Recognizing the significance of this revelation, a warrant was swiftly obtained to access Managed's EBT account records. The investigation unveiled a series of transactions that occurred after her last known sighting on April 21, 2023. One such transaction took place on May 9, 2023, where Jorgensen used Managed's EBT card to conduct an ATM withdrawal at the Speedway located at 11 Century Avenue North in Maplewood. That same day, he used Managed's EBT card at the Dollar Tree store located at 7150 Valley Creek Plaza in Woodbury. There, he made a rather peculiar purchase. His shopping list included a cleaning bucket, 2 boxes of saran wrap, paper towels, garbage bags, liquid cleaner latex gloves, and disinfectant wipes. This was a suspicious assortment of supplies that piqued the interest of the investigators. On May 11, 2023, Jorgensen made another transaction using Managed's EBT card, this time at the Cub Food store situated at 1177 Clarence Street in St. Paul, Ramsey County. He also used the card at a different Dollar Tree store situated at 7085 10th Street North in Oakdale. This time around, he procured more paper towels for additional boxes of saran wrap, cleaning products, and disinfectant wipes. The recurrent purchase of such items only served to deepen the mystery surrounding Jorgensen's activities and intentions. Adding another layer of entry, authorities uncovered evidence implicating another individual simply identified as ZD. This ZD also utilized Managed's EBT card. Following this, investigators proceeded to obtain a search warrant to access information related to Jorgensen's Gmail and Google accounts. Analyzing the obtained data, a series of noteworthy Google searches made by Jorgensen came to light, further deepening the investigators' concerns. On April 21, 2023, Jorgensen had searched for the word jugular. On May 1, 2023, he searched for what do police do with a missing persons report. On May 3, 2023, Jorgensen saw information on how to clear cookies from an Android phone. On May 27, 2023, his search query was how to remove GPS from a Lime scooter. On June 4, 2023, Jorgensen looked up lime for soil. Now at this point, one thing you should know is that lime, the substance Jorgensen had inquired about, can be utilized to speed up the decomposition process of a body and also the associated odors. The police were well aware of this fact, and this further heightened their concerns regarding Jorgensen's potential involvement in the disappearance of Managed. Based on the compelling evidence against Jorgensen, the police made a decisive move. The apartment investigators focused on and obtained a warrant to search was Jorgensen's. On June 26, 2023, a SWAT team moved in to execute the warrants, prepared for a potentially volatile encounter. As the officers confronted Jorgensen in his apartment, he responded with resistance, barricading himself within his bedroom. In a shocking turn of events, to the dismay of all present, Jorgensen started a fire, further escalating the danger and urgency of the situation. With utmost caution, the SWAT team made their move. A struggle ensued and Jorgensen fiercely fought against the officers, even making an attempt to seize the firearm of a SWAT officer. Eventually, the officers successfully apprehended Jorgensen. As a precautionary measure, he was promptly transported to the Regions Hospital for evaluation. This was to ensure his well-being and address any potential mental health concerns that may have contributed to his actions. In addition to Jorgensen, 2 other individuals were present in the apartment when he was apprehended. One of them, an unidentified female, bore marks of physical harm. She had multiple bruises, scratches, and a red neck. The woman would later tell the police that Jorgensen had strangled her and issued threats of violence, including chilling words like, "The neighbors won't hear you scream." The second person in the apartment was Jorgensen's roommate. During the standoff between Jorgensen and the police, the roommate had taken refuge in his own bedroom. The roommate was also taken into custody without resistance. Later, at the St. Paul Police Department, the roommate provided a statement during an interview. He disclosed that he suffered from a traumatic brain injury that had resulted in a loss of his sense of smell. Additionally, he revealed a long-standing acquaintance with Jorgensen, notably the roommate clarified. Due to his Monday through Friday work schedule, he had minimal interaction with Jorgensen or the women Jorgensen brought to the apartment. Following these events, officers interviewed ZD, a friend of Jorgensen. He was the other man who had also been observed using Managed's EBT card. The exact timing of the interview with ZD remains unclear. During the discussion, ZD revealed that he had only met Managed once or twice, emphasizing that he did not have a close relationship with her. According to Zidi, when he inquired about Manigat, Jorgensen informed him that she had been admitted to a mental health facility. Zidi further disclosed that it was Jorgensen who provided him with both Manjit's EBT card and its corresponding PIN, leading him to assume that Jorgensen had permission to use the card. In addition, officers interviewed the apartment manager responsible for Jorgensen's residence. The manager disclosed that multiple complaints had been lodged around May 15th or 16th, 2023 regarding a putrid odor coming from Jorgensen's apartment. The foul smell permeated the entire building. It was described by the manager as resembling that of a dead animal. Shedding further light on the situation, the manager revealed that on May 18, 2023, both he and a maintenance employee attempted to gain access to the apartment for inspection. However, Jorgensen responded with verbal hostility and physically prevented them from entering a particular bedroom, which appeared to be the source of the odor. Undeterred, the manager informed Jorgensen and his roommate that the apartment needed to be cleaned within a week, to which they complied. The manager then disclosed that shortly after, he and the maintenance employee witnessed Jorgensen carrying and dragging large black duffel bags out of the apartment. Struck by the sight, it had exchanged remarks suggesting the possibility of Jorgensen transporting a dead body. In response to these findings, the Forensic Services Unit of the St. Paul Police Department carefully processed Jorgensen's apartment. Their report revealed the discovery of a large pool of blood in the front closet, which coincided with the location from where the foul odor had been reported. The blood had seeped through the carpet and carpet pad, and the presence of other biological material and recent maggot activity further compounded the disturbing nature of the scene. Additionally, blood was also found in the closet where Jorgensen had attempted to start the fire. Furthermore, as part of the investigation, officers recovered 2 padlock keys within Jorgensen's apartment following his arrest. Upon reviewing Jorgensen's phone records, it was discovered that his phone had registered a ping within the vicinity of an storage unit situated at 881 Wire Drive in Woodbury on May 18, 2023. Someone using Jorgensen's roommate's name began renting a storage unit at the facility on May 5, 2023. Notably, the access code assigned to the unit was used to enter the facility precisely at the time when Jorgensen's phone pinged in the same area. Recognizing the significance of this information, investigators swiftly obtained a warrant to search the storage unit. On June 28, 2023, 2 days after Jorgensen's arrest, investigators proceeded to the designated storage unit. As they approached the scene, they were greeted by a distinct and terrible odor, consistent with decomposing flesh. One of the keys obtained from Jorgensen's apartment appeared to fit one of the padlocks. However, the investigators eventually resorted to cutting the 2 padlocks to gain access. Upon entering, they discovered the presence of several items: a large cooler carefully wrapped in plastic, a blue duffel bag, and a compact carry-on suitcase. Notably, one of these bags matched the same bag Jorgensen was observed removing from Manijay's apartment in the video footage. Additionally, atop the cooler, a green tote was found containing cleaning supplies consistent with those previously purchased by Jorgensen. Acting under the direction of the Forensic Services Unit, 2 coolers and a duffel bag were carefully removed from the unit. A distinct and overpowering stench of decomposing flesh emanated from these containers. Enclosed within multiple layers of plastic, the contents remained inaccessible until they were transported to the medical examiner's office for further examination. Upon examination using an X-ray machine, it was revealed that the coolers and bag contained a human body. The larger cooler yielded a torso, while the larger bag held the arms and legs. The smaller cooler, on the other hand, contained a head. Subsequently, the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's Office conducted an autopsy on the recovered remains. The first set of remains, the torso, was carefully removed from the large cooler. Extensively enveloped in layers of saran wrap and multiple bags, great care had been taken to preserve and conceal it. The next set of remains to be removed was the head, similarly encased in numerous layers of saran wrap and bags. Finally, the third set of remains consisting of 2 arms, 2 thighs, and the remaining portions of the legs and feet were removed from the duffel bag. These remains had also been carefully wrapped in a substantial amount of saran wrap. Unwrapping the remains proved to be a time-consuming task for the medical examiner. With the completion of thorough examinations and analysis, the medical examiner successfully confirmed the identity of the remains as belonging to none other than Manhea. Identification was established through recognized tattoos and dental records. Tragically, the determination of the manner of her death led to the conclusion that it was a homicide. Following this, investigators turned their attention back to the surveillance footage obtained from Angie's apartment, placing a particular focus on the bags that Jorgensen had removed from the premises. Upon careful review, it became increasingly apparent that Jorgensen had dismembered Mangio within her own apartment, meticulously dividing her remains and placing them in various bags he carried out. Jorgensen faced a series of charges in connection to the death of Manja. He was formally accused of 1 count of second-degree murder, reflecting the gravity of his alleged actions. Additionally, Jorgensen was charged with arson for deliberately setting a fire within his apartment during the confrontation with the SWAT team officers. The charges extended to include offenses such as threats of violence and disarming an officer. On the afternoon of June 30th, 2023, Jorgensen appeared briefly in court to address the murder charge. Throughout the proceedings, he shook his head from side to side, reacting to Assistant Ramsey County Attorney Isabella Eastwood as she presented details from the complaint. Eastwood further requested that bail be set at $5 million, a proposal that received the approval of Judge Timothy Carey. Jorgensen remained mostly silent during the court appearance, offering only his name when prompted. The defense attorney opted to reserve any arguments regarding bail for a later date, suggesting that a comprehensive defense strategy was being prepared. During a press conference held on the same day Jorgensen made his court appearance, St. Paul Police Sergeant Mike Ernster unveiled a significant development that emerged during their ongoing investigation. It was revealed that another woman, Fanta Zayavang, age 33, another former girlfriend of Jorgensen, was also missing. Notably, the last known sighting of Zayavang occurred in July 2021, in the company of none other than Jorgensen himself. Intriguingly, her absence had not been previously reported, prompting the police to initiate a recent missing person investigation. Tragically, on July 7th, police said in a news conference that they had found the remains of Fanta Zayavong, 33, in a separate storage unit in Coon Rapids, north of Minneapolis and 30 miles from the unit where Starnes' body had been discovered. More details have not yet been released regarding this second victim, but it is widely believed that Jorgensen is responsible for her murder as well. Amid these ongoing developments, Manish's family expressed their gratitude to the police for pursuing every lead in their relentless search for the truth. As for Jorgensen, if found guilty, he could face a maximum sentence of up to 40 years in prison for the charge of second-degree murder. Jorgensen's next court appearance is scheduled for August 21, 2023. In the aftermath of this harrowing case, the truth surrounding Manish's untimely demise has been unraveled, and justice is now being pursued. The efforts of law enforcement have brought us closer to understanding the tragic events that unfolded. As we contemplate the chilling details surrounding Jorgensen's actions, a haunting question arises. Are we on the verge of uncovering a potential serial killer? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. On August 30th, 1991, 32-year-old Dawn Sanchez was seen getting into her boyfriend, Bernardo Base's vehicle, and was never seen again. She was reported missing by her family the following October. Sanchez was a sex worker and had been working for a brothel in Nevada. Sanchez and her boyfriend were last seen leaving a motel in Los Altos, California. Her boyfriend was described as controlling, jealous, violent. Sanchez had told friends that she was afraid to be alone with him. A witness came forward in 1992 and he said that he had witnessed the two in a heated argument and reported hearing the sound of a gunshot. Base was arrested and charged, but there wasn't enough evidence for a conviction and he was released. Base's 1979 Pontiac Grand Prix had gone missing at the time of Sanchez's disappearance. Base's sister had initially told investigators she had sold the car on behalf of her brother, but after Base was charged and convicted for another crime, she said that she had been told by her brother to say that and that she had lied because she was scared of her brother. Investigators received a tip that the car may have been chopped and dumped in an abandoned lot in El Viso in San Francisco. The lot was filled with other vehicles and various metal debris, So the police reached out to the engineers from NASA and Carnegie Mellon University for help. They offered to use a robot that could use real-time processing algorithms and platforms for magnetic and ground-penetrating radar sensors hosted on small autonomous aerial and ground vehicles for intelligent, autonomous Earth science missions. That's a mouthful. Basically meaning NASA was going to use a robot to analyze the debris and match it to the type of debris they were looking for, which was the car, and providing officers with a general area to excavate. This was the first time a technology like this was being used to solve a cold case. The robot was able to locate parts of the vehicle which contained enough evidence to convict Bernardo Bass for the kidnapping and murder of Don Sanchez. 17-year-old Chandra May resided in Pea Ridge, an unincorporated area of Scott County, Mississippi, about 12 miles north of the county seat, Forest. Since 1970, her mother's family had lived as neighbors along a dirt road off Mississippi Route 35. Although doctors had informed Chandra's parents, Janelle and Richard, that they would never have biological children, they adopted a son named Tim. Contrary to the doctor's diagnosis, Janelle later gave birth to Chandra when Tim was just 8 months old. The close age of the siblings strengthened their bond within their tight-knit family. At the beginning of 1986, Chandra was looking forward to her upcoming high school graduation. She was a senior at League Academy, a small school with only 36 students in its senior class in neighboring League County. Chandra did not have a particularly outgoing personality, but her kind nature helped her make friends easily. She was a good student and a member of the National Honor Society. She worked on the school's student newspaper and was a member of the Student Christian Organization. In addition to her studies and extracurricular activities at school, Shonda also took on a part-time job at a McDonald's restaurant in nearby Forest, Mississippi. On Tuesday, February 4th, 1986, Chandra returned home from school as usual and did some homework. She then had a quick dinner with her mother before leaving around 5:30 to go to her 6 o'clock shift at McDonald's. It would take her approximately 15 to 20 minutes to drive down the highway to the restaurant, but Chandra made sure to leave extra time so she would not be late. It had been raining that evening, and few people were coming out to the McDonald's. The manager decided to send some of the other employees, including Chandra, home early since there was not enough work for all of them. Chandra clocked out at 7:24 p.m. but sat in the dining room of the restaurant for 15 minutes. Waiting just in case business suddenly picked up and she would be asked to clock back in. After no rush of customers came, she finally left the restaurant around 7:40 p.m. Chandra's parents insisted that she call home before she started the drive home after all of her shifts, so that someone at the house would know when to expect her and to go out looking for her in case she had car trouble out on the road at night. As she did after every shift, Chandra called her mother from the payphone before getting into her car. On the way home, Chandra stopped at the TG&Y, a dime store, and purchased a Valentine's Day card, presumably for her boyfriend Tony, the first boy she had ever seriously dated. Chandra's father Richard worked as a riverboat captain for a shipping firm based out of New Orleans, piloting a towboat that pushed barges up the Mississippi River. His job required him to be away from home for a full month at a time, followed by a full month off of work. On February 4th, he was working, and his boat was just outside of Memphis, Tennessee. He called home to check on his family at approximately 8:20 p.m. When his wife, Janelle, answered the phone, she told him that Chandra had not yet arrived home, even though she was expected to arrive by 8 o'clock. Richard told Janelle to go next door and ask her brother-in-law, Elton Spivey, to drive along the route. Chandra would drive home from work and look for her in case she had car trouble and was stranded along the highway. However, when Janelle went outside to walk next door, she saw Chandra's car, a blue 1982 Isuzu, in the road just shy of their driveway, less than 75 yards away from the front door of their home. When she went up to the car, the engine was still running, and the interior light was on because the front driver's side door was open. His front window was partially rolled down. The radio was on, but the volume was turned down. All of Chandra's belongings, her purse, glasses, work apron, school books, and coat, were all inside the car. The only item that would later be determined to be missing was Chandra's driver's license. There was no sign of Chandra herself. The scene was strange, but there were no obvious signs of a struggle outside of the car. Holding on to hope that there was an innocent explanation for her daughter not coming inside the house, Janelle called Chandra's boyfriend to see if he had picked her up. When she called his house, he was there with his parents and had been there all evening. Janelle called the police. Based on the scene where her car was found, authorities quickly determined that Chandra had not left on her own accord. Furthermore, it was out of character for her to abandon her responsibilities, and she would not intentionally cause stress for her mother in particular because she was in poor health. Janelle suffered from diabetes and had been in and out of the hospital for the past 3 years. Worsening problems with her kidneys had resulted in her becoming dependent on dialysis treatments for the previous 6 months. Janelle had taken care of her children all of their lives, but now Chandra was helping take care of her mother as her health deteriorated. Chandra did not resent these extra responsibilities, and caring for her mother just made their relationship even stronger. The search for Chandra began in the immediate area around her home. Initially, it was just her family and law enforcement looking for her. However, as the physical search area expanded, the support from the community also grew. Students and teachers from her school helped search for her. The owners of the McDonald's where she worked posted missing persons flyers inside the restaurant. Chandra's co-workers included flyers in the bags of every drive-through order they served. Within 2 weeks of Chandra's disappearance, more than 25,000 missing persons flyers were distributed throughout the state of Mississippi. The Mississippi State Police conducted aerial and ground searches, which took place in 3 different counties. Rumors quickly circulated that Chandra had been abducted by someone posing as a police officer. After her disappearance, authorities received several reports from individuals who said that a non-police vehicle with a flashing blue light had attempted to pull them over on the highway Chandra would have traveled to get home. The scenario would make sense in light of some of the circumstances of Chandra's disappearance. Chandra's driver's license was missing, which could be explained if she took it out to present to someone she believed was a police officer. Furthermore, the fact that she pulled over on the road when she was in sight of her driveway was puzzling. However, if she believed she was pulled over by a police officer, she may have pulled over immediately instead of driving the few extra seconds to pull into the driveway. This possibility is complicated by testimony from Shonda's cousin, David Spivey, who lived next door to her. The evening Chandra disappeared, he saw her driving down the road towards her house after noticing the light from her headlights. According to David, no one was driving behind her at the time. The location where her car was found was just past his home, halfway between his house and hers. This would seem to indicate that whoever abducted Chandra had been waiting for her near her home and perhaps blocked her way down the road, forcing her to stop short of her driveway. However, this would have been difficult to coordinate without Chandra's entire extended family witnessing them waiting for an extended period of time. Furthermore, Chandra had deviated from her normal schedule that evening because she was unexpectedly sent home from work early. Even if her abductor had studied her normal movements, they would not have known to be waiting for her at that time. According to some of Chandra's co-workers, she had been concerned that someone may have been following her in the week before her disappearance. She had been unable to clearly see what kind of vehicle they were in. Several of her co-workers reported to their assistant manager that Chandra was worried but did not want to tell her parents about the person potentially following her because she knew they would make her quit her job out of concern for her safety. Chandra's disappearance destroyed the sense of safety her neighbors thought living in a small town provided them. Regardless of whether or not they played a role in Chandra's disappearance, the community took reports of a non-police vehicle attempting to pull over vehicles in the area seriously, with teachers at Chandra's school advising students to pull over when they saw flashing blue lights unless they could confirm they were on a police vehicle. Teenagers traveled in pairs and in groups, and many were not allowed out after dark for a time. The National Guard conducted searches with the help of civilian volunteers. On February 19th, Chandra's case was formally declared a kidnapping, which allowed the FBI to join the investigation. Physical searches continued, a reward was offered, and tips were regularly called in, but Chandra was not found, to use as fishing bait in the banks of Baker's Lake. The lake was located near Bolton, Mississippi in Hinds County, approximately 80 miles away from Chandra's family home. He noticed something floating in the water. It was a body wrapped in plastic bags. When police examined the body, it was wearing a class ring from Leak Academy, which was engraved with Chandra's initials, leading to her preliminary identification. Dental records would later confirm that the body was Chandra May's. The day Chandra's body was found would have been her 18th birthday. Chandra's body had been bound with fiber-reinforced packing tape and wrapped in plastic bags before it was thrown into the lake. Chandra's initial autopsy did not conclusively identify a cause of death, so a second one was ordered. At the second autopsy, the pathologist determined that Chandra had been raped and had been struck on the left side of her head. The blow to her head had not caused a skull fracture, and while it had occurred while she was still alive, it was unlikely to have caused her death. The two pathologists who performed the autopsies differed in their opinion over whether the tape used to bind Chandra had been applied while she was still alive or after she was already dead. A large tape mark was visible on her neck when the second autopsy was performed. This led to the pathologist determining that Chandra had most likely died as a result of strangulation. Based on the exact location of the heavy tape mark, he also determined that if Chandra had struggled against her bindings, the tape around her neck could have stimulated her carotid arteries, which could have interfered with her heart beating properly. While Chandra had been missing for just over 3 weeks, she had been alive for the majority of that time. While neither of her autopsies resulted in an exact time of her death being identified, both pathologists found that she had been killed approximately 5 to 10 days before her body was found, meaning she had been held alive somewhere for at least 12 days. When Chandra was laid to rest in a small cemetery south of her community, the date of her death was left blank on her headstone as no one knew the exact date she died. Chandra's community began collecting money for a reward for information in her case when she was still missing, and the donations continued after her body was found. The donations ranged from $10 brought in by individual members of the community to $5,000 offered by the owners of the McDonald's franchise where Chandra worked. The local governments of both Scott County, where Chandra lived, and neighboring Lee County, where she attended school, voted to donate $25,100 to the reward, the maximum amount allowed by law. The reward eventually grew to $53,413. For individuals from Scott County underwent polygraph examinations in March of 1986 in connection to Chandra's case. A man accused of kidnapping a woman in the city of Hattiesburg underwent one that August. Authorities seemingly focused in on the theory that Chandra had stopped her car short of her driveway because she believed she was being pulled over by a police officer. They polygraphed an offender who used a blue light to deceive his victims in July. A Scott County Sheriff's deputy was also investigated and given a polygraph exam in connection to the case. All of these individuals passed their polygraph examinations. At the end of September, authorities asked Chandra's father, Richard May, to undergo a polygraph examination as well. Richard had been working on a boat 200 miles away from the site of his daughter's abduction at the time it occurred. On September 29, 1986, investigators with the Mississippi State Police and the Mississippi Highway Patrol came to the May family home and asked Richard if he would come with them to Jackson for a polygraph examination. He left with them and underwent the examination that afternoon. The results showed no signs of deception in Richard's answers. While Richard voluntarily submitted to the exam, he was frustrated by being asked to take it as he knew it would not help find his daughter's killer. However, he put those feelings aside for the benefit of his daughter's case. I took the test of my own free will because I have been and am willing to do whatever it takes to get the state and county law enforcement to find out who killed Chandra, he told the Scott County Times the day after the examination. Leads in Chandra's case became fewer and farther between as time passed. In August of 1992, Reuben Weeks, who was serving a life sentence plus 30 years for rape and kidnapping in Missouri, was brought to Mississippi for questioning in the case due to similarities between Chandra's murder and the crime for which he was incarcerated. On October 13, 1991, he had pulled a motel clerk from her car. She was bound with tape and raped. Weeks was apprehended in his home state of Mississippi, where he had an extensive criminal record consisting of mainly nonviolent offenses. He had previously been a trustee in the Scott County Jail. He ultimately could not be tied to Chandra's murder. Another man, who had been questioned in relation to Chandra's case twice, since 1988, was arrested and charged with abducting and sexually assaulting a young woman in 1993. This led to investigators in Mississippi and Alabama looking into him for at least 3 unsolved murders, including Chandra's, but no evidence connecting him to any of the murders could ever be found. Chandra's murder was covered by a local news channel in March of 2021, which led to a group of retired local investigators taking an interest in the case. They followed up on old leads and have been looking for new ones. Any information they may uncover will be turned over to the Scott County Sheriff's Department. Unfortunately, forensic evidence will most likely not be as useful in Chandra's case as it has been in solving other cold cases in recent years. Almost none of the evidence in the case has been properly preserved. Chandra's family used her car to look for her the night she disappeared, unknowingly disturbing potential forensic evidence. The tape used to bind Chandra and the garbage bag Chandra's body was wrapped in were also removed by the young deputy who first responded to the scene. As proper crime scene preservation was not as well understood at the time, investigators today are limited in the amount of forensic evidence available to them. They do believe that witness testimony may help them finally close the case. While the passage of time can cause some types of evidence to deteriorate, it can also destroy relationships and remove threats that may have previously prevented witnesses from coming forward. Chandra's mother passed away as a result of worsening kidney disease in 1994. Chandra's brother and father still live in Mississippi. Richard May understands that he may never learn what happened to his daughter during his lifetime. However, he continues to pray that one day he will see Chandra again and she will be able to provide him with the answers he is still searching for herself.
Hi, how are you?
Georgetown 911, where's your emergency? Hello? Hello?
Hello? I have nothing but gunshots.
Born in 1975, Lorenzen was an energetic child with a vibrant smile. His mother, Deborah, resided with her own mother, who assisted in raising him. Despite his father Herb not living with them, he was deeply involved in his son's life. Lorenzen's dream of becoming a professional basketball player began early, and his family believed he had a natural talent for the sport. Saying this was helped further by how tall he was. His mother Deborah said he was such a long baby. She couldn't lie him down on her lap because his head would go off her knees. The minute Lorenzen started playing, he showed an instant flair for basketball, with people describing him as a force of nature on the court. His parents were just as passionate about helping him succeed and making his dreams a reality. Lorenzen split his time between his mother's home in Oxford and his father's home 80 miles away in Memphis. He started off playing for Lafayette High School in Mississippi before he moved to Memphis permanently and spent his senior year playing for Booker T. Washington High School. With an array of college scholarship offers, Lorenzen had some big choices to make. Ultimately, he decided to go with the Memphis Tigers at Memphis State University and threw absolutely everything he had into it. Straight out of university, his life would change forever. He entered the 1996 NBA draft and was the 7th overall pick in the first round, being drafted by the Los Angeles Clippers. Lorenzen soon married Shara Robinson, who he had known since his junior year. They had met through a basketball game. Her father was one of his coaches. Over the coming years, the couple would go on to have 7 children together. In 1995, their first child, Lorenzen Wright Jr., was born. After this came their eldest daughter, Lauren. Twins, Lamar and Shamar, their daughter Sophia, a son called Lawson, and a daughter Sierra. Lorenzen doted on his children, with those that knew him saying nothing was more important than them. In 1999, he moved from the Los Angeles Clippers to the Atlanta Hawks before being traded to the Memphis Grizzlies in 2001. His friends said he loved his newfound fame, embracing his fans and never turning anyone down for an autograph or a picture. Although overwhelming, he enjoyed this side of his career and used it as a way to give back to everyone that had supported him along the way. Professionally, he was reaching highs some could only dream of. But personally, his life would soon take a devastating turn. Sierra was born in 2002, but tragically, just 11 months later, she passed away in their family home from sudden infant death syndrome. This fueled Lorenzen to found the Sierra Simone Wright Scholarship Fund, named after his baby girl. The scholarship fund granted an annual scholarship to a Memphis high school senior who had plans to attend a Memphis area college or university. His philanthropy continued with him contributing to numerous children's charities, hosting basketball camps, contributing to children's reading programs, and visiting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. In 2006, he made the move back to the Atlanta Hawks. 2 years later, he was involved in a multiplayer trade, moving from Atlanta to Sacramento Kings. And shortly after this, he moved to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Lorenzen Wright had well and truly had a very successful career, playing in over 770 NBA games, spanning an incredible 13 seasons and garnering around $50 million in contracts. But as 2010 came around, after a bad thumb injury, Lorenzen Wright retired from professional basketball. Those that knew him said that over the last few years, he had played as hard as he'd worked, and a lot of the huge fortune he had amassed during his time in the NBA was all but gone. As well as buying lavish homes and new cars, a vast amount of money had been given to various family members, friends, and the community that loved him, with one of his friends saying he was a giver. He gave to anybody who put their hand out. He bought people cars and houses, helped them open businesses and enter colleges. His custom-built 17-room home in Tennessee was repossessed, as was his $1,100,000 home in Atlanta. He was also in arrears on his $26,000 a month alimony and child support obligations, and Scherer claimed they often had creditors knocking at the door. After 13 years together, in January 2010, he and Scherer divorced. Lorenzen moved to Atlanta, while his ex-wife and children remained in Memphis, Tennessee. He still had a home in Tennessee and would come back and forth to see his family. Many sources state that he and Scherer still had an intimate relationship but remained separated. Sources said that Lorenzen was a serial cheater, whilst others say the infidelity definitely came from both sides. At one point in Atlanta, Lorenzen phoned a friend and told him he wanted to come back to Tennessee permanently and get back together with Scherer, expressing how unhappy he was away from his family and ex-wife. Needless to say, things did appear to be on the up for Lorenzen career-wise. He had 2 NBA teams inviting him to try out, and he was scheduled to fly to Israel to try out for a team there. His friend and roommate, Michael, said that Lorenzen was planning on traveling back to Memphis mid-July. But in the days leading up to it, he seemed a bit on edge and not really himself. His children had already spent a lot of time with him in Atlanta over the summer, and Lorenzen was telling everyone how much fun they were all having, watching films as a family, visiting amusement parks and water parks, and practicing basketball together. But the plan was Lorenzen was to visit Memphis for a short while and take his children back to Atlanta with him so they could spend the rest of the summer there. On July 18, 2010, with this plan in mind, Lorenzen flew back to Memphis. He had hopes of attending his sister's baby shower and proudly watch his eldest son, Lorenzen Wright Jr., play basketball. Throughout the day, he caught up with some friends and even took a picture of himself on one of his friends' phones. He then spent some of the evening at Scherer's house, leaving late into the night. Germantown police received a disturbing 911 call. 11 gunshots could be heard in quick succession, but the words coming from the caller were unclear. When the call was silent, the dispatcher assumed it was a hang-up. The person on the end of the line would later turn out to be 34-year-old Lorenzen Wright. Lorenzen never showed up to his sister's baby shower, and after repeatedly trying to get hold of him, his mother Deborah was starting to worry. He was also set to be his friend's best man, and his failure to turn up to that rang even more alarm bells. Although some of his friends thought he might have just wanted a break, when Deborah learned that her son wasn't even returning his daughter Lauren's calls, she knew she had to talk to the police. On July 22nd, Deborah filed a missing persons report, and officers arrived at Scherer's house to take some statements. Scherer told police that Lorenzen had left the house on the night of July 18th with a random man she didn't know, some drugs, and an unspecified but considerable sum of money. He was on the phone at the time and said to the person on the other end he was going to flip something for $110,000. Scherer said after this, he got into his car with the man and was not seen or heard from again. Rumors began to circulate that Lorenzen was deeply involved in drugs, possibly even a cartel, and people wondered if this was behind his disappearance. But if he left the house with a vast amount of cash, the possibility of a robbery being at the root of what had happened was also something to be considered. Lorenzen's disappearance became a high-profile and well-publicized case straight away, and media outlets started running with the story. 8 days would pass with nothing from Lorenzen. Although she was holding out hope, Deborah said that every day that went by, she knew the outcome was looking less and less positive. Finally, the police caught a break. The 911 call that had come in would soon, finally, be followed up on. And the link was made to the missing Lorenzen. The dispatcher that had answered the call did not report what she had heard to her supervisor, nor was the call tracked in any way to try and find out the location. Failure to report the call would result in a payout to Lorenzen's family, and police acknowledged the 9 days that had come and gone had hindered the investigation massively. After finally following up on the call and pinpointing the location, on July 28th, a terrible discovery was made. Lorenzen's body was found in a grassy area of southeast Shelby County. The road near his body was called Callus Cutoff, a shortcut that only people that knew the area well would be aware of. It was a route that Lorenzen would often take to visit his mother, as it was a lot quicker. The severe decomposition due to the time that had lapsed and the hot summer weather had left him weighing just 57 pounds. And police said that if you knew him well, visually identifying him would have been almost impossible. When Deborah got the call, she was desperate to see her son. She thought if she followed his route and went to the location, she might find some clues as to how this had happened. Despite police trying to stop her, she forced her way under the tape and ran to where he was. The autopsy revealed that he had been shot at least 5 times, but possibly more. And the 911 call he had made that night had definitely picked up his final moments. There were 2 shots in his head, 2 bullets in his chest, and bullet fragments in his right forearm. Officers reported that there were 2 different shell casings nearby, implying there could have been multiple murder weapons, but no guns were found at or near the scene. Despite this, it would be some time before police officially ruled it foul play. Fans, family, and friends gathered around the scene of the crime, including Lorenzen's former teammates, and tributes began pouring in. Investigators said the area Lorenzen was found in was so quiet, so remote, and so dark at night, no matter how many times he drove down that road, he must have felt something was wrong. Unless he was forced or lured out there or his car was followed. Several days later, on August 1st, Memphis police conducted a search of Scherer's home. They found burned pieces of metal and a burnt letter addressed to both Lorenzen and Scherer. But law enforcement did not confirm if this meant anything. Neighbors said that Scherer had been burning things in the garden several nights before with an unknown male, which seemed out of place given how swelteringly hot the weather was. Lorenzen had a close group of friends, some of which he saw the night he went missing, and all of them were trying to piece together what had happened to him. The only thing that sprung to mind was that Lorenzen had received a phone call at some point during the evening from Scherer. The call was described as unpleasant and very heated, with lots of shouting coming from Scherer's end. Lorenzen told his friend that he would go and see his ex-wife, hopefully calm her down, then call him later to meet back up. But Lorenzen would never make that call. A few days later, a public memorial service was held for him. 100 of fans, family members, and friends poured into the FedEx Forum in Memphis to show their love and pay their respects. Each one of Lorenzen and Scherer's children was wearing a different team hat to honor their father's 13-year NBA career. Memphis Grizzlies owner Michael Heisley said, "We should all leave this hall with the thought that we're going to do a little bit in Lorenzen's honor to make sure things like this don't happen again. That's the biggest service you could pay him." After this, things went very quiet. A year would pass with no arrests being made and no substantial movement being made either. Investigators were finding it tremendously tough to solve a high-profile case with actually very little evidence to go on and no clear motive as to why someone could want him dead. Crime in Memphis was most definitely not uncommon. In 2001, 2005, and 2007, Memphis was ranked the second most dangerous city in the nation among cities with a population of over 500,000. And according to the FBI, in the same year Lorenzen was killed, Memphis was declared the 3rd most dangerous city in the United States. With various types of crimes being so prevalent and widespread for a long time, police were concerned they may never get the answers they need, as the reality was it could just be completely random for no real reason. In 2011, a reward for any information in the case stood at $21,000. Crime Stoppers had less than 50 tips come in, and the fear about whether or not the case would reach a conclusion loomed over everyone. One officer recalled they weren't sure whether people were staying quiet because they genuinely didn't know what had happened or because they did know and were scared to talk. A year later, however, in 2012, a man who was already in prison asked to talk to the FBI. He said he had information regarding the case and the people involved. In 2009, he was acquitted of murdering his girlfriend and was out on bail at the time Lorenzen was killed. He was finally convicted on the lesser charge of second-degree murder and sentenced to 20 years behind bars. He said he could tell police exactly where to find the gun that killed Lorenzen and spoke about a failed plot to kill him once before. Authorities kept this very quiet but started to look into these claims carefully and thoroughly. While this was going on, Scherer was involved in a legal issue herself. As part of their divorce settlement, Lorenzen took out a $1 million life insurance policy, which was paid to Scherer 1 year after his death. Lorenzen specified the policy was intended for their children, but according to one source, within months of receiving the $1 million, Scherer had spent all but $5.50. Lorenzen's father and executor of his estate, Herb, proceeded to sue Scherer on behalf of his grandchildren. The lawsuit claimed that Lorenzen had directed the money be spent on their children, but it was reported that the money had been spent in various other ways, including almost $101,000 on new cars, $69,000 on furniture, $346,000 for a new home and renovations, $5,000 for lawn equipment, and $11,750 for a trip to New York. Scherer, however, insisted the family was financially sound with $1,400,000 in assets to fall back on. But she later agreed to a confidential settlement. That same year, Scherer published a book called Mr. Tell Me Anything. Part of the description read, with the constant chaos surrounding women, new acquaintances, family, and greed, their efforts would soon appear to be ultimately in vain. Combined with the newfound lies and deception, she finds herself questioning his commitment. A breaking point is reached. She makes a life-altering decision. Does it work out for her good? Did all his lies finally catch up to him? Would he or she pay the ultimate price? It painted a picture of a marriage shrouded in vengeance, greed, volatility, and violence. Eyebrows were raised, and people were left wondering if this work of fiction was far more than that. While some believe this was all based on truth, painting the relationship as toxic, others said it was nothing more than fictitious and damaging lies and wasn't based on reality and the person Lorenzen was. Scherer was interviewed by several journalists after the release and had in part this to say: "It had now been 7 long years since Lorenzen's body was found. The investigation into his death had become one of Memphis Police Department's most high-profile, unsolved cases." Scherer had since married and divorced and briefly dated a journalist called Kelvin Cowens, who interviewed her about her book. The pair eventually moved to Houston together with Scherer's children. Kelvin said the relationship eventually crumbled because he couldn't get past what he described as an obsession with Scherer getting money from Lorenzen's estate. November 9, 2017, Operation Rebound. Thanks to the tip-off from the man in prison 5 years before, officers finally located the gun believed to have been the murder weapon. It was found in the lake in Walnut, Mississippi, about 45 miles away from where Lorenzen was found. And just as the man had said, Major Darren Goods, who was helping to lead the investigation, would dub this find as Operation Rebound, describing it as a fresh look into the case. "In basketball, when you get a rebound, that gives you a second chance," he said. "This would give us a second chance to bring some closure to this case and give this grieving family some relief." The man that had tipped investigators off about the gun and the plan to kill Lorenzen would soon be revealed to be Jimmy Martin. Jimmy Martin was actually Scherer's cousin. A month later, in December 2017, huge and shocking new developments were announced. Billy Ray Turner, a Shelby County landscaper and church deacon, was indicted on first-degree murder charges and held on a $1 million bond, which would soon be upped to $15 million. The gun that had been found at the bottom of the lake was traced back to him. Billy was a deacon in Scherer's church and had done some yard work for the Wright family before. Rumors had been swirling that Billy and Scherer were actually romantically involved. For days later, Scherer Wright Robinson was also arrested in California and would be held on a $20 million bond. While a lot of people were left shocked that Lorenzen's ex-wife could be involved, those close to Lorenzen said this revelation came as no surprise. Officers believed that Scherer had tried to kill Lorenzen before, and according to Jimmy's statement, this happened when Scherer went to Atlanta to see Lorenzen. While she was in his home, she had left a window unlocked, with the intent of Jimmy and Billy entering the home at night and killing him. According to Jimmy, this is exactly what he and Billy did. As they opened the window and crept inside, they noticed Lorenzen's roommate Michael happened to be asleep downstairs. They also realized that Lorenzen was not home. The pair quickly left and a new plan was laid out. According to everything police knew, Lorenzen was somehow lured into the grassy area where he was met with Cher and Billy. Officers felt strongly that they could put Cher at the scene, but it remains unconfirmed as to whether or not she pulled the trigger on either gun. After he had been killed, Jimmy said the pair confessed to him and he said he would help them clean up the crime scene. Jimmy said that he used a metal detector to help find one of the guns that had been dropped in the commotion. And after Jimmy and Billy cleaned everything up, the gun was thrown into the lake miles away. A trial date of September 16, 2019 was set for both Scherer and Billy. They were expected to be tried at the same time as co-defendants. Scherer and Billy's defense would center heavily around Jimmy's credibility as a witness, with Scherer going as far as to claim Jimmy had more evidence pointing to him as the killer than she did, and both legal teams saying that Jimmy's violent history was enough to prove that he himself was probably behind all this. When Billy was arrested, he had a gun on him, so he still had the charge of an illegal possession of a firearm hanging over his head, as well as the first-degree murder charge. The firearm charge alone carried a potential sentence of up to 20 years. Billy and his lawyer decided it was safer to plead guilty to the firearms charge. After Scherer's lawyers learned about the plea, they started to worry that Billy and his team could use this as leverage to testify against Scherer. Her legal team described this as being disastrous if it were to happen. After this, in an unscheduled court hearing, Scherer walked into the courtroom. Scherer entered a plea of guilty to the lesser charge of facilitation of first-degree murder and the attempted facilitation of first-degree murder. She said, "I'm just going to say, because of my children, I have made this decision. And because of them, I'm not going to go into many more details right now, but I'm just going to say everything is not what it seems." In exchange for her plea, she was sentenced to 30 years in prison and will be eligible for parole after serving 30% of her sentence, roughly 9 years. A possibility that left those who knew and loved Lorenzen very upset. Despite many pushbacks due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Billy Ray Turner was next to face the courts. He pleaded not guilty to all counts. Jimmy, who had been granted immunity, along with many other witnesses and experts, took to the stand. The lead prosecutor, Paul Hagerman, painted a picture of Billy as a key participant in the plan to lure Lorenzen from his home. He did, however, acknowledge that Billy could have been left vulnerable to Scherer's manipulation because she was his trusted friend, an alleged secret love interest. Flare-ups between the lawyers and the judge in the courtroom would also happen on occasion. In March 2022, after just 2 hours of deliberations, Billy Ray Turner was convicted of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and attempted first-degree murder. He was handed a life sentence. Judge Lee Coffey, who had presided over everything, was praised for his work throughout the hearings and trial. With 3 different versions of events and one story that will never come to light, it is likely that the full truth of what happened that night and the reason behind why it happened will never be known. The former director of Memphis Police, Tony Armstrong, said, "The only motive is, he was worth more dead than he was alive. These kids, they suffered. Not only was their father taken, their mother's gone too. There are no winners." Lorenzen's pastor said, "Not only was he physically murdered, but his character was assassinated. I want people to know who Lorenzen Wright was, the kind of human he was. Too many people bought into the lies. We're trying our best to cleanse the name of Lorenzen." Lorenzen's children still work to keep their father's name and legacy alive. Lorenzen Wright Jr. was a basketball player too and worked as a coach training high school students. Lauren Wright is married and resides in Charlotte, North Carolina, and some sources say has the guardianship of her sister Sophia. Lorenzen's twin boys, Lamar and Shamar, are also basketball players, playing for the SIU Edwardsville Cougars in the NCAA. Little is known about Lawson, apart from the fact he resides in Texas and supports his siblings in everything they do. They all believe their mother's innocence, and they remain a tight family unit. Sadly, the relationship between Deborah and her grandchildren became distant after the arrest and conviction of Shara. Deborah has since reconnected with Shamar and hopes one day to gain back the closeness with her other grandchildren. She said for now, she will love them from afar. Lorenzen's parents were such a driving force in pushing the case and continuing to keep their son's story alive in the media. I knew I couldn't give up, Deborah said. If I gave up, who was going to take my place? Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. Grateful Doe was a young male estimated to have been between the ages of 15 and 21 years of age at the time of his death. He was found in the passenger side of a VW Vanagon on the side of a road on Route 58 West. The vehicle had hit a pair of trees, and neither he nor the driver of the vehicle had been wearing seatbelts. The accident occurred in 1995, and the driver had been quickly identified as Michael Hager. The passenger, however, had no identification on him. He only had 2 scalped Grateful Dead concert tickets, $1 and quarters, and a yellow Bic lighter. He was given the name because he was wearing a Grateful Dead t-shirt and swells the tickets. It was thought by police that Grateful Doe was hitchhiking, and Michael Hager picked him up because he'd been wearing a Grateful Dead t-shirt because Hager had also liked the band. Neither young men had drugs or alcohol in their system, and police theorized that Hager had fallen asleep at the wheel. Grateful Doe had severe lacerations on his face, thus a post-mortem photograph wasn't released to the public. They input his fingerprints, but they never had any results. There had been a note recovered from the scene that said, "Jason, sorry. We had to go see you around. Call me." Then there was a number and it was signed Carolyn T and Carolyn O. The police attempted to locate the Carolyns, but because the number had no area code, it was a near impossible task. Grateful Doe had brown eyes, long curly brown, or darker blonde hair color that had recently been colored red. He had a star tattoo on his upper left arm and another faded tattoo on his right arm. He had been wearing a beaded necklace, had his left ear pierced but wasn't wearing an earring, and had a scar on his back. He had been cross-referenced with over 200 missing persons but never found a match. In 2013, police had released a digital reconstruction of Grateful Doe, and in 2014, the website WebSleuth put out a massive social media campaign to attempt to get the case solved before the 20th anniversary of his death. The campaign had his digital image shared on Imager, Reddit, and on Grateful Dead forums, BuzzFeed, and local media. The mantra was simple: we just need to get this to be seen at the right place at the right time by the right eyes. The social media blitz was successful, and 2 men replied having known Grateful Doe as teens and were able to get the post to his family. January 13th, 2015, Margaretta Evans posted on the Grateful Doe Facebook page, "OMG, this is my son." Grateful Doe was officially identified as Jason Callahan. He had left home on June 1st to follow a Grateful Dead summer tour. He was 18 when he left home and hadn't even made it 4 weeks into the summer tour before the accident. He was never declared missing because his family had wanted to believe he had just picked up and started a life somewhere. After nearly 20 years, it hadn't been the news wanted to hear. Police credit the site WebSleuths for organizing a successful social media campaign that had served its purpose to find someone who knew him. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Jacob was 11 years old in 1989. He was from St. Joseph, Minnesota, and October 22nd, he was abducted. He had been out biking with his younger brother and his friend Aaron Larson at around 9 p.m. They had gone to a corner store only 4 blocks from their home to rent a movie. Before they went out, they had called their parents who were at a dinner party to ask their mother for permission to go out. She adamantly said no because it was already dark, and she was concerned cars wouldn't be able to see them biking. When they hung up the phone, they revised their plan and spoke to their father, telling him they would have flashlights and wear reflective vests. Their father felt it was a well-thought-out plan, and since it was the 3 of them, he said it was fine. On their way back, on a particularly dark stretch of road, a man in dark clothing and a mask jumped out of a driveway. He had a revolver and ordered the boys to throw their bikes into the ditch and lie face down on the ground. The boys complied. Then the masked man asked each boy to give him their ages. Jacob's younger brother was told to run to a nearby wooded area and not to turn around or he would be shot. He next demanded the remaining boys show him their faces. Then he told Aaron to run into the woods and not look back or he would be shot. Then he grabbed Jacob by the elbow and began dragging him away. This was the last time Jacob was seen. The two boys sprinted home. 911 was called and their parents were contacted. Within 6 minutes of the 911 call, a sheriff's deputy was on the scene. When he found the boys' bikes, he immediately called for backup. Additionally, the FBI were alerted. Throughout the night, Jacob was searched for, and over the next few days, the search began to dwindle with no suspects or evidence. The case quickly went cold. Joy Baker had been 32 when Jacob had been abducted. She remembered the missing posters, the ongoing theories, the pleas of Jacob's mother on TV to bring him home, and it had haunted her. She often thought back on it as she raised her own children. 2 decades had passed since Jacob's abduction when she started blogging about her investigation. She had heard of a man who had come forward with a story that was eerily similar to Jacob's abduction. Jared Sherrill had been 12 when he was walking home from a local cafe in Cold Spring, Minnesota, only 12 miles from St. Joseph's. A man in a car slowed down and asked him for directions. When Jared stopped walking to point, the man grabbed him and pulled him inside his vehicle. He was driven to a remote area and sexually assaulted. The man drove him back into town and asked him repeatedly if he recognized him. When Jared said no, he let him out of the vehicle and told him to run, and if he looked back, he would be shot. The traumatic incident had happened 9 months before Jared's abduction, and it made you think that maybe the man in the attacks was the same. Investigators on the case had told her they were unrelated and were convinced so. Baker pursued every lead available to her and then some. She reached out to Jared and the two began to piece evidence together, and they found more unsolved sexual assault involving young boys in the area. Each boy said the same thing about the man. He had told them to run or I'll blow your head off or something similar. Baker alerted the Stearns County Sheriff's Office, who had told them they had never heard of these assaults, but didn't believe they were connected to Jacob. Joy and Jared spent hours, hundreds of hours, searching for the other victims and getting their stories straight from the source. They relentlessly harassed the county sheriff's office. They did interviews with local media. They involved Jacob's mother. The story was featured on John Walsh's CNN TV show, The Hunt. This was the final media push that made the FBI take action and relaunch the investigation. DNA evidence that had been collected from Jared's sexual assault was retested in 2015, and it hit a match: Danny James Heinrich. Although the statute of limitations were up for his case, he couldn't be charged with Jared's assault, and a search led to the discovery of child pornography in Heinrich's home. Heinrich was offered a plea deal, and part of the deal was to reveal the location of Jacob's body. He accepted, and on September 1st, 2016, he led investigators to the burial site. On September 3rd, an announcement was made that Jacob's body had been found and identified. Unfortunately, the plea bargain meant that Heinrich would only be charged for the child pornography possession, and he would serve a maximum sentence of 20 years in a federal medical center in Massachusetts. Joy Baker and Jared Sherrill were the reason the FBI reopened the investigation. Jacob's mother publicly thanked the pair for their dedication to see this crime through to the end. Joy blogged the entire experience, and I will link her blog in the description box below. On September 16, 2001, a young man in his early 20s checked into a motel in the state of Washington. He was checked in under the name Lyle Stevick, which was an alias most likely derived from the book You Must Remember This, where the Stevick character contemplates suicide. His body was discovered by housekeeping the following day. He had hung himself in a closet with his belt. When he had checked in the previous day, he'd only paid for one night, and when he was discovered on a nightstand was $160 with a note that said for the room. Had no luggage with him, only a toothbrush and toothpaste were found in the room. He had no identification, no bank cards, no driver's license. He was 62, but only weighed 140 pounds. His clothing hung off him loosely, making police think that he had lost a lot of weight recently. Detectives asked around locally to see if anyone had seen or interacted with the young man, or if any of the bus drivers had dropped him off near the motel. No leads. No missing person report matching his description. His dental records and fingerprints were run through all FBI databases. No matches. The name Lyle Stevick wasn't in any records, from a phone book to data census records. The address he had given was a Best Western in the next town over, which according to them, he had never stayed at. Lyle Stevick's case, like so many others, had gone cold quickly. Although in his case, he had gone out of his way to make his identification challenging. His death had come right after 9/11, and it had been theorized that he may have been involved with the 9/11 terror attacks. He had become a somewhat popular subject on the website, Reddit, where people shared theories but also spent hours trying to find his identity. They had put together a fundraiser to have his DNA tested, and the DNA Doe Project stepped in to help. He was identified after 17 years. His family was notified, and they decided to keep his identity withheld for privacy. It was confirmed, however, he had been a runaway, estranged from his family and struggling with mental health issues. He had been from California and was 25 when he died. His family had never reported his missing due to the estrangement. Some people in the Reddit community, at its highest point, the subreddit had over 4,000 people strong, felt it was hard to move on after the mystery was over. They had committed so much time and emotional investment in Lyle's investigation that it was hard to believe it was time to move on. A moderator for the subreddit thread was quoted as saying, "It was a group of individuals working towards something really amazing, and yes, it was all worth it." In the early morning hours on June 8, 1968, a young woman was found slumped over on a park bench in Griffith Park, Los Angeles, California. Initially thought to be sleeping, the petite woman with bleach blonde hair was discovered to have died of an apparent drug overdose. Authorities noted she seemed well put together. She had manicured nails, freshly colored and styled hair, and had very uniquely shaped eyebrows. She was wearing a red and white polka dot bikini with a light overcoat and sandals. She looked like she had just walked off the beach. She had no identification, and the only jewelry she was wearing was a plain gold wedding band with the inscription, CB to EJ 9420. Police have been certain that someone would be able to identify the young woman, but they were surprised when no one came to claim her. Police found she'd been staying at a nearby motel, and she had been using the name Cheryl Miller. They couldn't find anything connecting her to that name and gave her the identification number Jane Doe number 18. She remained unidentified for 48 years. In 2010, Carl Kopelman was sent her file from the Doe network. He was instantly drawn to her black and white postmortem photo. He said that she looked like Marilyn Monroe. Carl was a moderator website, Web Sleuths, and was the first to do a reconstruction of the Griffith Park Jane Doe. Once the image was generated, he had posted to his Facebook page. A former colleague and friend of Kopelman, Rita Ellen Hood, was on her lunch break, and while scrolling through Facebook, she saw Kopelman's post on the Jane Doe. He had included all identifiable information in the case, and Rita had become fixated on the ring with the inscription. She had noted that she had a similar inscription on her own wedding band. She went home that night and logged in to the popular genealogy site Ancestry.com and began poring over records trying to find a marriage license that matched the initials and the date. Once her family would go to bed, the mother of two would continue doing the obsessive search for 4 weeks until she found a Charles J. Bush who married a Edna Lydia J. in Detroit, Michigan on September 4, 1920. Finding this, she delved into Edna Bush's history. Edna had passed in 1932 of ill health when she was only 30 years old, but left behind 2 daughters. One of her daughters, Geraldine Bush, had married John Paul Manzo, and via Facebook, she found someone she'd hoped was their son. She messaged John Manzo Jr. on September 9th to ask him if he was related to Edna Bush and if Geraldine was his mother. 2 days later, Manzo confirmed that Edna had been his grandmother and his late mother was Geraldine Bush. Rita then asked if he knew who had been in possession of his grandmother's wedding band because a Jane Doe had turned up in California. He responded back with 2 words, "Call me." He and Rita were both nervous on the call, and he had said his sister had been missing since 1968. Rita shared all the information she had on the Jane Doe, and John was sure Jane Doe was his sister, Cheryl McMillan, had been 15 years older than John. She had been the result of their mother's first marriage. John had been from her third. He remembered her faintly, but fondly. He said that he had fond memories of Cheryl and their cousin taking him to the beach to meet boys. He remembered his big sister being doting and spoiled him. Cheryl had moved to Los Angeles after high school and had moved to California on a scholarship for UCLA. She had lost contact with her family at one point, and her mother had hired a private investigator. The investigator had found her, and she told him to tell them I'm fine. John had been told by relatives that his mother had filed a missing persons report, but when Rita Hood had contacted him, he looked into it, and police couldn't find any reports on his sister. He had also begun speaking with other relatives, and a cousin had given some details she had previously withheld. His cousin Ellen had been very close to Cheryl as they were close in age, and she had spoken to her right before her disappearance. Ellen said that Cheryl had missed a dress fitting for her wedding, and when she spoke to her about it, Cheryl promised that she would not miss the wedding, reassuring her that she was the maid of honor and nothing would stop her from attending. But Ellen knew something was different with Cheryl. When Ellen had last visited her, she was introduced to new friends of Cheryl's. She had also been dating a new guy with the last name Miller that Ellen felt was bad news. Cheryl had confided in Ellen that she was being used as a drug mule to bring product from Mexico into California. Ellen had assumed that Cheryl's disappearance had been a result of her running drugs. Ellen knew that Cheryl had been using drugs for some years before 1968 and wasn't surprised she had died of an overdose. Her younger brother, although saddened by the confirmation that his sister would never come back, he was also grateful for the knowledge that she hadn't simply abandoned him wordlessly. He was also glad that she had never pawned off their grandmother's wedding ring because if she had, she never would have been identified. Although police had no DNA to confirm, Cheryl had been cremated. Using photographs and family members' positive identifications, they confidently stated that Cheryl McMillan was the Griffith Park Jane Doe, and she had died in 1968 at the age of 21. After the identification, John and Rita met in person, and John said that he considers Rita to be a part of the family and is grateful that she was able to make the connection. 87-year-old Gladys Godfrey resided alone in a bungalow on Devon Drive within the Ladybrook estate in Mansfield, England. The estate was predominantly inhabited by elderly residents, fostering a close-knit community where everyone knew one another. Being housebound, she often slept in a chair in her living room and relied on a walking frame to assist with her mobility. She was friendly and kind, well known in her local area and a much-loved member of her community. She could often be seen standing on her front doorstep saying hello to people who passed by. She had no children but was very close to her niece Sandra. Sandra would visit her aunt once a week and the pair enjoyed a fantastic relationship. When Sandra was a child, her mother had had to work and Gladys was a huge part of her life and had helped to bring her up. Sandra had said she was like a second mother to her. On April 28, 2001, Gladys' bungalow was broken into. At roughly 3:30 in the morning, Gladys was asleep in the living room. She was awoken by a knocking at the front door. After Gladys got up from her chair and opened the door, a man stood in front of her. He pushed her back in and forced his way into the property. She was sexually assaulted after he had knocked her over. She was frail, standing at 4'11" and around 6 stone, but she was able to hit the attacker with a bottle of lemonade. She scratched him and also pulled an earring from his ear before he took her bag and ran away. When the police arrived at the scene to take her statement, she was able to give them a description. The person who had attacked her was a slim, young, white man with dark hair. As she had scratched the offender during the struggle, samples were taken from underneath her fingernails, and these, coupled with the earring, were sent away to be analyzed. A partial DNA profile was found and compared against the National DNA Database. The National DNA Database, formed in 1995, holds DNA profiles and samples taken from police suspects and samples taken from crime scenes. When this partial DNA profile taken from under her nails was put through the database, it came back with no matches. Over the days that followed, Her handbag and other items that had been stolen from her house were found. Her bag was discovered on Arundel Drive, and they were able to plot the other items on a map illustrating the direction the attacker had gone in. Paul Bacon was a solicitor and former president of the Nottingham Law Society. He said this demonstrated how caring the community was, as they had all worked hard to get Gladys' items back to her. He also said that based on the location of the stolen items, it was apparent that this was a local person who knew the area. But as time went by, the police were unable to identify the offender. On Saturday, September 7, 2002, Gladys had spent time at home whilst also seeing her best friend during the day. At 5:15 a.m. the following morning, the panic alarm was triggered, but the warden at her complex did not go to her bungalow. A few hours later, a neighbor went round to deliver a paper and found that Gladys' home appeared to have been ransacked. Police officers were called to the Ladybrook Estates at around 9:30 a.m. When officers entered the property, they found the body of Gladys Godfrey. It was apparent that she had been subjected to an appalling attack. A post-mortem revealed a catalog of more than 20 injuries. Clumps of her hair had been viciously pulled out. Her neck and skull had both been fractured. She had died from manual strangulation as well as head trauma. So severe were her injuries, her family were not allowed to identify her body. Her walker that she had used to get around was tipped over on its side, and there were bloodstains near the fireplace in the living room and on the base and pillow of her bed. Based on the evidence at the scene, it appeared that the initial attack had taken place in the living room of the bungalow. As there was hair and blood by the fireplace, it appeared that she had been pushed to the ground. There was one blood mark that immediately got the attention of investigators: a footprint. Footprints can often be key pieces of evidence at a crime scene. The crime scene manager was able to ascertain that the footprint most likely belonged to a Euroland shoe. And this, coupled with the fingerprints found in the bungalow, added to the pile of evidence being gathered. After being beaten viciously, it appeared that she had been dragged into her bedroom. Whilst in her bedroom, she had been raped. Those who were known to Gladys had their fingerprints taken to compare with the fingerprints found at the crime scene. After doing this, there were still fingerprints inside the bungalow belonging to an unknown person. The community was in shock. How could a frail pensioner, who was known and loved by many, have died in such an appalling way? Detective Chief Superintendent Phil Davies said there was no evidence of items being stolen, nor was there sign of a forced entry. He said, "What is clear is that prior to her death, she endured quite severe physical and sexual abuse. Any attack on an elderly person is obviously abhorrent, but this was a very severe attack." During a press conference, Detective Inspector Stuart Bailey said that they now believed the person who had committed the first attack in April of 2001 could also be responsible for her murder, Bradley said. Because of the similarity in the two offenses, which were both in the early hours of the morning and at a weekend, we believe there could be a connection. We are considering a link. We are not saying there is definitely a link, but there is a strong possibility that these offenses could be linked. Kevin Flint, the senior investigating officer for Nottinghamshire Police, said, "It was one of, if not the most horrendous case that we have ever investigated." The partial DNA profile from the attack on Gladys in April 2001 was compared to the full profile taken from the scene of the murder. This came back as a match. Whoever had attacked Gladys before had come back and murdered her. The task before the officers was huge. They needed to speak with neighbors and people in the area to try and gain any knowledge that could help catch her killer. A detective constable who was knocking on doors, Phil Cumberpatch, said, "Every time you thought you were having a bad day, you thought of what happened to Gladys and cracked on." Although they had a DNA profile, this soon proved fruitless. Whoever had raped and murdered her had not been arrested before, and their profile was not on the National DNA database. Not only had this offender's crimes dangerously escalated and increased in brutality, but people had no way of knowing if he would attack again. 2 months after the murder of Gladys Godfrey, her niece Sandra spoke at a press conference and appealed for anyone with information to come forward and talk to the police. "Somebody must know something, and we just hope it will shake the memory to come forward for the slightest little thing that might be interesting. The whole family is devastated by it all." Detective Inspector Stuart Bradley said, The DNA is absolutely vital in that it will be able to take us forward, and we will be able to eliminate people who are put forward to the incident room very, very quickly. Nearly 5 months after Gladys' murder, Crime Watch ran an appeal on her case to try and generate any new leads and as much publicity as possible. Sandra told the show she was poorly and she was very frail. We did not expect her to carry on many more years, but for her to live the life she has led and then die in these circumstances, it was devastating to us all. The police kept in contact with Sandra to keep her up to date, but they still seemed no closer to closing the case. As they were still struggling to catch the killer, the police decided to change their strategy. As they had a DNA profile of the killer, they decided they would take DNA samples from all over Mansfield. It would be one of the largest elimination screenings in their history. It was voluntary, and more than 1,000 men gave samples over the following months, demonstrating how desperate the local community was to catch the killer. Unfortunately, after the mass screening was completed, the officers were back at square one. None were a match to the killer. In 2003, the Forensic Intelligence Bureau, known as the FIB, was established. Work was being carried out by scientists in Birmingham to conduct further research into familial DNA searching. Aiming to find families a DNA sample could be from, Nottingham Police Force volunteered to be one of the first to trial this new investigative tool. Francis Bates, the senior intelligence officer, led the work on familial DNA testing. The FIB worked in collaboration with the police and visited the area. They were able to produce a list of people that could have been related to the murderer. Richard Pynchon, the head of the FIB, said, "We established the first forensic intelligence bureau in the world, which primarily was concerned with looking at DNA from scenes of crime and analyzing that and trying to forward investigations when no other information was available. The FIB would run the sample from the crime scene through the familial DNA search engine. Doing this reorders the DNA found on the DNA database in order of similarity to the sample," Richard Pynchon said. Familial DNA is the same as an eyewitness. It narrows down a list of people for the police to talk to. Nearly a year had passed since Gladys had been attacked and murdered in her own home, and the police were still searching for whoever was responsible. More than 2,500 men had been compared to the DNA sample, and they still had not been able to find a match. Those in the local community were living in fear, terrified that the killer could strike again. The police had followed more than 8,000 lines of inquiry, but had still not caught the murderer. In response to the feelings of fear, more than 2,000 free security alarms were given to older people living on the estate, and more than 1,000 personal alarms were given out too. Alongside this, Nottinghamshire County Council also issued leaflets to vulnerable people in the area, according to a BBC report urging people to check the identity of everyone who calls at their door before they let them in. Don't let anyone in unless you know who they are, and if you are in any doubt, call the police. The police appealed once again to the public for help, with Gladys' niece saying, "I just hope somebody out there, if they know the slightest little thing, even if they think it is not important or irrelevant, then please come forward." 15 months had now passed since the brutal sexual assault and murder of 87-year-old Gladys Godfrey. When it came to the familial DNA testing, the first thing the intelligence team did was look at anyone on the familial DNA lists who was local to the area and draw up family trees to eliminate as many people as possible. 2 families became the immediate priority. It was voluntary for the men in these families to offer their fingerprints and DNA to rule them out of the inquiry. These samples were compared with the killer. Just 24 hours later, the news would come in that would blow the case wide open. They had finally had a match for the DNA taken from the intimate swabs, the partial profile taken from underneath her fingernails from the first attack, and the fingerprints matched 12 of the fingerprints found in the bungalow. This was a bittersweet moment for those involved. Gladys Godfrey had been subjected to a sustained and brutal attack and had died under unimaginable circumstances. But the person responsible had now been identified. An arrest plan was drawn up, and their prime suspect was soon in custody, 22-year-old Jason Ward. He was arrested at work on the December 5th and was swiftly taken to the police station to be processed and interviewed. In spite of the plethora of forensic evidence, he denied that he had anything to do with the sexual assault and murder of Gladys Godfrey. A search of his home was conducted to help build the case against him. In the search, they found a Euroland shoe. Analysis showed that it matched the footprint found at the scene. Traces of blood were found on the shoe also. This came back as a match for Gladys Godfrey. As the evidence continued to mount, he admitted to being the person who had gone into her bungalow and carried out the sexual assault. Jason Ward was charged with sexual assault and murder. After he was charged, he finally confessed to everything. Jason Ward was remanded in custody. He was also charged with the attempted rape of Gladys in April 2001. He was given the date of May 28th when he would have to go to Nottingham Crown Court. Ward had worked as a machine operator and had lived on Bentonk Street, less than 2 miles away from Gladys Godfrey's home. His previous address had been a quarter of a mile away. Just before the mass DNA screening had started, Ward had moved to just outside of the priority screening perimeter. According to a BBC article, he lived with his mother and father and had few friends, choosing to spend much of his time alone. He had had substance and alcohol abuse issues and had received a fine for being drunk and disorderly. Someone who knew him in school told the BBC Ward was strange, weird, and easily led. Paul Bacon, who had worked on more than 50 murder cases, was appointed as Ward's defense. He would later say in a documentary that it was really difficult to understand his motivation for the offense, adding, "I think he found it difficult to understand his motivation too." It was arranged for psychiatric evaluations to be carried out on Jason Ward. At his first court appearance, he entered a plea of guilty to the burglary, indecent assault, rape, and murder of Gladys Godfrey. Jason Ward was sentenced psychiatric evaluations into account when deciding the punishment. Frances Bates from the Forensic Intelligence Bureau, who led the pioneering familial DNA testing that helped catch Ward, was there for the sentencing. She said, "I was sat in the public gallery near the family, and to see the family's reaction and to see that they had got closure in this case meant a great deal to me. I was only a small part of the case, but to know that I had helped provide that closure was really important to me and something I still think about to this day." When talking about the vital work of familial DNA testing that had helped catch Ward, Richard Pynchon said, "Without that case and without those people working together, we would not have been able to prove how effective this was. This was a landmark case. It was the first time anywhere in the world that familial DNA searching had solved a murder. The murder of Gladys Godfrey shocked the close-knit community and devastated her family. Through the pioneering work of the FIB, familial DNA testing, and the commitment of investigators, her killer was finally brought to justice." In 1979, Glenys Susan Sharp, who preferred to be called Sue, departed from Connecticut, leaving a troubled marriage behind. Accompanied by her 5 children, she packed as much as she could into her vehicle and set off. She chose California to be nearer to her brother. They initially settled in Quincy, California, moving into a 1-bedroom trailer recently vacated by her brother and his wife. However, the small trailer park was not ideal for the large family. Her children were John, 15, Sheila, 14, Tina, 12, Ricky, 10, and Greg, 5. Sue had heard that there was a small resort town nearby in Keddie, California that was facing financial problems and had converted their cabins into low-income housing. Keddie Cabins was once a massively successful resort destination, but by the 1980s, the cabins had gone into a state of disrepair that no longer brought the affluent crowd it once did. The family settled into cabin. It was run down, but it had more space for the kids, and there were lots of other families living on the grounds. The cabin had 3 bedrooms. Her oldest son Johnny took the unfinished basement. Her youngest boys Rick and Greg took a bedroom. Sue and Tina shared a room, and Sheila had a room. All the children had friends their own age to play with, and for a while it seemed like a happy place for the family. Sue's ex-husband had been in the Navy. The family was accustomed to moving around the country, and they looked forward to being in one place for a while. Sue had a hard time making ends meet. She would get $250 from her ex-husband, food stamps, and was on social welfare. She was also enrolled in a federal education program that gave her money to attend classes at a local community college. She was taking business classes, and her classmates said she was a good student. She worked hard, obtained good grades, although they had also said she was a loner. She didn't join in on coffee breaks and preferred studying alone rather than in a group setting. Sue faced a lot of stigmatism in the community. People didn't like that she was on welfare, and she seemed to date a lot of men. People gossiped, accusing her of dealing drugs or sleeping with men for money. A large reason for the gossip was because Sue kept to herself. She didn't make a lot of friends. This was probably because she had spent most of her adult life moving and wasn't accustomed to establishing lasting relationships. She didn't seem to mind the isolation. She didn't really care what people have thought about her. She just looked forward to building her life into something else. She hoped to own a small business, buy a house suitable for the kids, and keep them safe. April 11th was like any other day. It was a Saturday. Johnny and his friend, Dana Wingate, had hitchhiked into nearby Quincy looking for a party. Sheila and Tina had been at a nearby cabin watching television, and Ricky and Greg had a friend over at home, Justin Eason. Justin Eason is often referred to as having the last name Smart. However, Martin Smart was his stepfather and he didn't actually have the last name Smart. Justin had recently moved to Keddie. He had been living in Montana with his father, but had recently moved in with his mother and his stepfather, Marilyn and Martin Smart. All the kids were in and out of cabin 28 all day. This was normal for the families. With everyone living so close to one another, the younger boys were out riding bikes for most of the day, coming home only to eat quick dinner and then back out again. They played until it was dark before finally coming home for the night. Tina also returned to the house that evening while Sheila had planned to stay overnight at the Seabolt's house. Johnny and Dana had also plans to return that evening, but when they returned remains unclear. Little Greg was the first to go to bed around 8:30, then Tina around 9:30. Ricky and Justin joined Sue to watch Love Boat, and then they too go to bed around 10 p.m. Sue remains on the couch watching TV, kind of dozing off, but not really ready to turn in. More than likely, she was waiting for Johnny and Dana to return before officially going to bed. Investigators noted that it was more or less a normal Saturday evening. People came and went out of Keddie all evening, heading to and from the local bar called the Backdoor Bar. During the subsequent investigation, people did note a few odd things in the night, but it wasn't anything at the time that people had really put much thought to. A dog barking in the direction of cabin 28. Someone noticed that their cat paced in and out of the house all night when they normally slept. Another noted a back porch light on at 4 a.m. at cabin 28. But these aren't things one immediately associates with terrible happenings. They're seemingly random. It isn't until 8 a.m. the following morning when nothing is ever the same at Keddie cabins. At 8 a.m., Sheila Sharp makes the familiar trek over to cabin 28. She had intended to quickly change into clothing suitable for church and go with the Seabolts. However, when she entered the home, what was found was beyond comprehension. She recognized her brother Johnny lying face up, covered in blood. There was another boy face down. They were tied at the feet. She saw a yellow blanket covering what she thought looked like another body, but she didn't know who. She ran out of the cabin screaming back to the Seabolts, who called the police. Sheila and James Seabolt Jr. go to cabin 28 to find the rest of the family. Looking into the windows of the cabin, they see the youngest boys and Jason Eason sleeping. They wake them by tapping on the window and insist that they crawl through the window so they don't see the horrors in the living room. Justin is sent home to his parents and the boys wait with Sheila for police. James continued to look around for survivors since Sheila didn't know who was under the blanket, and the hope was to find Tina hiding. James noted that the back door of the cabin was left open. James eventually gave up, assuming there was no one else inside, rejoining the others outside. The crime scene wasn't contained. It was initially handled by the Plumas County Sheriff's Office. It was riddled with errors and oversights from the very beginning. Deputy Hank Clement was first to arrive. He confirmed all 3 bodies were deceased. Sergeant Jerry Shaver was next on the scene and began talking to a group of people outside and taking statements. At some point, Shaver and Clement walked through the house reviewing the scene. Sheriff Sylvester Doug Thomas and Assistant Sheriff Ken Shanks came next, and then Don Stoy joined them. The scene now had 5 men walk through it, 7 if you consider that James and Sheila had also entered the scene, none of whom knew how to preserve a crime scene. It wasn't until all 5 men had walked through that photographs of the scene were taken. Officers were doing house-by-house welfare checks and interviewing potential witnesses, and it wasn't for several hours that officers noticed Tina was unaccounted for. The FBI were called in to investigate Tina's disappearance, but the FBI was only involved for about 2 weeks before handing the case back to the Plumas County Sheriff's Office. The most perplexing thing about the homicide was the fact that the 3 young boys slept through the whole ordeal, the fact that the killers had just left them as potential witnesses. Ricky and Greg had no recollection, and the first thing they remembered was Sheila waking them. But Justin was reported to have told his mother that he had dreamed he had heard noises in the living room, and when he opened the bedroom door, he saw Sue talking to 2 men, Johnny and Dana, walking in the front door and began arguing with the men. A fight broke out. Tina came into the room and was quickly taken away by one of the men. It is important to note that Justin's testimonies changed at various points in his life, and the most detailed recount he gave was under hypnosis. His testimony also doesn't quite line up with the evidence, but it is strongly believed that he was a witness, and the trauma of the ordeal is why he doesn't have a strong, consistent memory. In the home, investigators found 2 bloody kitchen knives which had been used with such force that one was severely bent. They also found a hammer and a pellet gun. Each victim had been bound with medical tape and electrical cords taken from various appliances around the home and an extension cord. Sheila stated that they never had medical tape before, so it was believed that at least one of the suspects brought it with them. Investigators confirmed it was Sue who was under the yellow blanket. She had just been wearing a robe, but was otherwise naked. Her underwear had been stuffed into her mouth along with a ball of tape. The tape in the underwear was secured to her mouth with an extension cord. Sue had been beaten with a claw hammer and stabbed multiple times. Johnny had been beaten and stabbed, but his throat was slit. Dana Wingate, however, had been strangled and beaten with a different style instrument believed to be a hammer, but wasn't among the weapons recovered. Evidence collected by investigators were drops of blood on Tina's bed, a bloody footprint in the yard, knife marks on various walls throughout the home, and a bloody fingerprint on the inside of a door frame and a banister. It is strongly believed that at least 2 people would have been needed to control the chaos. The killers were also in no rush. The victims died of their wounds with the exception of Dana. There were lone pools of blood on the living room floor indicating the boys had been moved at some point and repositioned. The bottom of Sue's bare feet and one of the boys' shoes were covered in blood, suggesting that at one point they were mobile and had walked through blood. Detectives noted a lack of fingerprints and identifiable DNA left at the scene. This led the detectives to believe that suspects had worn gloves and were prepared. When the initial investigation took place, forensic evidence, it wasn't commonplace for DNA to be collected, such as hair, skin cells, and other transferred DNA, so it wasn't collected at the scene. All blood at the scene was determined to belong to the victims. The hope at the time was that Tina was hiding in the woods. She was known to create forts and hideouts. However, her remains were found 3 years later, 100 miles from Kadee near Feather Falls. Along with the remains, they found a child's blanket, a blue nylon jacket, a pair of Levi's jeans with a missing back pocket, and an empty surgical tape dispenser. In the 3 years between the murders and the discovery of Tina's body, the case had gone completely cold. There were rumors that the Slains had been connected to drugs, but law enforcement were never able to find a connection. No one could even definitively know the intended target for the slayings. Theories range from all the victims, but none of the victims had any real enemies or altercations. Police followed many theories, putting 4,000 man-hours working the case. Detectives even ruled out the serial killers, Henry Lee Lucas and Otis Toole, who were active in the area at the time of the killings. Kadee and the rest of the Plumas County were never the same after April 11th. It changed the community. People were haunted. Many believed that someone among them had or knew who had committed the attacks. People began locking their doors at night. There were strong beliefs in the community that the Plumas County Sheriff's Office had quietly tucked the case away. Leads weren't followed, evidence wasn't checked, and some evidence was ignored completely. The Plumas County Sheriff's Department had interviewed everyone in the Keddy cabins, as well as anyone else who knew the victims. Among those interviewed was the stepfather of Jason Eason, Martin Smart. According to Smart, on the night of the murder, he and his friend John Bobo Badette and his wife Marilyn had stopped in at Cabin 28 to invite Sue to the bar with them. Sue declined and they went to the bar. At the bar, Smart had complained to the manager about the music being played. They left shortly afterwards and headed back to the Smart cabin. Walking by cabin 28, Marilyn went to bed around 11 p.m., and the men went back to the bar to have more drinks. He said that he and Bo had returned home around midnight. Smart also volunteered the information to investigators that he was missing a hammer. Since police at the time hadn't released the information that a hammer was missing from the crime scene, this put Martin at the top of the suspect list. Martin had met Bobaday a few weeks before April 11th while in a veterans hospital where Martin was receiving treatments for PTSD from serving in Vietnam. The Smarts moved Bobaday into their home until he was able to get on his feet. Bobaday allegedly didn't think highly of Johnny Sharp, calling him a punk. Bobaday told people in Keddie that he had been a cop previously, and Martin was friendly with most of the officers. Someone in the sheriff's department had allegedly tipped off Martin and Bobaday that they were suspects, and both men quickly found work outside of California. Bobaday was thought to have gone back to Chicago, and Smart found work in Nevada. Bobaday died in Chicago in 1988. Martin wasn't the best husband, and he was said to have cheated on his wife. He was abusive and prone to violent outbursts and was involved in selling drugs. He had worked at the Keddie Hotel as a cook, but had been fired some weeks before the murders. Sue, Martin, and Marilyn had all been taking the same business courses, and it was said that Sue had been counseling Marilyn on leaving her husband. After April 11th, Martin took work in Nevada, and his marriage to Marilyn began to deteriorate. He had sent her a letter where it sounds as though he is confessing. The letter read as follows: "I've paid a price for your love, and now I've bought it with 4 lives, and now you're telling me we're through. Great." Marilyn claimed that she had never opened the letter, but had found it later. She went on to state that the handwriting was definitely that of her ex-husband. After their divorce, Marilyn had gotten remarried. Martin also regularly sought counselor for his PTSD. According to the counselor, Smart had admitted to her that he killed Sue and Tina, but had nothing to do with the boys. Tina had to be killed because she had seen everything. The counselor allegedly told Plumas County Sheriff's Department what Martin had told her, but there was no evidence of that statement ever being taken. Martin died of cancer in Portland, Oregon in June 2000. Marilyn did go on the record to state she believed her ex-husband and Bo Bobadet were responsible for the murders. She said that after she had went to bed, they went back to the bar, and at 2 a.m., she woke up to find them burning unknown items in the wood stove. Although there is no evidence to corroborate her statements, it would explain why Justin was left with the younger boys sleeping. It may also explain why Justin's story changed throughout his life. He could have blocked it out from trauma, or he may have been threatened to stay quiet. The cabin was demolished in 2004. In 2016, a hammer had been found in a pond near the cabins found by someone using a metal detector in the area. It matched the description of the hammer Martin had claimed to have lost. In April 2016, a knife was also recovered near the scene. The Plumas County Sheriff Department claimed to be actively investigating 6 suspects, and DNA recovered from the scene matched a living suspect. In a box of old evidence, one of the investigators found an audio tape directing police to the location of Tina's body. It had remained unopened in the evidence bag. None of the initial investigators had even bothered to listen to it. The knife, hammer, and tape were all sent to the FBI for testing. No word on if they have been any aid to the investigation. There is still a $5,000 reward for any leads leading to an arrest and prosecution. The lead investigators currently working the case are very confident that they will have this solved soon. They're quoted as saying, "There are persons of interest still living who knew or participated in this crime and should now be worried. I definitely think any original investigators should be very concerned, as there was clearly some instances of a cover-up in this investigation. There really is no reason for a large amount of evidence, key evidence that had been never looked into or followed up on." Pamela Millam, a 19-year-old student at Indiana State University, was pursuing a career as an English teacher, inspired by her mentors. On September 15, 1972, during the university's Rush Week, Pamela, a member of the Sigma Kappa sorority, mentioned to some friends that she needed to move her car and then left the Homestead Hall. She said she would only be a few minutes, but never returned. Pamela didn't live on campus. She commuted to school daily from her childhood home, which she shared with her younger sister and parents. No one at the sorority party thought anything of Pamela not returning. They assumed she had just gone home. The next morning, however, Pamela didn't show up for work, and this concerned her family. It was very unlike Pam to be so irresponsible. The following day, two of Pam's friends spotted her 1964 Pontiac in the parking lot about a block away from where it had been parked the previous day. Through the window, they could see Pam's glasses in the vehicle. The girls called Pamela's home, and her father and sister, Sheila, decided to bring a spare set of keys to check out the car. When her father popped the trunk, what he saw would haunt him for the rest of his life. Pamela had been stuffed inside the trunk of her own vehicle. Her hands were tied behind her back. She had been gagged, and there was tape over her mouth. She had a rope around her neck, and the same rope was used to bind her hands. The thin white rope appeared to be a clothing line. She had leaves and dirt on her body and caught in the layers of her pantyhose and pants. There were no witnesses, but the police did a thorough investigation. The lead investigator insisted on collection of soil and any trace evidence, which at the time they had no way of testing, but he believed that science would one day catch up and it may be useful. DNA was collected from Pam's blouse. With no witnesses or enemies, the case very quickly went cold. Authorities believed that a man who had been arrested several weeks after Pamela's murder was responsible. He had been arrested in connection to several assaults on campus. However, police were never able to link Robert Wayne Austin to Pamela. No one knew at the time, but all the evidence that have been collected would eventually come to light, and the investigator was correct. It would be used to find her killer, but for the time being, it would be tucked away in the back of the storage room waiting. 36 years later, in 2008, newly appointed Terre Haute Police Chief Sean Keane handed out cold cases to each of his detectives. Keane felt it was unfair that all of his detectives had cases and he didn't, so he assigned himself the unsolved murder of Pamela Millam. Keane said that as soon as he opened the file, he couldn't put it down. He brought it home and irritated his wife by spreading out the crime scene photos in their living room. He tested the DNA from the scene and tested it against the lead suspect, Robert Wayne Austin, but was able to quickly eliminate him. It wasn't a match. He worked the case for 11 years, manually eliminating hundreds of suspects. In 2018, Keane made a decision that would either make the case or keep it cold forever. He sent the last usable sample of DNA to Parabon Nanolabs. We've talked about this before in other videos. This is the Virginia-based lab known for using DNA from companies like 23andMe and Ancestry.com to reverse engineer family trees. This company was most notable in identifying the Golden State Killer, John D. Miller, who murdered April Marie Tinsley and William Talbot, who was arrested in connection to the murder of Jay Cook and Tanya Von Kuhlenberg. If you haven't watched those videos, I will link them in the description box. Parabon was able to connect the DNA to a distant female cousin. From there, they mapped out additional family members and could begin narrowing a suspect down from the family tree. Based on the results, Keane conducted interviews and narrowed it down to a single suspect, Jeffrey Hand. Keane was disappointed to learn that Hand had already died, but using reverse paternal DNA testing, he confirmed with a 99% certainty that Hand had killed Pamela. Who was Jeffrey Hand, you might ask? Jeffrey Hand had been 23 at the time of Pamela's murder. Hand didn't live in Terre Haute, but he had lived there in some years past. In 1972, Hand had been working for a Chicago-based record company, delivering records to stores throughout Illinois and Indiana. He was around the age of university goers. He was familiar with the area, and this is what may have contributed to how he escaped unnoticed. He was young, had light hair, he had soft boyish features. He didn't look dangerous. He wouldn't have looked out of place in a university. In 1973, less than a year after Pamela's murder, Hand had picked up two hitchhikers, Jeffrey Thomas and his new wife. The couple were heading back from visiting friends in Chicago. Hand had picked them up just south of Terre Haute, and on the drive, he told the couple he needed to stop at his sister's house to see about getting some money. Hand pulled over and drew a pistol, and he demanded money from the couple. When they showed him they didn't have any money, which may have explained why they were hitchhiking, Han forced them into a grain bin and told them he was holding them for ransom. After waiting for a bit, Han took Thomas out his wife's sight. They were gone for a while, and while they were gone, she was able to escape the bin and run to a nearby home for help. When police arrived, they were able to easily arrest Hand. Hand also led them to Thomas's lifeless body that had been discarded in a weedy area. Thomas's autopsy revealed that he had been killed by a gunshot wound to the head, but had also been stabbed in the chest 8 times and had his throat slit. His hands had also been tied behind his back, much like Pamela's had been. Hand never served time for the slaying of Thomas. At his trial, he was found not guilty by reason of insanity for both the murder and the kidnapping charges. Although he wasn't found guilty, he was, however, committed to a state reformatory for 2 years. Han's last and final encounter with the law was in January of 1978. In a mall parking lot, an off-duty officer was in the right place at the right time. He witnessed a man attempting to abduct a woman. He yelled out, at which point Hand ran. The deputy called for backup and pursued. Hand shot at the officer, injuring him. The gunfire was returned and Hand was wounded fatally as he ran away. Hand died as a result of his injuries in 1978. He was 29 at the time of his death. Pamela's family were relieved to hear Hand had not lived a full life. However, it was bittersweet knowing that he would never face justice for the years he stole from them. They were grateful that he had been stopped before any more young women could be harmed. I personally hope this is the last we hear of Jeffrey Hand and that his life of crime was short. Although, given that he had already established a pattern and preference, we may discover more crimes in the future that link to Jeffrey Hand. Once again, we are seeing a rising trend of cold cases being solved by new technologies. And I'd like to point out a commendable effort from officers like Sean Keane, who stuck by the cold case no matter how long it took to get it solved, but also the officers at the beginning of the case. The ones who, even though they didn't know what exactly could be useful in the future, they still went ahead. They gathered a lot of evidence. And without their foresight, this case would have never gotten solved. A big thank you to all those involved. Linda Evans was 7 years old when her mother vanished from Surrey, British Columbia, Canada, in 1961. One day, she simply disappeared, leaving Linda and her younger brother with their father, Marvin Johnson. Their father disposed of all of their mother's possessions, leaving Linda with only a few photographs and scattered memories. From an early age, she learned not to ask about her mother, as her father had a temper and a penchant for drinking. As she got older, she still had questions, but had just assumed her mother had died or had been murdered. She knew her father had known more on the subject, but no matter how close she got to him, he wouldn't talk about it. The Vancouver RCMP were going through old missing person files as part of their Missing of the Month series and reached out to Linda. Linda's father had passed some years ago of natural causes, and this stirred a desire to do some sleuthing on her own. She learned that her father had been the prime suspect in her mother's disappearance. He hadn't reported her missing for 4 years, and that was only because he had needed to declare her legally dead so he could remarry. Foul play was suspected, and the RCMP had gone as far as digging up the yard to search for any evidence. None was found, and Marvin Johnson was able to declare his wife legally dead, and the case went cold. Linda found her parents' marriage license, which had given her a little more information. She had also found some documents saying her mother had lived in Carcross, Yukon. She decided to place a personal ad in the Yukon News saying, "I am looking for my relatives. My grandparents' names are Margaret and Andrew Carvel, and my mother's name is Lucy and Carvel. She was born October 14, 1935 in Skagway, Alaska." She had included an email address to be reached at. She received an email from a woman who recognized the photograph of her mother. She went on to tell Linda that they were half-siblings. When Lucy and Johnson had left, she went back to the Yukon. She'd gone on to remarry and have 4 more children. The woman, Rhonda Glenn, had also told Linda that she had spoken to their mother, now 77 years old, and her explanation for leaving Linda and her brother was that Marvin had been abusive and had told her to leave. She said that she had tried to take them with her, but Marvin wouldn't let her, and she never made any attempts to get them again. The two have since reunited, and Linda has forgiven her mother for leaving. Linda, now grandmother herself, disagrees with her mother that it was the only thing to do in the situation. Linda said she would never have left her children like that. She wants to believe the story because her mother wants her to believe the story. For now, she will leave it at that, choosing to make the most of their remaining time together. In 1983, U.S. Air Force officer William Howard Hughes failed to make his check-in at his home base in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He specialized in radar surveillance and was involved with planning and analysis of NATO's control, command, and communication surveillance systems during the Cold War. In July, he had been dispatched to the Netherlands to work with NATO officers. He was set to return August 1st, but never checked in. Initially, he was thought to have been abducted in Europe, but an investigation led to sightings and the discovery that Captain Hughes had been to 19 different bank branches in order to withdraw almost $30,000 in cash. His co-workers and family were interviewed, yielding no information regarding his whereabouts. Law enforcement agencies in the United States and overseas also failed to locate him. He was described as being worth his weight in gold if he had ever gone to the Soviets. In 1985-1986, several French and American rocket ships had failed to launch properly and subsequently exploded, including the Challenger space shuttle. It was reported that intelligence officers believed that the rockets had been sabotaged with the help of Hughes. His sister had told news outlets in '84 that the family thought he had been captured. The U.S. government listed him as a defector, although they weren't sure. They said the classification was mostly for administrative purposes. In June 2018, California, a crackdown of fraudulent passports brought them to a man who had worked for the University of California for decades. His name was Barry Tim O'Byrne. Unable to explain some deficiencies in his passport, he admitted to his true name, William Howard Hughes. He had explained that during the Cold War, he had become very depressed and had up and left for California. Once he has been labeled a defector, he was scared of the repercussions. In the years since, he had been working as a number cruncher working in the health benefit department for the University of California. He had married and was living a quiet life. Friends and neighbors were shocked to find out that Tim had been a military defector. They described him as quiet, kept to himself, but had a good sense of humor and was a good friend. William Howard Hughes was arrested without incident at his home in California. He is currently awaiting trial. In 1998, Natasha Ryan was 14 years old. She had been having a tumultuous year. Her parents were having an ugly divorce, and she was experiencing bullying at school. At 14, the teen had already been experimenting with drugs and alcohol, had self-harmed, and frequently skipped school. She didn't want to be at home, and she couldn't be at school. Her boyfriend, Scott Black, was nearly a decade her senior at 22, supported her in running away. She had been found 48 hours later and brought back home. Scott had pleaded guilty to willful obstruction of a police investigation, fined, and everyone seemed to move on. On August 31st, 1998, Ryan's mother recounted it was a day like any other day. She dropped off Natasha at her school. Natasha had leaned over, gave her a kiss and said, "I love you." And then Natasha got out of the car and she went to work. Natasha never made it into the building that day. She had arranged for her boyfriend to pick her up a short walk away from the school. It would be 5 years before anyone would truly know what had happened to Natasha Ryan. Initially, it was assumed Natasha had run away again. However, her disappearance had come about at the same time a number of young women and children had been abducted. In 1999, Leonard John Fraser had confessed to 5 murders. The victims he confessed to having killed included Natasha Ryan. The confession was believed to have been part of an agreement with police to have him out of general population in prison. At the time of the confession, he was already serving a life sentence for the murder of 9-year-old Kira Steinhardt. A witness had even come forward saying that they had seen Ryan talking to Fraser, which had bolstered the confession. In 2001, Ryan's family held a memorial service for Natasha on what would have been her 17th birth following the confession. An extensive search had been undertaken to find Natasha, allegedly costing the Australian taxpayers $400,000. No additional evidence was found in the search, and despite never finding a body, the trial for Leonard John Fraser carried on. During the trial on April 11, 2003, Police prosecutor Paul Rutledge announced that Fraser was not responsible for the murder of Natasha Ryan. During a police raid at a home in North Rockhampton, Ryan was discovered alive and well hiding in a cupboard. Natasha was 4 kilometers from her family home. Police have been tipped off that Ryan could be located at the address, and it is believed that a relative of Scott Black had placed the call. Despite reports saying she had been held captive and living in the cupboard, Ryan herself clarified that she only hid in the cupboard when guests were visiting her boyfriend. She would spend most of her time in the rest of the home with the curtains drawn and living a mostly nocturnal life. By the end of April, Natasha attended her own murder trial, testifying she had never met Fraser or the witness. Fraser was found guilty of 3 of the 5 confessed crimes and was sentenced to 3 indefinite life sentences. He, however, died in prison of a heart attack in 2007. The story of an 18-year-old girl thought to be dead for nearly 5 years attending her own murder trial caused an international media sensation. A controversial uproar was caused when the people of Australia found out how much Ryan had been given for exclusive rights to her story, and many felt she should pay back the enormous cost of her recovery. Ryan claimed she had no idea such an extensive search had been undertaken. She had seen that a man was being convicted in her murder and had called the kids' helpline. When asked why she hid from her family, she said that she'd just been angry, and she felt that she couldn't go home because she thought she would be jailed or Scott would be jailed. She put the record straight that she hadn't been pregnant or a drug addict. Scott wasn't holding her against her will, and it was she who would ask Scott to hide her and protect her for all the years. She described it as a childish decision that had gotten out of hand, and she didn't know how to fix it. Her boyfriend was sentenced to a 3-year jail sentence and fined a total of $19,000. However, he only served 12 months. Natasha was fined $1,000 for causing a false police investigation. Ryan reunited with her family, her 2 siblings, and her parents. She expressed her regrets for putting her family through so much pain. Following Scott's release from prison, the 2 got married in a small ceremony. They now have 3 children, and Ryan began studying to become a nurse. The family has said that they have forgiven Natasha and Scott, but they had to earn their trust back, and they would never forget. Gabriel's case is unusual because the state where he committed his crimes does not have the death penalty. However, since his crimes occurred on federal land, federal law allowed for the death penalty to be applied. Before diving into his trial, it's important to revisit how he ended up in the court system. On August 7, 1996, 18-year-old Rachel Timmerman was invited to a card game by family friend Wayne Davis and classmate Mikey Gabriel. Wayne and Mikey came to pick up Timmerman. In the vehicle with them was also Mikey's uncle, Martin Gabriel. On the way to the card game, Martin forced everyone but Rachel out of the vehicle and he drove off with her. According to Timmerman, he hadn't driven long and pulled over near a field. He then attempted to rape her, and when she fought back, he severely beat her. He raped her 3 times and dumped her out of the vehicle. Rachel was picked up by a passerby and was able to press charges. Gabriel was arrested and charged later that day. In the months following the assault, Rachel tried to get her life back together. She had an 18-month-old daughter, she had started a new job, and things were starting to get back into a routine. Her family expressed that she was never the same after. She had once been a bubbly, trusting girl. Now she was constantly paranoid that she was being followed. Rachel was terrified to testify against Gabriel, but she had the support of her family, and Wayne Davis was also testifying. In the months leading up to the sentencing hearing, Gabriel would threaten her multiple times. She had reoccurring nightmares that he would kill her. She called police to report Gabriel's threats 3 times in order to leave a paper trail. 2 days before the hearing, Rachel's parents noted how happy she seemed in light of the upcoming hearing. On June 3rd, she said she had a date. She said the man wanted to meet her daughter, so she would be bringing her with her, and she told her parents she would be home in a few hours, but she never came back. The following morning, Rachel's father found a letter allegedly written by Rachel saying she was taking her daughter Shannon on a vacation. This concerned her father because the hearing was so close and she was just about to start her new job. The following day was the hearing, and because Rachel didn't appear in court, the authorities had to drop the charges against Gabriel. After the hearing, the prosecutor in the case also received a letter, allegedly from Rachel. And in the letter, she said that Gabriel had refused to have intercourse with her and she had made up the rape allegation because she had been rejected. The prosecutor didn't believe Rachel willingly wrote this letter, if she had written it at all, and believed Rachel was in danger. A third letter was received by Rachel's father saying that she and Shannon were fine and she would call as soon as she could. That call never came and the letter stopped. On July 5th, 1 month after Rachel had taken her daughter on a date, the body of a young woman was found in Oxford Lake. The body was identified as Rachel Timmerman. Experts estimated she had been in the water for about a month and likely killed on the night she was last seen alive. She had been wrapped in chains. The chains were padlocked to cinder blocks, and she had duct tape over her mouth and eyes. Her autopsy revealed she had water in her lungs, meaning that she had been alive when she was thrown into the lake and died of drowning. Her toddler was not found in the lake and her body was never recovered. But it is believed Shannon was killed that night as well. Handwriting experts determined that the letters had been written by Rachel, but it was theorized that she had been forced to write them on June 3rd and then mailed by the killer. The primary suspect was obviously Martin Gabriel. He had fled the area before he could be arrested. And when authorities went to Gabriel's property, they found cinder blocks that had the same paint stains as the ones used to weigh Rachel down. They also found keys on the property that opened the padlocks on the chains. Martin's nephew also led police to a camping spot frequented by Gabriel. There, police found bolt cutters, duct tape, a woman's hair clip, and the tops of a baby bottle. In the course of the investigation, police noted several other people who had been involved in the rape case were now missing. Wayne Davis, who had also been set to testify against Gabriel, was missing and he was last seen 2 days after Gabriel had been released from jail. The man that Rachel was supposed to meet on that date was determined to be John Weeks. He had been the man who had picked up Rachel and Shannon. He had been a friend of Gabriel, and Weeks' girlfriend told police she had caught him talking on the phone with a woman named Rachel. When she had confronted him about it, he had assured her he wasn't cheating, and he was talking to this Rachel girl as a favor for a man named Lance. When police showed her a picture of Gabriel, she confirmed that she had met him, but he had been introduced to her as Lance. Weeks' girlfriend had reported him missing near the end of June. The local authorities passed off the ever-growing investigation onto the FBI, who would have more resources to find Gabriel. The FBI had found Gabriel was using identity of a mentally disabled man from Kent County named Robert Allen. Although no one had seen Robert for a while, his social security checks were still being cashed. The FBI staked at the post office in Sherman, New York, and arrested Gabriel in October 1997. The bodies of Shannon, John Weeks, and Robert Allen were never found. They are presumed to be dead. Wayne Davis's body was discovered in 2002 in Twinwood Lake, a different body of water but located in the same national park that Rachel had been found in. Gabriel was tried in 2002 for the murder of Rachel Timmerman. His trial had been a bit of a circus, with Gabriel at one point firing his counsel and motioning for a mistrial, accusing the judge of sleeping with and impregnating 13 to 14-year-old girls. The jury was quick to come back with a guilty verdict and he was sentenced to death. He has appealed several times, but still remains on death row in a federal prison in Terre Haute, Indiana. Lisa Montgomery made international headlines when she was found holding the newborn baby that had been cut out of her mother and had died in a vicious murder. Due to the fact that she had crossed state lines with the baby, she was charged with the death penalty for murder and kidnapping. She had left her victim, Bobby Jo Stinnett, to bleed out on her living room floor. Lisa had allegedly been abused by her parents as a child. She was allegedly sexually abused by her stepfather for many years as a young teen. She said that when her mother found out about the abuse, she threatened to kill her and kicked her out of the house at 14. Lisa was a heavy alcoholic and married at 18. Her first marriage brought her more abuse and 4 children. In 2004, Lisa Montgomery told her second husband, children, and immediate family members that she was pregnant and would be due around Christmas time. Lisa had been known to do this periodically. Her sister stated that she frequently lied about pregnancies and had actually undergone a surgery to get her tubes tied after a traumatic pregnancy in her early 20s. Lisa, now in her mid-30s, had an ultrasound doctored to have her name on it. Her current marriage was her second, and she had no children with her second husband. She never told her husband she couldn't have any more children. Her family believes she told the lies because she liked the attention that came with them. Lisa and her husband, Kevin, bred rat terriers for a living. Lisa was using a fake name in an online forum for rat terrier enthusiasts called Ratter Chatter. Under the name Darlene Fisher, she posted that she wanted to purchase a puppy. A man in the chat room, Jason Dawson, connected Fisher to a friend of his and fellow rat terrier breeder named Bobby Joe Stinnett. In the online forum, it was well known that Bobby was pregnant and due soon. He had connected Fisher to Stinnett because he knew that one of her dogs had just had a litter of puppies and had actually suggested a particular puppy that had red fur on December 15th. He passed on Bobby Joe's email address and phone number. At 23, Bobby Joe Stinnett had her whole life ahead of her. She was newly married and 8 months pregnant and ran a successful dog breeding business with her husband. Her and her husband, Jeff Stinnett, were passionate about rat terriers and had actually met Lisa Montgomery and her husband, Kevin, at several dog shows. On the morning of December 16th, Bobby was home alone. She was waiting to meet a woman interested in one of her puppies. She had only communicated with this woman via email, but she felt safe inviting the woman into her home. The woman named Darlene was also pregnant and they were due around the same time. When there was a knock at the door, Bobby allowed the woman calling herself Darlene into her home. She made her tea and they briefly chatted for a bit. When Bobby turned around to go to the kitchen, Darlene pulled a neon pink rope from her baggy sweater and wrapped it around her neck. When Bobby passed out and fell to the ground, Lisa Montgomery cut open her abdomen. At some point during the incision, Bobby regained consciousness. She had blood on the bottoms of her feet, so much blood that it had pooled up and over her toes. Lisa moved behind her head using the rope she pulled while Bobby was laying on the ground until Bobby Joe once again lost consciousness. Approximately an hour after the attack, Bobby Joe's mother, Becky Harper, came by the house. She discovered Bobby Joe on the floor, called 911, and told the operator that it looked like her stomach had exploded. First responders tried to revive Bobby Joe, but their efforts were unsuccessful. She had lost too much blood. It was immediately known that the baby was no longer in the house, and it was noted that Bobby Joe's umbilical cord had been cut. An Amber Alert was issued that day to enlist the public's help. Kevin Montgomery detailed what had happened later that day. He had told the court he had heard that day, but didn't connect that to the baby his wife had come home with. He told the court his wife had told him she'd been out shopping in Topeka on December 16th, 2004, when she had gone into labor and delivered the baby at the Birth and Growth Center in Topeka. He said he had been led to believe it was his first child and he was excited. They spent most of December 17th showing off the baby at a cafe, a bank, his parents' home. They had named the baby Abigail. Police knocked on their door in the evening of December 17th. Police had used computer forensics to track down Lisa Montgomery. Lisa had been searching for weeks on how to perform C-sections, where to cut, how to remove a baby, and cut the umbilical cord. They were also able to match her vehicle to a vehicle seen in the area near the crime scene, and there was little doubt that she had committed the crime. The baby was healthy despite her violent entrance into the world. She was reunited with her father, where she was named Victoria Joe Stinnett. Police did do a DNA check just to validate that the child was with her rightful parent. In her trial, the prosecutors argued that Montgomery's ex-husband knew she was lying about her pregnancy, and she feared he would expose her. At around that time, he had sought custody of 2 of their 4 children, and she was convinced he would use this lie against her in court. Her defense argued she had suffered a miscarriage and had taken the baby in a mental breakdown. But given her level of preparedness, the jury didn't buy this defense. The jury convicted Montgomery on kidnapping resulting in death, and 4 days, they handed down a death sentence. She is still awaiting execution in Fort Worth, Texas, where she is the only woman in the facility awaiting a death penalty. In Aurora, Colorado in 1993, 5 employees were shot at a Chuck E. Cheese restaurant, died as a result of their injuries. The perpetrator was 19-year-old Nathan Dunlap. 5 months prior to the shooting, he had been fired at that location for arguing with his manager about his schedule and vowed to get even. Nathan Dunlap was raised in Chicago, Illinois, Memphis, Tennessee, and Michigan before settling in Colorado. He was raised by his biological mother, stepfather. He had never met his biological father, but his stepfather had been his father figure for almost his entire life. His mother had been diagnosed with schizophrenia and also had bipolar disorder. Dunlap himself experienced mental health issues. He had attempted suicide twice in junior high. He was evaluated and showed signs of hypomania, but no follow-up treatments or formal diagnosis were taken. When he was 15, he had committed several robberies and had been incarcerated in a juvenile detention center. But there, he experienced several erratic episodes that forced his transfer to a psychiatric hospital. When he was released, he began selling drugs and was arrested 5 more times on misdemeanor offenses. He began working for the Chuck E. Cheese restaurant in 1993, but was fired after having an argument with his manager over scheduled hours. 5 months after his firing, he returned to the Chuck E. Cheese restaurant right before closing time. Around 9 p.m., he ordered a ham and cheese sandwich and played an arcade game. When no one was looking, he hid inside a washroom until the restaurant closed. Around 10:05, he reemerged with a .5 caliber semi-automatic pistol. He went through the restaurant starting at the salad bar. He shot and killed 19-year-old Sylvia Crowell. He then killed 19-year-old Ben Grant, who was vacuuming. He then moved on to Colleen O'Connor, who was a 17-year-old student. He shot her execution style. In the kitchen, Bobby Stevens was doing dishes when he was shot in the jaw. Stevens survived by dropping to the ground and playing dead. Dunlap's last victim had been his manager, Marge Kohlberg. He had forced her to open the safe, and once the safe was opened, he shot her as well. Kohlberg hadn't initially been fatally wounded, and Dunlap noticed her moving. So he shot her again, this time fatally. When Dunlap ran from the restaurant, Stevens was able to go out the back door of the restaurant and run for help. Dunlap's first victim was still breathing and was rushed to the hospital, but was later declared brain dead. Bobby Stevens was the sole survivor of Dunlap's victims, but suffered extensive damage to his face and had to undergo reconstructive surgery. 12 hours after the attack, Dunlap was arrested at his mother's home with the $1,500 that had been stolen from the restaurant safe. On May 17, 1996, Dunlap was found guilty on 4 counts of first-degree murder, as well as a count of attempted murder, robbery, and burglary. Nathan Dunlap was sentenced to death with an execution date set for August 2013. His execution has since been indefinitely postponed, and Nathan Dunlap remains on death row. However, Colorado is looking to pass laws to remove the death penalty, but this may not apply to Dunlap's case, since his sentence was passed when the laws allowed the death penalty. I know the topic of death penalty is hotly debated. Let me know what you guys think about it, and if you guys want to include where you're from and if your country has the death penalty, I think that would be really interesting. Here in Canada, we don't have the death penalty anymore, but for some people, like in serial killer Robert Pickton's case, I have a video on him. I will link it. I think we should have it in certain scenarios. On Friday, July 11, 1969, Russell Metcalf had lunch with his best friend, Theodore Ted Conrad, at the Flaming Embers restaurant in Cleveland, Ohio. Russell and Ted enjoyed the restaurant's burgers, and it was conveniently located near the banks where they both worked. The lunch was typical, and the two men planned to play golf the next afternoon. However, Ted did not appear for golf the following day, and Russell never saw him again. After their lunch, Ted returned to work at the Society National Bank headquarters on Cleveland's public square with a large paper bag in hand. He made sure to show off that he had bought a fifth of whiskey and a carton of cigarettes. His 20th birthday had been the day before, so it made sense that he wanted to celebrate over the weekend. No one was concerned when Ted left the bank carrying that same bag after signing out at the end of his workday. The following Monday morning, however, the bank had 2 major problems, which they would ultimately realize were connected. Ted Conrad, a reliable employee, had not reported for work and could not be reached. In addition, $215,000 equivalent to approximately $1,700,000 in 2021 was missing from the bank's vault. It was quickly apparent that when Ted Conrad left the bank on July 11th, the paper bag he carried contained not only whiskey and cigarettes, but also $150,000 $100 bills, 12 50s, and 25,000 20s. By the time it was discovered that the money had been taken from the vault, Ted had taken full advantage of his 2-day head start and was nowhere to be found. Ted was born in Denver, Colorado, and spent his early years moving around the country, following his father's various postings as a Navy officer. His parents eventually divorced, and Ted chose to live with his mother and older sister. His mother later remarried, giving Ted a stepfather and 2 stepbrothers. Ted met his friend Russell at Lakewood High School, west of Cleveland. Both boys played linebacker for the school football team, but neither of them was talented enough to start for the team. They bonded in part over the fact that they both felt like outsiders because they had both moved to Lakewood partway through high school. Ted had moved there during his sophomore year and Russell during his junior year. In high school, Ted was well-liked but not necessarily popular. He did not have a circle of close friends but was respected enough to get himself elected to the student council during his senior year. He was intelligent with an IQ of 135 and became a member of the National Honor Society. While Ted was well-spoken, he generally kept to himself. His classmates would later describe him as polite and clean-cut, someone who had big plans for an accomplished future. After graduating from Lakewood High in 1967, Ted enrolled at New England College in New Hampshire, where his father was working as an assistant professor of political science following his retirement from the Navy. Ted seemed to do well at the school and was even elected president of the freshman class. However, Ted decided to leave school after just 1 semester. He returned to Ohio and began taking night classes at Cuyahoga Community College. He began his job at the headquarters of the Society National Bank in January of 1969. While it was not clear at the time why Ted left New England College, it would later be theorized that he eventually took the job at the bank specifically for the purpose of pulling off his heist. Ted had been obsessed with the 1968 Steve McQueen movie The Thomas Crown Affair, in which the titular character, a debonair millionaire, orchestrates a complex bank robbery just for the adventure of it and subsequently engages in a game of cat and mouse with a beautiful insurance investigator. Ted saw the film at least half a dozen times. His obsession with the film was not necessarily alarming at first. According to his friend Russell, there were plenty of other young men their age who loved Steve McQueen at the time and aspired to be like him. Seeing McQueen dressed in 3-piece suits and outsmarting the authorities made the character of Thomas Crown seem like someone with an enviable lifestyle. While his manners and intelligence meant that Ted could have arguably been described as a gentleman even at his young age, Ted appears to have begun focusing on the more materialistic idea of what one should be. He convinced his grandmother to lend him money so he could buy a bright red sports car, which he drove while wearing leather driving gloves. He began trying to appear more debonair, showing off his fluency in French, skill at billiards, and love of expensive gin. His fixation with the film may have inspired him to steal from his employer. While he tried to emulate Thomas Crown's high-end lifestyle in the small ways he could, it appears that, like millionaire Thomas Crown, Ted essentially wanted to commit a major theft just for fun and to show off how clever he was rather than for financial gain. Ted had started shoplifting just to prove that he could do so successfully. Ted had called Russell on the evening he stole the money, but Russell was not at home at the time, so Ted was only able to speak to Russell's mother. Russell believes that had he been home that night, his friend would not have had to flee. I still believe had he been able to speak to me or someone else and showed us the money, he would have just put it back on Monday morning, for it was less about the money than proving he could do it, Russell would later say. As it was, Ted never got to tell Russell about the theft. Russell learned about the theft after the bank discovered it on Monday morning. Responding FBI agents called Russell, ordering him to come into the bank where he was employed to tell them everything he knew about his friend. Prior to the theft, Ted had begun telling friends, including some who worked at the bank with him, how easily he could steal from the vault because of the lax security at the bank. Society National Bank did not even fingerprint its employees. He claimed that all he needed to do was find a way to be left in the vault alone. He said he would commit the crime on a Friday because doing so would give him the entire weekend to get out of town before anyone even realized that the money was missing. Ted reportedly called a friend on July 11th to say the day had finally come for him to take the money, but the friend did not believe that Ted was actually going to commit the crime. Ted had decided to go through with the theft on that day in particular because circumstances had aligned to make it possible for him to do so. While Ted had only been employed at the bank for just over 6 months, he was a stellar employee his coworkers believed would rise through the ranks at the bank very quickly. He worked in the bank's vault, packaging and delivering cash to other branches of the bank, a position which the bank only allowed its most trusted employees to fill. On the day of the theft, Ted's supervisor was out of work recovering from surgery. It was against bank policy for any employee to be left alone in the vault, but Ted was essentially left unsupervised that day, meaning he had the opportunity to be alone in the vault. Since Ted was considered to be such an upstanding young man and trustworthy employee, no one at the bag was particularly concerned when he walked into the vault with the large paper bag after his lunch break. Ted was seen by his landlady at 7:26 p.m. outside of his apartment on Clifton Boulevard. He waved to her as he was getting into a cab, which took him to Cleveland Hopkins International Airport. There, he used a payphone to call his girlfriend Kathleen and tell her that he was going to Erie, Pennsylvania for the weekend to attend a concert. Ted's relationship with Kathleen would allow law enforcement to track Ted's initial movements around the country after he fled with the cash. She received a letter from Ted on July 17th that had been postmarked at Washington's National Airport, and another on July 22nd postmarked in Inglewood, California, near Los Angeles International Airport. Authorities were also able to record a phone call Ted made to her. In the letters to his girlfriend, Ted admitted to stealing the money and ultimately expressed some remorse over his crime. In one of the letters, he indicated that he believed he could return to Ohio and his loved ones after 7 years when the statute of limitations had expired. However, as smart as he was and as clever as he believed himself to be, Ted had misinterpreted the law. Authorities had to charge him within 7 years, and since he was so quickly identified as the perpetrator of the theft, he was indicted within weeks. The clock had stopped on the statute of limitations as soon as he had been indicted for his crimes, meaning he could be arrested no matter how much time passed. On September 12, 1969, Ted Conrad was indicted by a federal grand jury on charges of embezzlement and falsifying bank records. A warrant for his arrest was subsequently issued. He faced up to 10 years imprisonment for each of the charges against him. The FBI and the U.S. Marshal Service initially quarreled over jurisdiction in the case, which was one of the largest bank thefts in Cleveland's history. Ultimately, both agencies investigated the case. Authorities followed up on leads across the continental United States, as well as in Hawaii after a couple from Cleveland vacationing there in October of 1969 saw a man they believed resembled Ted. Ted's best friend Russell believed Ted had used the money to go abroad, perhaps to sail around the world. Russell was contacted by investigators periodically as the decades passed. They believed Russell to be the person from his life prior to the theft Ted was most likely to contact. Russell never heard from him. Every few years, authorities would get warrants for the phone records of Ted's loved ones to look for calls they could not account for and could have come from Ted, but they never found any record of him contacting anyone. The letters and calls to his girlfriend just after he left town appear to be the last communications Ted ever had with any of his loved ones. Over the years, Ted was featured in local media and on national programs such as America's Most Wanted. Deputy U.S. Marshal John Elliott remained dedicated to bringing Ted Conrad to justice even as decades passed without him being located. He continued following up on leads, submitting information to international agencies, and collecting evidence that could one day be used to prove that a suspect really was Ted Conrad should a promising one ever be identified. He was so focused on the case that it became a regular conversation topic with his family. One of the reasons I stayed after this guy is that some people thought he was some kind of hero or Robin Hood. He's not. He's nothing but a thief. A young, smart-ass thief who just managed to elude law enforcement for all these years. Hopefully, we can bring him to justice soon, John explained in 2008. Another potential reason for John's fixation with catching Ted Conrad was the multiple small ways their lives had intersected prior to the theft. Like Ted, the Elliott family lived in the suburb of Lakewood. John and Ted went to the same doctor, and Ted briefly worked in a shop where John would take his son to get ice cream. That son was Peter Elliott, who eventually followed in his father's footsteps by joining the U.S. Marshal Service. The elder Elliott retired in 1990 without ever locating and arresting Ted Conrad, but did not lose his interest in the case. He came in to go over his files in the case regularly after his retirement. Ultimately, the role of officially pursuing Conrad would fall to his son Peter. John Elliott would pass away without ever seeing the resolution to the Conrad case. He and his son, Peter, continued talking about it until the very end of his life. While John was in hospice, his son played an episode of a documentary series for him. The episode focused on the Conrad case, and John had appeared in it. John Elliott passed away in his sleep just a few days later on March 20th, 2020 at the age of 83. While he spent decades obsessed with the Conrad investigation, his largest professional contribution is arguably the major role he played in Cleveland's mob wars. He helped establish the Witness Protection Program in Northern Ohio in the early 1970s, which proved vital as mob violence escalated in the following years. In the grand scheme of the investigation, John Elliott ultimately just barely missed, living long enough to see the Ted Conrad case finally be closed. Unfortunately, so did Ted Conrad. On November 12, 2021, more than 52 years after Ted Conrad's heist and escape, the U.S. Marshal Service announced that the fugitive had been identified. He had been living outside of Boston since 1970 under the name Thomas Randall. Unfortunately, he could not be arrested as he had died less than 6 months earlier. The major break in the case came when U.S. Marsh Peter Elliott received a tip about an obituary published in the Linfield News, a weekly publication in the suburbs of Boston. He has not publicly disclosed who brought the obituary to his attention. The obituary was for 73-year-old Thomas Randall, who had died of lung cancer in May of 2021. According to Tom's obituary, his life overlapped with Ted Conrad's in very general ways. They had both been born in Denver and had both been born on July 10th, although Tom's birth year was listed as 1947, 2 years before Ted's. They shared some more specific details as well. The obituary listed Tom's alma mater as New England College, the same small school Ted had attended for a semester, and Tom's parents had the same first names, Edward and Ruthabeth, as Ted's parents. Tom and Ted's mothers also had the same maiden name. Knowing that people who create false identities tend to borrow details from the real life they leave behind, Peter began investigating the possibility that Tom Randall was really Ted Conrad. One of the main pieces of evidence that confirmed that Ted Conrad had gone on to live out his life as Tom Randall after stealing from the bank had originally been preserved by Peter's father. John Elliott had been able to track down Ted Conrad's original 1967 application to New England College, which contained Ted's signature. In 2021, his son was able to track down the legal papers Tom Randall had filled out when he was filing for bankruptcy in Boston Federal Court in 2014, which included his signature. Peter was able to submit the documents for analysis, which concluded that they had been signed by the same individual. Based on further document and handwriting comparison, as well as what the U.S. Marshal Service has only described as additional investigative information, they positively identified Thomas Randall as Theodore Conrad. When Peter Elliott and his deputy went to the home where the man known in Massachusetts as Tom Randall had lived since 1986 to inform his widow that the man she had been married to for almost 40 years had not been who she believed him to be, she was not surprised by their arrival or by the news they brought. She admitted that on his deathbed, just before he became too weak to speak, her husband had disclosed to his family that his real name was Theodore Conrad and that he had been living under an assumed name because he was wanted for a bank theft he committed back in 1969. She also said he expressed remorse for his crime, a sentiment which Peter Elliott believes is genuine. No one in the Randall family will face any charges for failing to report this confession. Ted began assuming his new identity in January of 1970 when he went to the Social Security office in Boston to apply for a Social Security number using the name Thomas Randall. His location, like the first name he chose, may have been inspired by the movie that inspired his crime. The Thomas Crown affair had been largely filmed in the Boston area. The Social Security Administration did not begin implementing the enumeration of birth process until the late 1980s, and it was common at the time for individuals to not apply for a Social Security number until they reached adulthood. When he applied for the Social Security number, he provided the same day and month for his birthday, but changed the year of his birth to 1947, 2 years before he was actually born. Once he was able to obtain the Social Security number and card, he was able to construct his new identity around it. He met a woman named Kathy in the early 1970s and married her in 1982. The couple had one daughter and remained married until the man Kathy knew as Tom died in 2021. Ted retained at least two of his major interests when he began living as Tom: golf and luxury vehicles. In the 70s, he divided his time between Massachusetts pursuing his passion for golf, playing on the professional winter tour in Florida during the off-season, and working as a club professional at the Pembroke Country Club, south of Boston, the rest of the year. He eventually moved up from giving lessons to becoming the manager at the club. Tom then began a career selling luxury cars, working at various dealerships over the course of 40 years. According to friends of Thomas Randall, his personality was very similar to the one Ted had displayed prior to his fixation with the Thomas Crown affair and the idea of being a high-class criminal. They described him as being the definition of a gentleman with a gentle soul, polite manner, and articulate way of speaking. He was even-tempered and almost never raised his voice. One friend said he probably wouldn't have believed Tom if he had told him the truth about his identity and the stolen money because it seemed so out of line with his personality. The only suspicious detail anyone could identify in retrospect, aside from the fact that Tom always had a beard, was the fact that Tom never mentioned his parents or siblings and only spoke of his early life in very broad terms. While the friends of Thomas Randall, who have spoken to the media, were all shocked to learn that he had deceived them for so long, none of them were particularly upset with their late friend on account of his crime. They largely dismissed the theft as a youthful indiscretion, and the actions of Ted Conrad in his youth did not color their opinion of the more mature Tom Randall, who, as one of them pointed out, did not continue into a life of further crime as far as anyone knows. While Ted, living as Tom, was able to build his life around country clubs and luxury cars, he did so through his employment, not by being wealthy himself. Despite the massive financial head start the money he stole could have given him, he struggled financially. As Thomas Randall, he and his wife filed for bankruptcy in 2014. According to court records, they had over $161,000 in credit card debt. When he died in 2021, the family was still struggling, with unpaid bills continuing to pile up. Authorities are still investigating what happened to the stolen cash. They are currently investigating the possibility that Ted lost it all with a series of bad investments shortly after he stole it. While Tom's loved ones are still struggling to cope with the news of his crime and real identity, Ted's loved ones are relieved to know what happened to him after he fled. Ted's sister was afraid she would die without ever knowing what became of her younger brother, and is relieved to know that he went on to live a happy life. Ted's best friend Russell hopes to one day meet Kathy Randall, so he could tell her stories of what her husband was like when he was younger. Ted Conrad never got the satisfaction he thought pulling off his crime would bring him, and investigators never got to conclude the case with the arrest they spent decades trying to make. While the case never got the dramatic conclusion anyone envisioned, U.S. Marshal Peter Elliott takes some arrest through his death. In the press release announcing that Ted Conrad had been identified, Peter is quoted as saying, "I hope my father is resting a little easier today, knowing his investigation and his United States Marshal Service brought this closure to a decades-long mystery. Everything in real life doesn't always end like in the movies." Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.